Tap in, turn it up, tell a friend. Let's begin. Let's talk about it. With your host, Jules and Latino. Let's talk about it. Pull up a chair, it's your people. Let's talk about it. Real life, real laughs on the reload. Let's talk about it. With your host, Jules and Latino.
Whatever the fuck you want to say don't mean I gotta listen to it and not stop talking because you want to talk.
Yeah. Let's talk about it.
With your host, Jules and Latino.
Talk about it.
Pull up a chair, this your people.
Talk about it.
Real life, real laughs on the reload.
Talk about it.
With your host, Jules and Latino. Jules got the gems, big facts. Latino bring the spice. No cap, 2 mics, 1 vibe. Tap in, turn it up, tell a friend. Let's begin.
Let's talk about it.
With your host, Jules and Latino.
Talk about it.
Pull up a chair, this your people.
Talk about it.
Real life, real laughs on the reload.
Talk about it.
With your host, Jules and Latino. Jules and Latino. Jules and Latino.
Come on, Latino, you gotta stop supporting this shit, OG.
Let's talk about it with your hoes. Latino, get your coffee in hand. I like mine black with 3 sugars and lemon steak thin. Yeah. Let's talk about it with your hoes. Latino, get your coffee in hand. I like mine black with 3 sugars and lemon steak thin. Yeah. Your pain, nigga, do what you say. Baby, on my motherfucking hate. Bitch, your mind lying, I'ma say. You're not just try to motherfucking hate. My I don't know that damn man. My rider know all that fan. You don't wanna hold nobody where to stand. Baby, don't stop every band you had. No. Yeah. Let's talk about it with your hoes. Latino, get your coffee in hand. Yeah. I like mine black with 3 sugars and that was that can. Yeah. Let's talk about it with your hoes. Latino, get your coffee in hand. I like mine black with 3 sugars and that was that can. Yeah.
Welcome. Let's talk about it with your host, Latino. So we're gonna be getting into some things today. Give me a second. Bear with me. We're gonna be getting into a couple things today. We're gonna be talking about Tony Hinchcliffe and the Kevin Hart roast. I don't know if anybody has seen it. You should see it. It was good until the end, until Kevin Hart took the mic, of course. But I mean, he did have some good jokes, but it didn't land as much as Shane Gillis and Tony Hinchcliffe. I think they were the best 2 there, to be honest with you. But yeah, a lot of not controversy, but they always got to make things racial when in reality it's a roast. So you shouldn't take anything that these people say serious because it's a joke, But apparently not. We had Chelsea Handler there. I believe her name is. She's a white mature woman that that is known for going out with 50 Cent back in her day. And you know, she's a proponent of not believing in women having kids and being married and all this shit. But you could tell that the lady is bitter. So she says all these things about all this shit, and but then again, she does care, because if she didn't care, then why would you let that bother you, right? But anyways, I don't know if you guys know who Tony Hinchcliffe is, but Tony Hinchcliffe one time went into the podium on Donald Trump rally and started speaking about Puerto Ricans and how there was trash on the island. He wasn't necessarily, targeting Puerto Ricans or anything. He was just trying to make a joke out of a bad situation, because it is true they did have trash. I don't know now, but they did have trash everywhere. So I don't know about now. So, but at the time, he did state these things, and he tried to make a joke out of it, and then this whole thing here blew up in the media. It was like, oh, he's racist against Puerto Ricans. What he's saying is xenophobic and all this shit. So let's recap and let's go back into time.
A lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay.
See, that was a good joke. That was a good joke. Come on. Like you could have used that. Like, come on, man. You could have used that joke even with the Dominican Republic, and I wouldn't even be mad, because it's like, yeah, there's some truth to that. You get what I'm saying? Like even if he was to say, "Oh, I heard there's some trash in the middle of the ocean. It's India. I heard it was India." You know what I mean? Like, this joke could fit anywhere, bro. But at the time, Puerto Rico did have a trash problem, so that's why he mentioned Puerto Rico. I mean, why would he mention India? It ain't like India is part of the United States, is it? No. So why do we care? We shouldn't. That's why we said Puerto Rico, because it's like, for Puerto Rico to be a United States territory, and for it to have trash, at the time that he was speaking on this, it's kind of ridiculous. Like that's the whole point. Like, no, that's what I took out of the joke. It's like, this shit shouldn't even be a thing. You know what I mean?
A lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
That was
Okay.
funny.
All right.
That was funny.
Okay. We're getting there. Again, normally I don't follow the national anthem, everybody. A lot going on.
So he said that, and that became a whole fiasco. I don't know if you guys recall or remember. This was during the Trump rally. I believe this was in New York, in Madison Square Garden. I could be wrong, but I think that's where Trump had his first New York rally. One of his many rallies in New York, but he had a big one in Madison Square, and I think that's where that took place. I could be wrong. Well, shout out to you, BD, man. Shout out to you, man. Got my coffee in hand, black, 3 sugars, and a joint ready to go. I ain't gonna be working until 4 in the afternoon, or maybe 3. So I got time here to spend with y'all, man, and go through some things that I find interesting. So let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, last night I gave a speech. I don't know if you've heard about this. It was a speech about free speech, believe it or not. And I'm currently under attack. I'm the news. I don't know if you guys know this, but on my speech on free speech, I referenced Puerto Rico, which currently has a landfill problem.
Yes, they did, and I don't know if they still do. I mean, I haven't, done my research, but at the time that he stated this shit, this was true. You know how they say there's some truth to some jokes. So I mean, the guy was not lying, dude. He was trying to, to me, it sounded more like he was trying to bring awareness to a situation through a joke. right? Because I mean, at the time, let's say nobody would know about this situation but Puerto Ricans, right? So for him to go on stage on a rally in front of thousands of people, then millions watching on TV via social media and etc. I mean, you would think that this is bringing awareness to that situation, right? Instead, they'd say, "Oh my God, what he said about Puerto Rico, Jesus Christ!" Da, 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 da. And it's like, oh, come on, man. Like, be mad about the problem. There's trash. Like, come on, man.
In which all of their landfills are filled to the brim. I guess I'm the only person that knew about this.
Thank you. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, you're bringing awareness to the situation, man. What's wrong with that? And if you're bringing it through comedy, like, what's wrong with that?
Unfortunately. And with that said, I just want to say
morning,
that
Moxie.
I've been
Good
to.
morning.
I love Puerto Ricans.
I got you guys. Give me a second because I had to.
They're very smart
Good call.
people.
You know, I had to clean up shop, man, because there's a lot of crazy shit going on, a lot of threats and all that shit and doxing, and I just did not want to deal with that crap. So I got you guys right now. Give me a second. Let me go into my page real quick. Let me just take a real quick 5-minute break. I mean, 2-minute break. It's only going to take 2 minutes. But yeah, you guys have the wrenches now, so you guys have the due diligence, bro. Of if you see something that you know that it ain't right for the channel, bro, y'all know what to do, man. You guys have the right and power to time out people and kick them out if you have to. And then I'll let's say in the future we kick out the wrong person or something, I'll bring them back or something through the back, because Jesus Christ. I gave most of everybody that I know wrench power, bro, and there was a whole bunch of people that were banned. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I ain't even know people can ban people, bro, with the wrench. So I thought I was the only person that had that power, but apparently not. If you have a wrench, you could depending on the situation, you could ban somebody. I did not know that. Yeah, I had RLM, I had Moxie. Garian is the one that I actually blocked. I don't give a fuck. I'll say it out loud. But the other people that were blocked, and there was 2 other people that were blocked, can't remember, but RLM, Moxie, and can't fucking remember. But when I went back there, I was just like, what the fuck? I don't remember blocking any of these people, bro. Should be wild, man. So those wrenches and that power you have, use it wisely.
They're smart, they're street smart, and they're smart enough to know when they're being used as political fodder. And right now, that is happening. And
I mean, look, Moxie travels to Puerto Rico, so she would know more about Puerto Rico than I would, right? Was this true, Moxie? Like, I want to get your perspective since you've been there and I haven't, right? I was born there. I left at 5 years old. I never came back. I'm fucking 38, so you do the math. I'm just saying, like, is this true? When he stated that there was landfills of trash that it wasn't being picked up, was this true at the time that he said it? Because this is the thing. In DR, if somebody was to tell me, yeah, this landfills or whatever, I would believe that shit in a heartbeat. And I wouldn't even take insult to that, because it's just like, I know how back home is. I mean, I've seen it. Like, and if it bothers me so goddamn much, right? Let's do something about it. Let's not bitch and complain and whine and moan.
I apologize to absolutely nobody.
Thank you.
No.
You don't need to apologize, brother. You don't. You don't, quite frankly. You don't. It's the same thing with Trump when he went out there and he started throwing toilet papers and shit and rolls of tissues and stuff. He's like, you get a tissue. You get a tissue. I'm here to help the Puerto Ricans. And the Puerto, you know, the left took that shit and was like, yo, look at the way he's treating these Puerto Ricans. But those Puerto Ricans over there were happy that they were getting toilet paper. Those Puerto Ricans were happy that they were getting rolls. The Puerto Ricans were happy they were getting water, man. Completely from what I saw in that video when he was throwing the bounty and all that. And compared to what the media was saying, there was two different type of reactions here, man. So I don't know.
Not to the Puerto Ricans, not to the whites, not to the blacks, not to the Palestinians, not to the Jews.
But you think it was offensive though? Like, let's be honest, dude. Like if he would have used the same joke in the context of India, right? We all know India's dirty as shit. We've seen the videos. I've never been there, but I mean, based off what I've seen, I could say that India's a dirty place, right? So if he was to say, you know, the same joke, which was like, oh, I heard that there's a whole bunch of trash in the middle of the ocean. And then he goes, it's India. Then he goes, it's Dominican Republic. Then he goes, it's Haiti. Then he goes, North Korea. Like the joke still hits kind of the same. The only reason why I think people got offended is because it's like I said, it's an American territory. And I think that's the point that he's trying to bring across. It's an American territory. How in the hell is this happening over there? That's what I took from it. Even though it's a joke and it's funny, whatever, you laugh. But when you really start thinking about it, you're like, shit, this ain't happening in the Virgin Islands. But why is it happening here? I think that's what he was trying to say, but you know, people take the jokes out of context and want to be offensive and you know, take offense to shit.
And not to my own mother, who I made fun of during the set. Nobody.
Yeah, this guy makes fun of everybody, bro. He doesn't, dude. And you want to know the crazy part? This guy's gay. He's a butt lover. He loved the boosie. But that has nothing to do with his comedy, because comedy, man, this guy, he's in my top 5, believe it or not, of comedians, bro. He's so good. Like, if you watch Kill Tony, me and my wife watch Kill Tony, bro, and like, bro, we get our snacks going. When he has a new episode that's coming that is streaming live, dude, we get our snacks going. We have our drinks and make sure that the kids are sleeping. And bro, oh my God. Yo, like the comedians that he bring in there, it's a hit and miss, you know, but when, you know, he has, you know, top-notch comedians that he already knows that he's friends with come into the show and do stand-up comedy. Oh, Lord have mercy, bro. Like the most funniest stand-up comedy in this time in life, in our point of living, is Kill Tony, bro. Hands down. Like you got to watch the show, bro. Like it's a good show.
Flipped that. No headlines about me making fun of my own mother. Perhaps that venue at that time wasn't the best fucking place to do this set at. But in any matter, to the mainstream media and to everybody trying to slander me online, that's what I do. I go hard, and that's never going to change. Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives?
Yeah, man. So there's this bartender, right, that serves drinks at the show. I believe her name is Heidi. And this chick is hot, dude. And remind you, you see the guy in the back with the bass that was playing with the like weird sunglasses or whatever. He's blind. And bro, there was a time where Heidi was coming and bringing drinks for everybody, right? And she had brought him a drink. And the guy, remind you, he's blind, but he like, I don't know, like his eyes or his face is following Heidi while she's walking away. So everybody's like, wait a minute, time out. Ain't you blind? He's like, and then I think they said something to the effect of like, yeah, that white woman would bring that black man's eyesight back to life. Yo, I started dying. I was like, no, these motherfuckers did it. This shit was hilarious. You know, you try to say that the white girl brought this man's eyesight back, bro. That shit was funny, bro. Oh my God, that shit was hilarious. I'm like, nah, bro. Come on, the man is blind. The reason why he probably, following her is because of the cologne, the perfume that she got on. You know what I mean? That's probably what he's smelling, so he can smell that, and he's probably, the scent. But these motherfuckers took that shit and made it into a joke. And there was also another time where there was a guy, bro. Oh man, this is so fucked up. The guy's like, special needs or whatever. And I think Shane Gillis was there at the time, and he goes like, "Look at that, man." He's like, "Look, at least you got the worst part of it, but what is it he said? He said alcohol. What is that thing when you drink alcohol and the baby comes out, fucked up and shit? Alcohol something, right?" He's like, "At least that nicked me, but it got you worse." I'm like, damn, dog, don't do that. I'm like, come on, man. That motherfucker was born like that. He ain't have a choice, bro. Yeah, he fucked up. It's fucked up, man. But that's how they be roasting, bro. They go hard, bro. They go hard, man. They go hard, and it's so hard that it's fucked up, but you laugh because it's funny. But you don't mean nothing mean out of it. You just move on. That's it. So this is another show that he had. I don't recall where, but a white woman, out of all people, was offended that he was making Mexican jokes. Yes, a white woman was offended that he was making Mexican jokes. The irony. See, that's another thing, bro. Like you look, this can only work out negatively or positive, right? And let me explain. If you're a man that is taking a woman like this to a stand-up comedy, right? And they saying offensive things, right? And she gets out of character like this, then she did you a favor, homie. She ain't the one for you. Let it go. But if you could take a chick to one of these type of shows and they say things that are offensive and are funny and she's there laughing, bro, there's a possibility there, man. Not saying that she's going to be perfect, but what I am saying is she ain't that first one that I mentioned. She ain't this chick on the screen. You get what I'm saying? So you could just avoid a whole set of drama in the future, man. I'm telling you. Like taking a girl to a comedy show, bro, and seeing if she's offended or not to certain things, bro. Oh my God, bro, this will make your relationship so much easier. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, because look, I have watched these type of comedy things. I haven't gone to a comedy show yet or anything. That's in my bucket list of things to do. But I have seen stand-up comedy with friends, right? And what I tend to notice is that some of my friends' girlfriends would not laugh or feel some type of way about the joke, and all I see is a bunch of dudes laughing about it, and maybe a couple girls laughing, and I've always noticed that, and I'm just like, this bitter ass bitch. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to be near too much with this girl, have an actual conversation, because she might get offended.
Everybody relax. Let's not be scared of Dr. Phil. Ladies. Let us get control of this. Hold on, lady, yell again. Is that a white woman saying that we're all racist?
Seems about right. the white woman is telling you that you're racist. The white woman that paid, or they probably paid for her to go to this show. The white woman that dedicated her time to shower, get her makeup ready, everything to go to this show. The white woman that wasted her time and effort to go to this show. Yes, that white woman. The one that could have oh my Lord, she could have just stayed home with all her cats and be bitter. But no. No. She wants to tell the talent what the fuck to say. Ain't that something?
Oh my God. And you wonder why I moved to Texas? Why doesn't everybody take a deep breath and think about it?
Yeah, man. Crazy ass bitch, man. Like, got nothing better to do but ruin everybody else's day. I mean, night. Because, you know, everybody else is over there trying to drink, hear some jokes, have a good laugh, and who knows, maybe go home and fuck. Just saying, I mean, this is what adults do. But no, not her. Not this lady. She got to feel offended about chimichanga jokes. She got to feel offended about Speedy Gonzalez jokes. Like, come on, man. Like, this is crazy, bro. Man, I'm going to tell you something. I knew a Mexican. He worked so hard in his life. And he saved enough money, man. Listen to me. He saved enough money to go through under those tunnels to come to the greatest country in the world, America. Right? This guy had enough money to take, what was it? His 8 brothers and sisters and his mom. Okay? And him. It's like 10. All right? Everybody made it through. Except Carlos. Why did Carlos not make it through, people? Do anybody wonder why Carlos haven't made it through? Because guess what? Carlos was always a businessman. Hard-working Mexican. So guess what Carlos decided to do? He decided to stay inside the tunnel and build a taco stand. So now every migrant that passes through there buys tacos. Yeah, man. He said, fuck the American dream, man. I'm living right in between. Shout out to Carlos. See, that was a joke. It might have been offensive, but it's funny. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, bro. Like, all y'all make jokes here in the chat, right? And you guys be roasting each other. I be seeing it. Right? So it shouldn't be nothing offensive to you know what? Let me give you context first before I play, you know, the clip that I actually wanted to play, the whole reason why I did this whole stream. Chelsea Handler couldn't handle the roast. And if you guys did not watch the Netflix roast of Kevin Hart, then let me give you a replay of what Tony Hinchcliffe said. And hopefully my channel doesn't get stroked because of this shit, because whoever did this edited well enough to, you know, he made a small screen, put a title on it and put whatever on it. So hopefully, let's see, you know, if it does, then it does. But if it doesn't, good for us, I guess. But this is what he said. So buckle up, guys, and grab a napkin because you are going to cry of laughter.
This roast is so ghetto. I thought I heard a fire alarm chirp at one point during our set.
Yo, you heard him. Yo, he said this roast is so ghetto. Remind you, there's a lot of black people there today. He said this roast is so ghetto that he thought he heard a chirp. Come on, man. That's funny, man.
This roast is so ghetto. I thought I heard a fire alarm chirp at one point during our set.
Come on, man. That's comedy gold right there, man. Like, like even the people laughed. Like, come on. But that wasn't the offensive part. Can you guys guess what offended Chelsea Handler? Remind you who Chelsea Handler is. This is an old lady that's in her 50s, still fucking young black dudes, never had no kids. She says she has all the money that she needs. She has the best life ever. But then again, they make these videos where they cry because they don't have nothing, a family. They're not married. That they don't have nothing going really. They have everything that they wanted, but they still feel some type of emptiness. So these type of women go online and bastardize the women that do want to get married, the women that do want to have kids, and they give them names like "pick me" and stuff like that, right? But then these are the same women that are bitter, crying, and all this stuff, right? So this is the thing. If it doesn't really matter, right? And let's say Tony Hinchcliffe that's make jokes about it, and you say that you don't care, then why you feel so offended of it? Right? It's because you do care.
Are you still watching? One more time for Shane Gillis. He looks like the type of slave owner that you can trick into buying Kevin Hart. He'll get bigger, right? If Kevin was a slave, his song would be "Let My People Grow." This is a big roast. Kevin Hart is trying to fill Tom Brady's shoes. A lot of extra space. That's like Pete Davidson's dick trying to fill Kim Kardashian's vagina. Indeed, the closest Pete has come to greatness is when his dick rubbed up against some of Kanye's old cum.
Damn.
Nobody can name a joke or a sketch you've ever done, Pete. If your father could see how you turned out, he'd be rolling in his rubble.
Damn. Remind you, Pete's father died in 9/11. I mean, Pete makes jokes about his dad dying in 9/11, so this is nothing. I mean, all these comedians make fun of that just because Pete has opened that, Pandora's box to making jokes of his dad, dying in 9/11. So I don't take offense to this shit just because Pete himself has made jokes of his dad. So you know what I'm saying?
Nobody can name a joke or a sketch you've ever done, Pete. If your father could see how you turned out, he'd be rolling in his rubble.
Damn.
Regina Hall is here. She was in a hit movie, One Battle After Another, which is how Lizzo describes stairs.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, like even Lizzo was dying. Even Lizzo was dying. Come on, man.
We knew Chelsea Handler would be a.
This is where. This is where it gets good, people.
Available today because it's Mother's Day.
We knew Chelsea Handler would be available today because it's Mother's Day. Oof. Damn. God. Damn. Oof.
Chelsea is a Jew. That's why she's here. That's also the best thing about her. She once dated 50 Cent, not the first time a Jew bent over for 50 Cent.
Damn, come on, man. 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 Like, yo, that's a good joke. Like, it's not the first time you ever see a Jew bend over to pick up 50 cents. Like, remind you, she went out with 50 cents. So the joke is not even that she bent down to pick him up. Yo, and they, I know you remember that video. You remember that video where I put where the white girl was trying to holler at the Ashkenazi Jew, whatever. I don't even know if I'm saying it right, man. But she tried to holler at the dude and try to get his number, and like pennies fell out of his out of her pocket, and then the guy, instead of grabbing her number, what he did was just pick up the change from the floor, and then he dipped from the store. You don't remember that shit? And Nate, I know you remember that video, bro. I know you remember that video, bro. I played that shit, man. I know you remember. Yeah. That's what he's talking about right there, man. That's what he's talking about right there. Yo, every penny matters to these people. Jesus Christ.
Cent, not the first time a Jew bent over for 50 cents. Chelsea, why so serious? She looks like the fucking Joker, people. She's aging like a vegetable in Lizzo's fridge.
Damn. Yo, he said she's Asian. Like, you know, she's getting old in Lizzo's fridge like a vegetable. Cause Lizzo don't eat no vegetables, bro. Damn, that's a good joke, bro. Come on, man. Like, yo, y'all, come on, man.
Yeah, and she fucking sucks and always has, by the way. Her whole act is just talking about how it's stupid to have kids.
Boom.
You get it, your ovaries are busted.
Boom. There you go. That's what got her pissed off. That's what got her pissed off right there. Check this out.
Yeah, and she fucking sucks and always has, by the way. Her whole act is just talking about how it's stupid to have kids. We get it, your ovaries are busted.
Damn. God damn, bro. Like, see, but this is the thing, right? Me personally, I would not make jokes like that to a woman because I know that shit right there, bro, could hurt a woman, bro, right? So this is the thing. I don't joke with shit like that when it comes to kids and women having kids. I don't joke with shit like that. But I'm gonna tell you something. Like I said with Pete Davidson, right? He made jokes of his dad dying in 9/11. So at that point, he opens Pandora's box for everybody to make jokes about it. Do you understand what I'm trying to explain here, right? Like, so Chelsea Handler herself has made jokes about the same shit. Right? Okay.
It's like if Kevin's whole act was about how roller coasters aren't that cool anyway. But seriously, Chelsea actually had her eggs frozen, not on purpose. They're just inside of a cold, frigid bitch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Damn. God damn. Damn. Yeah, she did. She did. I'm gonna show you the clip right now after this. I'm trying to give you guys some context first, and then I'll play the clip. Damn. He said her eggs are frozen inside of a fucking cold bitch. Damn. God damn. Yo, what? No, let me rewind that back because that shit kind of sound like I'm about to what? No. Time out.
Just inside of a cold, frigid bitch.
Wait.
Eggs frozen, not on purpose. They're just inside of a cold, frigid bitch.
Damn, man. That shit sound like I know most of y'all have seen this movie with Mr. Al Pacino called Scarface. There was a scene where yeah, the most fucked up scene, bro. But the first time I watched this movie, remind you, I was 13, so I kind of, you know, the thing about Dominicans, bro. If you go to DR, bro, like those little kids in DR, they don't have a mindset of little kids, bro. Like they have to adapt to, believe it or not, to become adults like quick. So we kind of have like certain understandings of certain things real quick compared to a young little kid here where they're naive. You know what I mean? So when I watched that movie, I had a different type of understanding than a regular child, right? So when he said we can have kids because your insides are so polluted, bro, I fucking busted in tears, bro, dying, crying. I said that's so fucked up, but the shit was so funny. It was funny to me. If that makes me a horrible person, then God damn it, then Jesus Christ. But that shit was fucking hilarious. You guys don't remember that part when he said, you know, the reason why we can't have no kids is because your insides are so polluted. And I was like, oh my Lord. When he said that shit, I busted dying. I said, no fucking way. He just said that shit to this lady. I would have never said that, but they put that shit in that movie, man. And I was like, oh my Lord. That I think, look, the movie wasn't even comical because it was a serious action movie showing you, you know, the life of drugs and shit. But when he said that shit, it became comical to me. That was like the most funniest part in that whole movie, bro. Yeah, he's like, yeah, because she did so much blow. He's like, the inside is just so polluted. And I was dying because the way he said it, though, it wasn't what he said to her, is how he said it. You get what I'm saying? It's like that shit was fucking hilarious. Your insides are so polluted. You know, with the accent. She was diabolical. I'm like, oh no, I would never say that shit to no women, bro. You crazy?
Yeah. I call her Sterile Underwood.
Yo, damn. Damn. Come on, man. See now. Yeah.
Yeah. I call her Sterile Underwood. Cheryl Underwood, more like under a rock. Who even is this bitch?
Yo. Nah, bro.
Yeah. I call her Sterile Underwood. Cheryl Underwood, more like under a rock. Who even is this bitch? You look like a grape Laffy Taffy that went through the dryer.
Yo. Nah,
Who
bro.
even is this bitch?
Nah,
You
bro.
look-
He talking about
Cheryl
her.
Underwood.
He talking about her. This is Cheryl Underwood right here. Yo, Pete, what he said about her. Pete. See, and that's another thing, dude, right? So this lady, she came out, she did her set, right? And I shit you not, right? They give him like 5 minutes to do like a set or something, right? Dude, and Nate, if you've seen this shit on Netflix, bro, like I'm telling you, bro, this lady here, don't get me wrong, the last 2 minutes of her 5-minute set was fucking awesome. But the 2 to 3 minutes to it was all this blabbity shit of unity and race, and I was just like, what the fuck, man? And this bitch is supposed to be a conservative, bro. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, this is a fucking roast. God, that shit pissed me the fuck off, man. That shit threw me off. Because I don't want to hear none of that shit, man. I just want to hear jokes.
More like under a rock. Who even is this bitch? You look like a grape Laffy Taffy that went through the dryer.
Damn.
How have you been sitting next to me and playing drums the whole night?
Jesus.
That hair. The purple. You look like your own pussy.
Damn. He said that hair, that purple, you look like your own pussy. Damn, that's diabolical. Damn. Yo. God damn.
She was on a show called The Talk for 13 years. If you never saw it, here's what you missed. No. Hold up. Let me know now.
No bullshit. When me and my wife saw that shit, that part right there, we were fucking crying because, like, this is the thing. We never watched The Talk, but when we had those days off during the week, right? Like, you know, it would be nothing to watch on TV. So, like, I would watch the over here is Fox 25, right? So I would watch Fox 25 News, and they would show the news for what 4 hours or some shit, and then they'll basically repeat every fucking hour the same shit. So we just leave it on there and just like fucking do things around the house and shit like cleaning, cooking, and etc. Right, and then that show will come up to talk, right? And it would be what is it like five chicks that are sitting there. I think one of the sisters chicks is there, Tamara, whatever her name is, and some other chick or whatever. And literally, bro, every time like sometimes we would sit, to rest or whatever, and I would smoke my joint or whatever, and we would just watch these bitches, and it's literally what he just explained. Whatever, girl. Nah, cause you're wrong. Nah, 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 nah. And I was just like, I'm telling my wife, I'm like, bro, like if you take out the words and shit. So I muted it, and I'm like, bro, what does this look like to you right now? And she's like, I don't know. What does it look like to you? I'm like, bro, it looks like when you feeding chickens and they're just plucking around and shit. It's like that's what it looked like. And my wife started dying. She's like, you're a fucking moron, dude. But there's a reason why she laughed, because there's some truth to it. These bitches look like chicken heads. You mute it. I'm telling you, watch one of these shows and mute it. Like, watch The View and mute it. And then just picture chickens in a hen or something. Trust me, you'll laugh.
Air. The purple. You look like your own pussy. She was on a show called The Talk for 13 years. If you never saw it, here's what you missed. No.
Exactly.
Hold up. Let me, no. Let me talk. Her husband committed suicide 3 years into their marriage. I've been sitting next to her for 2 hours, and I have to ask, how did he last that long?
Damn. That's another thing, too. So, it's crazy. So, apparently her husband committed suicide. I don't, that's not something to joke about, but I guess she has made jokes about it. And I guess, they all had talked to her prior to this roast to see if it's okay. And I guess she said, yeah. So, but me personally, if I was a comedian, I wouldn't even joke about this shit, dog. Like, suicide ain't nothing to joke about, bro. I'm just saying.
Draymond Green is a naughty guy. He has paid $4 million in fines. Did you name your daughter Cash because you plan on losing her anyway?
Damn.
Cash, amazing. She won't even have to change her name when she gets hired at the strip club.
Damn, bro. Damn. I mean, you made your daughter the butt of the joke by naming her Cash. No disrespect, Draymond Green. Yo, but Jesus Christ, you named your girl Cash, and he said, hey, she don't really have to change her name because when she becomes a stripper, oh, bro, that's hard. That's bars, bro. That's bars.
Because you plan on losing her anyway? Cash, amazing. She won't even have to change her name when she gets hired at the strip club. Jeff Ross is here looking like the ghost of strawberry cheesecake. Yeah. Jeff Ross beat cancer this year. My good friend beat cancer. But cancer is out there. Cancer's out there somewhere talking to its friends like, you got to see the other guy. Jeff is so Jewish that when the hospital gave him his bill, he's like, can you put some of the cancer back
in? Come on, man. He probably asked for a discount. Oh shit, man. Come on, man. Oh.
But when the hospital gave him his bill, he's like, can you put some of the cancer back in? Kevin Hart, ladies and gentlemen. He was born 9 months after his father spit a watermelon seed into his mother's vagina.
Damn.
Yep, I did that. And then he was born, 9 pounds, 7 ounces, and he remains the same today. Kevin is so small, people call him the lowercase N-word.
Damn. That was a good one, man. That was a good one. He's so small, they call him the lowercase N-word. Come on, man.
He was raised by a single mother and a stepladder.
Oh.
Because of Kevin's awful childhood and feelings of inadequacy, he became a workaholic to distract himself from the grief of who he is on the inside. And to make matters worse, his inner child is taller than him.
Yeah, I was
But
funny.
look at him now. Oh, you're not wearing a chain. I was going to say nice chain, Kevin. It would make a great bracelet for a normal-sized black man. But you didn't wear the normal chain that you wear to overcompensate for how small you are. Kevin has so few black friends that he started a vegan fast food chain and nobody stopped him.
Damn.
His vegan restaurant is like his movies because you don't have to go to know it fucking sucks. Kevin, in a town full of successful pedophiles, it's great to know that you are not one. But in fairness, if you ever tried, any fuckable 10-year-old would beat the living shit out of you.
That was funny. That was funny. Like, come on. He said in a town full of pedophiles, if he said, he knows that Kevin Hart ain't one, but if he tried, the 10-year-old will beat the shit out of Kevin. Come on, man. Come on. Those are bars, bro.
His audience is so ghetto that his merch table has more gunfire than Charlie Kirk's.
Damn.
Kevin, if you're here, who's holding P. Diddy's pocket in jail? Kevin has been so far up the rock's ass that he can actually smell what he's been cooking. Kevin, The Rock played Black Adam. Kevin is the size of a black atom. He's won 2 Grammys. At least that's what the scale says when he stands on it. 2 Grammys. Lizzo has 8. Everything that's ever been put in front of her.
Damn.
But Lizzo, you look.
Damn, that was a good one. Lizzo has 8. You know, that's a double entendre. Lizzo has 8. She has 8 Grammys, but she has 8 everything in front of her. Bro, come on, man. Like, is this dude rapping? Like, that's a double entendre right there, man. He's giving props, but then at the same time, he's saying that she eats everything in front of her. Bro, check this out, man.
Lizzo has 8. Says when he stands on it. 2 Grammys. Lizzo has 8. Everything that's ever been put in front of her.
See? Come on, man. Like, that's bro. That's talent. That's talent.
But Lizzo, you look great. You really do. People describing you no longer have to say the word really before saying the word fat.
Damn. Shout out to Ozempic.
She loves fluting as much as she loves gluten.
Damn. She loves fluting as much as she loves gluten. You know she's always playing that flute. Damn, bro. You body positivity.
You know, Kevin, they told me not to mention your kids on this roast, but I must say, you did good. They've gotten so big, they now buckle Kevin up in the car seat. It's true, he lost his gig hosting the Academy Awards because of some homophobic tweets, but you'd be homophobic too if you were eye level with everyone's cock. He got into a fist fight on a private plane, proof that no matter how much money black people have, they're still just gonna act like ninjas.
No, bro. Ooh. 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 And not only Chelsea Handler, you're going to get a lot of people mad. You're going to get a lot of, you know who mad. Shout out to the FBAs.
He got into a fist fight on a private plane. Proof that no matter how much money black people have, they're still just gonna act like ninjas. Always fighting. Like Bill Cosby, Hart is a black comedian from Philadelphia, and like Bill Cosby, women don't know when Kevin is inside of them.
Damn.
You've done good, though, Kevin. The black community is so proud of you. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard that he can't breathe.
Yo. God.
Of them. You've done good, though, Kevin. The black community is so proud of you. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard that he can't breathe.
Oof.
God bless you, Kevin. God bless this room. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Damn. There you have it. God. Oof. 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 That last one. You know, that last one is going to trigger a lot of people, y'all. Like, we know this, right? Like, y'all can already hear it. Y'all can already feel it. Right? You can feel it in the air. You know that song? I can feel it in the air. Oh, my God. Damn. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, I got videos on that, too, because it's not only Chelsea Handler. It's like everybody seems to get offended at the gay guy. Ain't that something? The gay guy. The gay guy. You guys are offended at the gay guy. This is some shit, man. It's crazy. We're gonna take a little pause because I'm gonna go get some coffee real quick. But until then, we're gonna put the Palominos in.
They kill Ricky, not Palomino Ricky. Other Ricky on the corner sipping Mickeys. White tee half tucked in his dickies. Talking about he leaving soon, trying to be picky. Blue bike, chain always sticky. Said he ride the Phoenix, didn't make it out the city. They killed Ricky, not the one you're thinking of. They took Ricky, left his jacket by the club. I keep saying like the words could bring him up. They killed Ricky and it's messing all of us up. Mama by the screen door, hands on the frame. Asking which one, we can't say the name. Not the cousin at the lake, not the fool who always jokes. It's the quiet one, eyes heavy with the smoke. News van outside, wrong face on the screen. Wrong nickname, running like this some small thing. They killed Ricky, not the one you're thinking of. They took Ricky, left his jacket by the club. I keep saying like the words could bring him up. They killed Ricky and it's messing all of us up. Every time a siren sings, I flinch, I freeze. Counting all the Rickies that we still got to see. All Ricky in my mouth, right Ricky in the ground. I keep trying to switch them, but it hurts to say it out loud. They killed Ricky, not the one you're thinking of. They took Ricky, left his jacket by the club. I keep saying like the words could bring him up. They killed Ricky and it's messing all of us up.
Yeah. So we're back here. So I wish I could have pulled up the Shane Gillis too, because he went hard, and I fuck with Shane Gillis. He has a show on Netflix called excuse me, it's a little bit underrated, but it's called Tires, and there's 2 seasons of it, and it's basically he works for his cousin that his father owns a set of tire shops and mechanic shops, and basically just, dibble and dabble, you know, and the show was funny, man. It's a funny ass show. Highly recommend it. But yeah. So the Miss Chelsea Handler over here feels offended on the things that Mr. Shane Gillis and what's his face Tony Hinchcliffe. Well, I wouldn't say offended, but she has some type of criticism towards the things that that they said. But it's funny because all these other comedians didn't come out and do any of the shit. Shane Gillis himself didn't come and talk about this. Tony Hinchcliffe didn't come out and talk about this. Who else? Kevin Hart or nobody else, bro. Even Dwayne Johnson was there. He even roasted her about Chelsea Handler and and her vagina and a whole bunch of other shit. So I don't know. I find it hilarious that these people selective outrage, if you will, because these people happen to be right leaning. If you think about it, right? And it's the same thing when this woman came up there. What was her name? The chick that he said that she looked like a burnt Laffy Taffy that came out the dryer. That chick, she's a conservative, but in reality, she leans blue. Because if you hear her speak and you hear the things that she say, it's not conservative. She don't like Trump. She don't like anybody that's conservative. She's always voting blue. But then again, she's a conservative. She likes to throw out that word. It's the same thing with this Cuban bitch. What's her name? Anna Navarro. It's the same thing. They claim to be conservative, but they're really not. Do you understand what I'm saying? So she's one of those. So that's why I think that it's selective outrage. So most of these people said the same thing or something close to it. But for some reason, when Shane or Mr. Tony, there's a difference. I wonder why. I mean, and I just explained it to you guys. I mean, they lean towards the right. Shane is a Trumper. Believe it or not, Tony Hinchcliffe, even though he is gay, he's a Trumper. And he's also from Texas. Just throwing that out there. So let's play the clip.
I don't have a lot of I'm 51, so like I'm pretty secure with who I am.
Yeah.
I don't care if these guys say that I'm a whore.
I mean, you got to be secure. I mean, that just goes for anybody. You got to be secure. I mean, if you let yourself go, bro, and you smell and you do all, you know what I mean? Like, you can't even keep yourself proper or anything. Like you can't let yourself go, bro. So you got to. I agree with that statement, and that's for everybody.
Like I'm doing exactly what they're doing, except I'm a woman and I'm allowed to.
See, that's where I'm gonna have to disagree. That's where I'm gonna have to disagree. And I've had this discussion with my wife, her friend, her cousins, and everything, because they used to, some of her cousins used to say these things like, "Oh, but what's the difference?" Because it's always women defending the nonsense behavior instead of saying, "Yeah, it's wrong," and nip it in the butt, right? Well, but men do it too. All right, men go out into the ocean, to the northern sea, 20-foot to 50-foot waves, while pumping oil and shit in the middle of the ocean. Men do that too. Men also go in the bottom of the sewers, clean it out, and so it could be a better system, a flow. They do that too. When the power goes off and a power post goes down, men have to go and fix that too. When the street breaks, men have to pave that too. So if you want to make that stupid ass argument that men do that too, that's not an argument. That's not an argument. And quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of that stupid ass statement. Men do that too. It's not the same thing, boo-boo. it's not. There's already studies on this shit that when men inseminate a woman unprotected, a little part of that man stays within that woman. And that's why there's times where there's kids that may look like, I don't know, a fucking ex of yours, even though the kid, it's not his and it is your partner's. Shit like this has happened. So when y'all sit here and say it's the same, it's not the same. It's not the same. Stop it. Like, oh my Lord. If it wasn't for the technology that we got today and DNA and all this, and you guys were saying this shit back then, let's say, it's the same, then how would we know if it's my kid or not? Like, you get what I'm saying? So for you to sit here and say it's the same, it's wild. But this is the mindset of stupid people, man. Like, I'm telling you.
And that's real.
Yeah, I'm rich, I'm famous, and I'm hot. So I'm fucking.
Yeah, you're rich and you're famous, but the hot part, I don't know. I don't know. I'll tell you this. If I was single and desperate for cash and you were offering, I don't know, 50 G's, like right there in the spot, maybe. But we have to go out and drink some and like, I got to get intoxicated. You know what I mean? You don't have to buy me a lot of weed. You're going to have to pamper me. And then like, just then, like at the moment where I'm like super tired, that, you know, like my mind's just dazed out and shit, then only then you can take advantage of me.
Fucking people.
You're
Like
supposed to.
that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna continue to keep doing that as long as I remain as fuckable as I am. So I don't really see the problem.
Yeah, she's hilarious.
And I think a lot of other women should feel the same way out there.
Even for men, bro, like if you're an old ass dude, not for nothing, like if you're an old ass dude, like I don't know, like Denzel, still getting young chicks and shit. Like at some point, bro, like it may look cool for some dudes or whatever, but to be honest, bro, it's like a desperate need for a cry for help or something, bro. Because it's like, dog, what's wrong with you? Like, you got to take certain things to keep up with this bitch. All you're doing is hurting yourself to try to maintain something. You know what I mean? It's just dumb, dude. Like at that point, just stick with something your age or at least, maybe 10 years younger, but not fucking 20, 30, bro. Like that's just ridiculous.
Especially women that I run into.
Yeah, whether you're famous, oh yeah.
And it's the same thing for an old lady, bro. Like if you're like 50, like what can you do that you used to do at 30? Like I might break a hip with your ass, bitch. Like if I try to fold you up like a pretzel or something like that, you know what I mean? The pretzel position, like you put the heads behind her back and then you grab her by her hands and you just, you know what I mean? Like what would happen? Like I think she would have to go to the hospital afterwards. It's like, damn, man, Latino, you broke my hip. I'm like, well, you wanted a young thing, huh? Hey, let's be honest here. Like this bitch is probably one of those type of ladies that want the young dudes, just so all the other girls can be like, oh my God, look at the life of that I'm not living. It's like, like a little envy thing type of shit. But in reality, that shit don't last long because this is the thing. Look at Madonna with that young black dude that she with. You think that kid could take her however he want? No, because she probably like, I'm too old for that. You're gonna have to take me this way, baby boy. You're gonna have to, no, not like that. Oh no, you're going too hard right now. Oh no, I'm dried up right now. Get the lube. Like, nah, man, you don't, come on, man.
Whether you're famous or rich, those don't apply, but like the idea that, like, what were they gonna say about me? They couldn't say anything other than that I'm a whore or my age. I think that was the other.
No, and the fact that you don't want to say it because
thing that they went in, and you're like, well, okay, those aren't jokes. That's not clever writing. And I knew they would be lazy because they do that for a living. And I knew enough about like Tony Hinchcliffe and Shane and their backgrounds. I had girls.
See, the background and man, she did her research on these people. She's like, oh, these people are conservative. I got a problem with the things that they saying about me. Excuse me.
Ex-girlfriends blowing up my DMs that had dated Shane and were telling me stuff about him. So based on that, I was like, oh, these guys are pretty bad.
So you had something on him that you was going. You could have tell us now what what shit Shane.
It's just everything we know.
I don't know, Moxie. Like, this is the thing. The dress can make a woman look. Listen, a dress could take at least 5 to 10 years off a woman. But when you take that dress off, it's a whole different story. I mean, it's the same thing with men. You'd be like, oh, look at this dude. He got muscles and shit. But when you take off that shirt, he got a beer belly, bro. You just don't see it. You know, he's all muscled in the arms and shit. You know what I mean? It's the same thing, man. But like, the reason why I say this is because look, when she was in that show, she had that white dress on that had no straps, that was basically, you know, it was just like a dress that just, you know, holds everything from the waist, I guess. Man, there was a part where she was leaning down on the mic and shit, and them titties did not look like how the dress made it look like when she was standing up. Them shits dripped. It ain't nothing wrong with drippy titties, man. Ain't nothing wrong with drippy titties, man. Shout out to tits. You know what I'm saying? But let's be honest. She ain't J-Lo. I'm just saying she ain't Megan Good. We gotta be honest here. This bitch is spoiling like milk.
Oh, that they're racist, that they're bigots, that they're sexist, you know, that they think they're like invincible, that they've been canceled for being like, you know, Shane got fired from SNL, but then was on SNL years later. So he got fired. So what happened in between those two events?
Man, not for nothing. Look, there's some Dominican women that age well, and then there's some that don't. And then in Mexico, it's the same fucking shit. There's way a lot of Mexican chicks that don't age well at all, bro. Like, it's just like, what the fuck, right? Then for some reason, like, not for nothing, like if they're petite though, like I'm talking about the petite African chicks, not them big African chicks with the big booties, not those. I'm talking about the petite chicks. For some reason, these chicks could be like 50, 60 years old and they still look the same the way they did when they were 30. I don't know what the fuck they taking, but I've seen this shit. The same thing with certain Philippine women. The same thing, man. And some Brazilian chicks too. I don't know, they got that. But not everybody, not Chelsea.
So he believes, this is per one of his exes, that he's invincible. He's like, doesn't matter. I can say anything I want.
Yeah. Do you think that now a lot of like white comics, they feel as though that they could say something racist and it's more?
Look. My wife even made a joke. I was trying to find out this lady's name so I could do this whole shit today, right? And I'm like, yo, what's her name? Chelsea what? Chelsea what? She's like, Chelsea handlers a lot of dick. And I'm like, oh, you fucked up. You see what I'm saying? Like, that shit is hilarious. I'm like, I was not expecting that. You know what I mean? My wife's just like, Chelsea handles a lot of dick, you know, because her name is Handler. I was just like, see, that's comedy. I love that shit.
Further their career.
Well, yeah, they're going to get in with that group of like Roganites and that Austin group of Joe Rogan and all of those guys. And I just, you know, like that's their MO. Even some girl comics have started to do it, to be like in with that group.
Yeah.
See, come on, man. So you telling me that every other comedian that was there that made jokes about you basically implying that they were trying to be down with Shane and Tony? Really? Really? Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
So it's like they say this racist. Yeah, because I'm starting to feel that. I'm starting to feel like it's this thing that a lot of white comics are doing, and there's this group of them that's...
Bro, but, oh, my Lord. if we're gonna be talking about race too now, bro, like I'm gonna tell you something, man. Chris Rock, shout out to Chris Rock. Great, 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 great comedian, man. He had a stand-up comedy, man, on HBO one time, and he stated this. He said, "We the only type of I'm gonna do his voice. We the only type of people. We the only type of people that only get offended when they make jokes about us. But we can make jokes about everybody." I mean, I tried. Right? That's what he said. He said, "Oh no, you try to make a joke about us? Oh no." And I'm like, yeah, see that, see? So that's the thing. So it can't just be where it's okay for two classes of people to make fun of everybody else. And we already know which class of people we're talking about here. Laheim and the FBA. So it's not cool then. If that's the case, then y'all can't talk about nobody else either. Because it goes both ways.
Like they say in things and people they get famous and then people get on their ass, but then there's another group going, hey, well, you're cool with us for saying what you say.
Yeah.
And now they become super rich and famous and they sell out all over. And it's like, I don't think anybody should be paying attention to that because it's not happening like that on the other end. But they're becoming famous over this shit. Right?
Yeah.
What you mean they're becoming famous over this shit? Oh my lord. So you saying, oh god damn it. I'm gonna give you guys my top 3 categories, right? You could say of jokes, right? Fart jokes are fucking hilarious. Racist jokes are fucking hilarious. Okay? I think racist jokes are probably number 1. Fart jokes are probably number 3, and number 2 would probably be like sexual jokes, depending on the context. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
So that's crazy. So with this whole, so did you feel? I mean, did you like the shit they were saying up there? Though? Like,
No, I mean,
It's a roast. Nobody's gonna like what they saying. Everybody gonna have to pretend that they do like it and just move on. That's the whole point of a fucking roast. A roast is a comedic kind of an intervention, you could say, in a way, but it's for entertainment purposes, if that makes sense, right? So I don't know, bro. Like this lady, man. Just look at her face. She does look like the Joker, bro. When he did say she looked like the Joker, she does look like the Joker. She looks like fucking Jack Nicholson and fucking Batman. Like, come on, man. Like, is this lady serious?
it was gross. I don't find those jokes to be funny. Jokes about lynching black people or like it.
Moxie should
Lynching
do
is not a
stand-up.
joke. It's not.
Moxie should do stand-up. She got good roast, bro. Like, if we ever, bro, that would be. See, I'm gonna keep my ideas to myself. But I got an idea for the future, bro. And I know all y'all gonna like it since y'all like drama and all that shit. But ooh, I think I got something in the works, man. I gotta talk to Jules first about this to see if she likes it. If she approves, then we're gonna do it. But I think I just got an idea. Oh, I got an idea.
That's worse than rape. Like, you're not joking about rape, are you? Are you saying I'm going to go rape you? You know you can't do that, but you can say lynching. Like, I find that to be, I don't know,
Oh, apparently you can't do jokes about rape. I mean, grape. What? That's not true. That's not true, is it? I couldn't have sworn I've heard jokes about this shit. No? And it's usually from the small, na 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 na. They usually are the ones to make these type of jokes because I've heard it. I know I'm not crazy.
People are like, it's a roast, you go for it. I'm like, you can go for it without being gross.
yeah.
Like, I find that to be gross. I found them making fun of Cheryl Underwood's like dead husband who committed suicide. Like,
A skin color.
You know, she's fine with that. If she says she's fine with that, she's fine with that. I wasn't fine with that. I thought that was disgusting too. But there was so much disgustingness that I knew it was going to be such a like gross vibe that I would be able to elevate it, no problem.
It was such a gross vibe that you took whatever money Netflix offered you to be there. So that says as much about you than it does the other comedians that make the jokes about you. I'm just saying, like that's the way I see it. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, put a 1 in the chat. If I'm right, put a 2 in the chat. This says much more about her. Excuse me. This says much more about her. I mean, you took the money from Netflix to be there to get bombarded. So I don't understand. Like, and then now you're complaining about it. Like, what the fuck? Like, is this lady retarded?
And that's what I went to do. I was like, all right, well, I'll pick it up because they're going to
Salute,
bring
salute.
it down. And Kevin didn't deserve that. He deserved like an elevated roast.
So let me ask you this: when you see other black people laughing at that, does it make you go, all right, whatever, or do you think to yourself, what the fuck are they laughing at that for?
I mean, I'm not here to tell black people what's funny about black.
I'm glad shout out to him, bro. That's a good question. I'm gonna rewind it. That's a good question.
An elevated roast.
So let me ask you this: when you see other black people laughing at that, does it make you go, all right, whatever, or do you think to yourself, what the fuck are they laughing at that for?
I mean, I'm not here to tell black people what's funny about black jokes. Like, no, I'm not here in the world to do that. Like, I know enough to just, that's my opinion. I don't like that. I also don't like the N-word, but I have plenty of black friends who toss that around all the time. It's not my place to say, oh, that word makes me feel uncomfortable. Right. You know, black people are allowed to do whatever they want. If Kevin thinks that's funny, he thinks that's funny. I don't think it's funny.
There you have it. Yeah, man. And I don't want to say what I want because, dude, like there's female comedians that I think they're funny, right? And I'm not going to take anything away from them, but for instance, Nikki Glazer, right? She's funny. But then again, she does this type of shit too. And it's like, my question to y'all is, should we, because this is the thing, like these women would say, fucked up things too. And we don't say anything about it. We just move on, bro, because it's fucking jokes. God damn. But then when the joke is on them, for some reason, they got to go on these stupid ass podcasts and be a victim, man. Like, so my question to you guys is, should we not allow comedians to be with female comedians? Because Jesus Christ, sick and tired of seeing this shit. Every time there's a roast, there's always a chick that come out like, oh, this is offensive, but that. And it's like, dude, but like, then why be part of it? Why take the money? Just don't acknowledge it. Just be like, yo, Netflix, I can't do this because, be like Shane Gillis when they offered him what was it? I think it was like $500,000 to go to fucking Saudi Arabia to do stand-up comedy, and he said no. And he goes, what was your reason, Shane? Why didn't you do the stand-up comedy out there, Shane? And he said, well, because I mean, why the hell would I want to do stand-up comedy for the people that allegedly paid, for 9/11, alleged, right? This is what he said. So he had a reason for not going. And he stood on principle. But this bitch, she got no morals. And then she got the audacity to talk about Shane Gillis, a person that decided not to take money to go to Saudi Arabia to make stand-up comedy for money because he said no. He said, y'all did this shit to us and you expect me to make y'all laugh? fuck is wrong with you? He stood on something, but she ain't standing on shit. Just saying.
Chelsea Handler need to shut the fuck up, you
Agreed.
fucking Jew. We can't make jokes now. Making jokes about black people is the equivalent to somebody being raped. Do you hear yourself, you insufferable fucking whore? This is why women need to be locked in cages with doing cooking. Like bitches like this should not be able to sit on a fucking podcast with crossed legs looking like this. Get back in the oven, bitch.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. But I feel your sentiment, but not the last thing. I don't agree with that. That's a little bit too much. But yeah, man. Yeah, people need to stop taking offense to this type of shit because when what was his face? Dave Chappelle said what he said about the trans community, you know, there was a lot of black people that was standing up for him and saying, yo, like, I don't know why y'all getting out of pocket with this shit. Bah, 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 bah. I stood with Dave Chappelle. I said, this is comedy. What's wrong with this? There's nothing wrong with this. This is comedy. So this is the thing, man. To me, like, even if they made fun of Hispanic people, bro, and it's something that is funny to me, I'll laugh. And if it ain't, then I won't laugh. I'm not going to feel offended of it. It's fucking comedy. Like somebody made the joke. Somebody made the joke that in the next 10 years or in the next 10, what was it? He said in the next 10 years that Mexicans will be gold medalists in pole vaulting. If you get the joke, you got the goddamn joke. If you didn't, then boo-hoo. But that was funny to me. I was like, oh, you dog.
One thing about it, you can't tell people what to be offended by and what not to be offended by. Everybody laughing until it's their family member that get murdered. Then it ain't funny. Then it ain't funny when it's your family member. It's funny when it's everybody else's family member, and it's cool when it's everybody else's family member. When they come to your doorstep, you want everybody to feel a certain way. See, I rode for my brother. Didn't take a dime from nobody. Risked every.
You said you rode for your brother, but your brother was taking Fenty, and when he needed the most help, you weren't there. You were only there when he died, man. So I don't understand you. Fuck you talking about? Well, all the money that you had and all the connections that you have, you could have gotten this brother some help. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Everything I had going on in real time. No cap, no lies.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Yesterday I should have saved this damn video, but this kid, I always forget his name, but this guy, this is white kid, and he has like a group of friends, and they just do like crazy random shit. It's like he has curly hair, I think they live in Florida or something. And well, anyways, long story short, like they were doing IRL content, and they basically tried to find somebody that was in prison for over 2 weeks, right? And basically bailed the person out. So it was this young kid. He was 19 years old, white kid. And they bailed him out, and, you know, they took him to McDonald's and stuff. You know, they talked to the kid, and it's like, yo, what's going on? He's like, yeah, like, I'm going through, you know, shit, and this and that. I'm like, I'm taking drugs. He's like, what kind of drugs you on, man? This kid was on fucking, what is it? Angel dust, bro. Okay? And 19. And you know, they're asking him the questions like, yo, what's your mom and your parents? It's like, yeah, they don't want to deal with me because of this shit and this, that. So I tried my best not to, you know, associate myself with my family because I made a choice and yada, yada, yada. So the kid ends up getting locked up another 2 times. And every time that the kid gets locked up, the kids that do the content, right, uh, go and release this kid. And there was one part, right, that got me. He goes like, "Oh, he already knows that it's you that's going to release him." He's like, "Yo, but how the hell he knows it's me?" He goes like, "He said that you would be the only one to release him." And then the police officer asked, "Why are you so interested in releasing this kid? He has nothing going for him. Why do you care?" And he goes like, "Cause I don't know. I feel like there's some hope. I could try to help this kid and change his life." Right. So they got him out, and they start talking to the kid about drug use and stuff, and it's like if he wants to stop, and he's like, "Yeah, I want to stop, but I can't." And remind you, the kid had like scabs in his face and his arms and shit because the angel dust. Bro, they took him to a center, bro, and 6 months later, the kid looked completely different. He's sober and he's doing good now. And he called his mom. He's reunited with his family because that's the way he would want his family to see him. It's a beautiful story. But the whole point of the story is that this random white kid went and released a prisoner and helped him out. This dude here on the screen knew George Floyd and didn't do shit. That's the point.
29 different states marching for my brother. Didn't take a dime from nobody. Every dime they tried to pay me, me and Q gave back to the community. Wherever we went, we gave it back. So you can't tell people that risk things and that really love somebody to feel a certain way when he's disrespected. Clown shit. Y'all keep laughing though. You got these motherfuckers that ain't never done shit in life, that's unproven, that can't even change their own circumstance.
Kill Tony has donated money and has done charity work, so I don't know what you're talking about. And not only charity work, he actually has made more people actually famous than you have. So he has changed lives. You're talking about people that were probably making less than $30,000 a year, that now are making over 150, and they're working their way up little by little. Yes, believe it or not. But have you done that? Have you done that? What change have you done? What, giving turkeys out every Thanksgiving? Come on, man. Who the hell you think you are? Alpo?
It's life kicking them in the ass, and they go on other people's page and try to convince them to crash out for their entertainment.
Like, bro,
you can't even control your own life. You can't change your own circumstances. You think people that's actually successful care about your opinion? Sorry, they don't. Y'all being bad.
But they don't. But then again, you're making a video of it. Make it make sense, dude. Come on, man. Like, dude. Let's hear the stupidity again.
If you can't change your own circumstances, you think people that's actually successful care about your opinion? Sorry, they don't. Y'all being bad.
Wouldn't you consider yourself successful? And why are you giving an opinion on it? Like, bro, this dude, man, I swear to God.
Embarrassing yourself. Just be a fan. But if you think people finna take your opinion and crash out for your entertainment, dog, you have to be the dumbest person ever, bro. Nobody cares about your opinion at all. First off. But if you think people finna listen to you and crash out so you can be entertained, that's why you're in the position you're in now. That's why life kicking you in the ass right now. You know what I'm saying? You want to tell somebody what else to do, but you can't even help your mama bring the groceries in the house or buy her a new house. Y'all clown.
This dude, bro. I swear to God, man. I'm telling you, these people are so this shit's weak, bro. It's just weak, man. It's just comedy, bro. It's just comedy. It's not that serious. It's really not. But let's see what the Wayne brothers have to say about this shit. All right, this is the first time I'm watching this, so let's see. Yeah. See, I knew they wouldn't let me down. I knew they wouldn't let me down, man. Shout out to these brothers, man. Shout out to these brothers, man. That yo, you know, there's a set of comedy families, right? And I think I would have to put the Wayne brothers on the number one spot of that, bro. Like that's generational wealth right there, man. That's foundational black right there, man. That's excellence right there, bro. And I'm gonna explain to you why I say all this. To start with one, and then all of them end up in kind of similar, same positions, bro. Like that is beautiful. The sister, the brother, the little brother, even the nephews now and nieces, bro. Like it's amazing, bro. Like yo, they don't need nothing for the like. If they keep it going and going and going and going and going, like generation by generation, which I think they will, bro. Like that's something beautiful to see, man. I ain't even gonna hate. I got to give their flowers, man. It is Moxie. It is, man. Hmm. There you go. That's what I said. That's what I said. That should be the bottom side, the bottom of it all. Like either the joke is funny or it ain't. If it ain't funny to you and you find it, whatever, you just keep your mouth shut and move on, bro. But like, don't let it fester, bro. Like, don't let it ruin your day. Don't let it fucking just linger in your mind. Like it's just crazy, bro. It's just a fucking joke. And the worst part is, imagine you working your ass off, right? To go to a comedy show just to feel offended. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at some point, you got to look at yourself and be like, I'm the dumbass. You know what I mean? Salute, salute. Damn right. There you go. See, that's valid. That is valid. That is valid. That is valid. Let me take a quick commercial break real quick.
When you can't do the activities you love, you can't be you. 3 out of 5 young adults experience early onset arthritis. Negro can help. Negro increases cartilage and strengthens muscle tissue in the knees so you can feel like you again. Don't be a slave to joint pain. Free yourself, and the results will be noticeable.
Hey, that guy's using Negro.
Hey, Negro. Negro.
Hey, Negro.
Negro.
Look at him go.
Negro, get back to what you do best. Get back to you.
Negro, please.
Negro is available only by prescription. Consult your doctor to see if Negro is right for you. Negro, please.
Yeah, we got sponsorships here now. Big Pharma. Shout out to Big Pharma. We're we got to get our sponsors in, people. You know how it works. But let's continue down this line of let's see what people have to say about this. Give me a second. I'm not playing that clip. It's too short of a clip. Yeah, let's see what Dr. Umar what Dr. Umar, Mr. Johnson has to say.
Dozens of disrespectful, insulting comedic material. It starts off with Shane Gillis. He's the host. I never heard of the devil. Then Shane said, they told me to be racist. He said this. They told me to be racist. He said it on the mic. And listen to this joke from Shane Neanderthal Gillis. He said, Kevin's ancestors came to America on a slave ship and a bottle. Kevin's ancestors came to America in a slave ship and a bottle, Art. Obviously talking about him being small, but you making fun of our enslavement, the greatest crime in human history, even validated as such by the United Nations last month. Are you kidding? You're going to make fun about the enslavement of my ancestors and you're going to pass it off as comedy. Art, this was not comedy. This was a public execution of the honor, self-respect, and integrity of Black America, and we not going for it. Let me continue. Listen to this one, Art. Kevin's father was a California raisin, but he wasn't raising anybody. His dad was addicted to crack, and he abandoned him. But I guess that's better than being there for the filming of Jumanji 3. I'm telling you, Art, if I didn't see it myself, if I didn't see this myself, you couldn't have told me that these were the jokes that came out of white people's mouths on international television while we were sitting right in front of their face. Let's continue. Here's another one. Now, Shane Gillis didn't say all these jokes, Art. Some of the other white comedians said them too when they got up to the podium. But most of them came from Shane's Neanderthal Gillis. Listen to this one. Kevin did well in Saudi Arabia because they thought he was the monkey from Aladdin.
How was that funny?
Because I just explained to you why it might have been funny to Shane, because I explained to you guys earlier that he wasn't going to go over there because apparently, alleged they funded, 9/11. So Shane didn't take the money. Kevin Hart did, and a whole bunch of other comedians did, like Bill Burr from here. I believe he's from here, from Boston. They all took the money, so they all performed over there. But Shane Gillis didn't because he stood on principle. He's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking dance around and parade like a like a monkey. He said this in one of his podcasts where I can't remember where he was, but he said, I'm not gonna dance and parade like a monkey for these people. So he used that same joke in the stand-up comedy and basically, put Kevin Hart in it. And you could take it as you want. You could say, oh, it's racist or whatever. But like I said, it's a double entendre. It could be, racist, but also stating that, I'm not going to dance like a chimpanzee, like Aladdin, because, remind you, what was the monkey? A performing monkey, right? I mean, so you take it as you will.
It ain't funny, Art. It ain't funny. This was not comedy, bro. This was a get back for Drewski portraying Erica Kirk. Kevin did so well in Saudi Arabia.
I think it was more than that, bro. I think that if he was a liberal, let's say out loud, I think that it would be all right. But the fact that, he's out there saying that he is a conservative. You understand what I'm saying, bro? Like, that just changes. Because most of these people, bro, you got to understand how Hollywood works, bro. Like, it's like CM says, you got to sell your liking. And that comes with it, bro. That's what it's like. That's why when you would hear the protests with the whole ICE thing, they were all saying the same words, bro. They were all saying the same words at the award show. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? That's because they pay all these people to say the same shit. These people don't got a soul, bro. They don't believe in nothing.
Yeah, because they thought he was the monkey from Aladdin. Here's another one. Listen to this one, Art. Kevin is so short, they will have to lynch him from a bonsai tree. Kevin is so short, they will have to lynch him from a bonsai tree. I got something I want to say. Somebody said that Pastor Jamal Bryant came out, as he should, shout out to Pastor Jamal Bryant, and he rebuked Netflix for this comedy special. Several black people did. If Netflix ever disrespects black people like this again, you will pay with.
Yo, but Netflix has disrespected everybody at this point. Netflix doesn't care, yo. Netflix plays. Yo, you want to know what's crazy about Netflix? Netflix used to be so liberal that now they trying to kind of meet in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Because they know that shit from the left is not going to last long, bro. People are fed up and tired of that shit. So the pendulum is swinging. You get what I'm saying? It's the same thing with what's his face? Jeff Bezos the other day. He had an interview and he was giving his flowers to Donald Trump on certain things. And back then you would not hear that shit from him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the pendulum is swinging, bro, towards a certain direction because they know, man.
Your pocketbook. I need the black pastors to send Netflix a letter, Art. I need the Congressional Black Caucus to send Netflix a letter.
Jesus Christ, this guy wants to start a whole fucking Selma to Netflix. Think we're going to march all the way to Netflix, man. Netflix. Netflix. And then at the end of the marching song, you hear "Kung-kung." And then Netflix will grab that and flip it and turn it into a whole documentary series. And they keep milking it, bro. Oh, Netflix, bro. I'm telling you, I'm giving you ideas for free.
Letter. I need the Divine Nine, black fraternities and sororities to send Netflix a letter. I need the Urban League, the NAACP, and every grassroots black organization, the Black Masons included. Send Netflix a letter and tell them. If
he said the Black Masons, you think the Black Masons got time for this shit? Man. Oh, come on, dog. You serious? Come on, dog. What's wrong with you? This dude. No wonder why you broke.
If this ever happens again, Netflix will be canceled by the black African race. You are not going to play in our face.
Man, that's what they said about Target. And I went to Target the other day and I saw like 3 black families in there. You know what I mean, bro? They've been saying the same shit about Walmart. You think people are gonna stop shopping at Walmart when shit is 5 to 10% cheaper than everywhere else? Like, you retarded, dude. Like, people are always gonna find convenience over whatever the hell you think. Like, you sound dumb. Like, dude, like, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I drive. Look, this is a supermarket, literally a mile and some change from me. I could literally walk to the supermarket if I wanted to. But when I work during like the month, right, I save at least, what is it, like about $450 to $500, right, for food. Because God damn it, these girls eat like little boys, bro. I swear to God. All right, so I take my 500, right, to a supermarket that is 8 to 9 miles away from me. And there's a reason why I do that. Because everything that I could buy in that supermarket that's near my house, it's literally 20% more. So when it comes to convenience, for instance, like I don't know, like I'm missing something, an ingredient or something, and I need to get it fast, then I'm going to go there. But if I'm going to like shop in bulk, I'm going to go to that other supermarket. Like, and that's what everybody does, bro. Like, I don't know what person doesn't do that, because that's the smart way to, to save some money. You get what I'm saying? And if you, and listen, I'm going to give you some game. And oh shit, my bad, guys. I'm going to give you guys some game, and I'm pretty sure most of y'all already know this shit. So if you have a card, right? If you have a card, for instance, like my card, right? When I use it, I get a 1.5% back, right? So when I go shopping, I get 1.5% back. You know what I'm saying? So instead of using cash or a debit card, I usually use that card and then I just pay that card, and then that way I get another discount on top of the discount. You know what I'm saying? So you just gotta find little ways of saving money here and there.
As you benefit from our pain, you are not going to play in black people's face as you benefit from our pain.
I mean, you make it your pain because you want to, bro. Like, that's my whole point. That's my whole point. Yo, you want to know who's a funny ass comedian? Believe it or not, Fluffy. Fluffy's a funny ass comedian, right? He made black jokes and all that, and nobody's attacking him for the black jokes he's made. You get what I'm saying? So it's just selective outrage, bro. It's selective outrage, man. Because I've never heard Fluffy ever state a political, party or anything like that. He's never said, "Oh, the right, this, the left." I mean, that I know of. I could be wrong, but I've never, you know what I mean? I've never heard him ever in my life, mention anything political. So this is the thing. That's why he don't get no flock. But then again, we got people like Shane Gillis and Tony Hinchcliffe that do lean a certain, political side, and that's a problem. So when they make these type of jokes, especially in Inglewood, California, you're gonna have an issue, man. Of course, there's always gonna be somebody gonna say something, man. It's the same thing with Tony Hinchcliffe in Madison Square Garden, what he said about Puerto Rico. I wasn't offended, and I was born in Puerto Rico, so I'm just saying, like, I was like, oof. But then again, is he wrong? I mean, shit. If motherfuckers ain't throwing away trash and shit, and it's an American territory, I kind of feel like that's kind of disrespectful to the Puerto Ricans, man. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like America, we should be beyond that. We should help every American territory, be the best that they can be. That's just me. Because this is America, and we all got to stick together. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, that was that. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna let up whoever the hell I want, and but before I do that, I want to play a funny ass clip, man. This shit had me dying, dude.
Any rice or beans?
No rice. Let me get that wet stuff. Let me get some beans, but try not to get any beans. Try to get more of the bean water. That's too much bean. I just need the bean water. Yeah, a little more. Okay, same with this one. Just some bean water. Yeah. Let me just get some queso. Let me get that red sauce. Hey, what's wrong? Why y'all looking at my burrito like that? Okay. Yeah. Let me get some of this.
Fuck with me right now?
Nah, hell no. All right, let me get some sour cream.
It's a fucking joke.
Nah. Let me get a full scoop of it. Why you smacking it down? Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, bro.
Alright, if I get another tortilla, because this piece isn't fucking possible.
Nah, too much carbs. Just roll it with that one. Oh yeah. Yup, just like that. Yup. Yup.
It's like what you get all the time?
Yeah, all the time. Perfect. Nah, it's okay. Too much foil. Too much foil. Yo, y'all want a free burrito? Yeah, they gave it to me for free. Yeah, it's all you. Yeah. No problem, man. Y'all take care. Of course. Yo, there's no shot.
You mad I just know I got bited into that shit, bro. And it's just all sauce and shit. Yo, bro, you be tight. You be like, where the rice at? Where the meat at? Where all that shit at? Yo, bro. Oh, God. Oh, that shit was funny, bro. Oh, I needed that. Yo, check this out, man. See, I've been saying this for the longest, man, and people keep having this damn argument with me, man. I'm not the most brightest or smartest person. But Jesus Christ, man, y'all need to stop thinking that this shit is legit. Shit is crazy, bro.
Lee and I are testing two things. Will the companies have different breakdowns from each other? I have way too many bubbles. And will they have different breakdowns for each of us?
I feel like I'm on Law and Order. Yeah, CSI.
It's DNA science. We're identical twins. So the results should all be the same, right?
One would think and one would assume. One would think and one would assume. One would think and one would assume. Right? Right? I've been telling y'all this for the longest time, dude. Like, no, because DNA shows us that I'm South Saharian and I'm Chinese. I'm okay.
Cheers. Don't touch it though. Wow.
So if we look at that chip, will my spit on this chip tell me that definitively I am Italian or definitively I'm from wherever?
No. Definitively I am Italian or definitively I'm from wherever? No.
Yep.
100% sure. So statistics tell us in our model what's the best situation. It is a statistical guess.
Yeah.
It's an informed guess, but it's never a 100% sure thing.
Family tree DNA throws us a few surprises.
Wow. I'm 13% Middle Eastern.
And then there's Iberia.
Look, this is neat though. That's Spain. That's Portugal. Yeah, I never would have guessed.
And get this. According to MyHeritage, we may not even be Italian.
Holy. So 60.7%
Okay, but
Balkan.
click on it.
19% Greek.
So your mother, your grandmother, whatever your great grandmother told your grandmother, and whatever, you know, it goes on and on and on and on and on and on. So everything that they told you was a lie. So everything that my family basically told me is a lie. Right? Or this is a lie. Which one is the lie? Which one is the lie? This or what my family has told me? Because I mean, I would take the history that my family has told me over this shit any fucking day. That's just me.
Oh my gosh.
Part
3.4% Italian.
I know, but
It's actually saying you are 3.4% Italian.
Are you crazy?
Up, we were German.
not a sure thing. That sure isn't the message here.
The big surprise was we're not German at all. 52% of my DNA comes from Scotland and Ireland. So I traded in my lederhosen for a kilt.
So you were shaking your head.
This one drives me nuts, you know, and I saw it all of the time. Whether you want to wear lederhosen or something else is not tied to your DNA.
Okay.
Want to wear lederhosen or something else is not tied to your DNA.
The rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry. Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA gets shuffled and remixed every generation, making it impossible to trace what comes from whom. There are just 2 bits of DNA that remain pure: the Y chromosome, which passes directly from father to son, and something called mitochondrial DNA, which passes unchanged from mother to child.
There you have it, folks. And I've been saying this. I mean, all you gotta do is Google it. All you gotta do is Google it. That's it. Put on Google, yo, does DNA give you an accurate reading on your genetic? And it'll say no, it doesn't. But everybody always gives you the argument that it does. So I mean, shit, there you have it.
You all right?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Good. Then get up and make me a damn sandwich, bitch.
That's gonna be Latino in the next 50 years, y'all. It's gonna be Latino.
You all right?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Good. Then get up and make me a damn sandwich, bitch.
Yep. Gonna be me. What up, Stanley? It depends on. I mean, dude, I don't know. Everybody's entitled to believe what they want to believe, but when I look at the facts and they say no, it don't, then I have to go with the fact. I mean, they just told you. Check this out. Damn, I did not want to play this clip. You know, I'll save it for last because I put it there, but I don't want to rattle the cages or anything, and I'm just putting it from that girl's perspective, you know, because this is what she is saying, and that's the reason why I wanted to play the video. So I don't want to get people cages rattled up and say, "Oh, you trying to be racist? You trying to da da da?" Nah, none of that. I don't want to hear none of that shit. So peep this. Oh man, this is crazy, bro. What up, Josh?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Not much, man.
Oh, by the way, I'm Douglas in chat.
Okay.
Here, break it down to me, because I'm trying to understand exactly where the throw off is. So
When they say like
Go ahead.
for a definite 100%, like that, that's
nothing in science is 100%. Nothing.
so why even take it to consideration?
Because science isn't based on the concept of 100%. 100% is what you would call perfection. None of us have ever experienced perfection. Otherwise, there'd be no change. Accuracy on DNA kind of really depends on what you're trying to test for. So if you're talking about like the genealogy stuff, it's percentage based, and that's all just ratio. So it depends on what you mean by accuracy.
Because I do believe, for instance, like you could find certain, you know, things that you could probably get ahead of, like certain diseases or some shit, you know what I mean? Genetical
Even that would never be 100% accurate. You could never generate it here. Take like drug testing, right? Just take a standard stick test, right? Even those are prone to failure. They're like what, at an 80%? I don't know, okay, so let's just say 95% if we're trying to be a little conservative and nice to them. Their accuracy rating is only 95%. A standard mechanical breathalyzer, that's like they'll say it's 99%. No, it's closer to like 93%. That's why they have to go in and take blood test, and they have to rush you in there fast. Done. It's just, that's the problem with here. Think of it like this. Think of accuracy like a tape measure, right? It's only as accurate as those lines are on the thing. It would be like exactly 12 inches, right? If you were to try to break that down into microscopic level, you'd never get that fine tuned. It's impossible. Because the tool that you use is only as accurate as the machine that made that tool. And it's always going to be that way. We don't have any tools to get down to like molecular level. It's just not possible. So this is kind of why I really hate conspiracy theorists, but there's always a little bit of truth in there. It has to be based on some type of fundamental truth that's in there. Yes, nothing is 100% accurate, but it's also not based on the concept of a belief. It is based on a metric. Whether you believe that metric is useful enough to achieve your goal is really what they're talking about. So, like, if you're trying to, here would be an example. If you're in Europe, including Italy, right, and you're mapping out, let's just hypothetically say the Italians, you're not going to get too much accuracy on your genealogy because the Roman Empire pretty much ruined that. Like, as they were basically expanding, right, they collected everybody. Everybody ended up becoming a citizen at some point, right? And so they started interbreeding with each other. So they're all mutts. I mean, effectively, if you want to call it anything. And it's probably always been
I
that
say
way.
the same thing about Dominicans.
Yeah. It's just, right? Like, it depends on what goal you're trying to search for it.
But this is my thing. If you have history, right, from your family, right, that they have given you from your great grandmother, great grandfather, down to your grandparents, down to your parents, to you. And
Okay.
you take one of these DNA tests, right, and everything that you have known, and you even have proof of this shit on paper,
right?
So you saying that the DNA is more accurate than that alone, or because
No.
I get confused.
Yeah, no. See, here I'll give an example. So on my father's side, I can trace them all the way back to the 1100s.
Yep.
Right, and there are some crazy stuff thrown in there. But on my mother's side, mostly Italian. Well, okay, so the Italian and the German kind of like really heavy on that side, right? But it all ultimately isn't going to match like what you would call like DNA, because there is stuff that goes back even further that which you couldn't map out. Like nobody keeps records. Hell, we're lucky my old man had those records. Right? It's just, it is what it is. It depends on what you're trying to get out of that ancestry stuff. Like the 1% just means that it's like 1% of whatever DNA matches in a cluster group within that region, which could have become there 1,000 years ago. Like I said, it's not that the tool is, it's the expectation of the tool. Let's put it that way, right? Like, when Ancestry.com or whatever the hell that thing was that was offering genealogy bullshit,
23
right?
I mean.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, right? They were going around doing testing and pushing it quite much because they were trying to build an internal database. To them, you were the customer. You just happened to pay for your own testing for it, right? So they made a little bit of money off of that. Plus, they got the database behind it, and they made a killing off the database, right? But now, what you got out of it was you got to say, oh, I got like the 2% of this or 5% of that. You got all that crap out of it. So if the expectation is that you were going to have some complete list from, I guess, if you're a Christian going all the way back to Adam and Eve, or Noah, right? You're not getting anywhere. That's not possible.
Yeah, that would be too much.
Yeah, it's more of the fault of the expectation, to be honest with you. And you could say that, okay, so somebody marketed something and they kind of take it. You know how like somebody tells a story, right? They're going to word it in a way that it sounds like it's beneficial to you in some way. That would be the same way with marketing. Yeah, I'm sure that's got some play in it. But now bald-faced lying, they can't do that because, well, then they're liable for, false advertising.
Crazy. Stanley, no, nobody's being racist over here, bro. What you talking about? I just said that.
Oh, no, they're talking about me. I'm a supremacist.
Oh,
yeah, no, they're talking about me. I'm a supremacist.
That's crazy.
I'm a known famous one on top of it. There's just the slight differences is it'd be kind of like defining what white supremacy is. White supremacy to us just means a system, not so much the skin tone, because usually race is like more cultural. So we would have a favorite, or generally everybody would have like a favorite culture or a cultural preference over another one. Really what it boils down to.
I mean, if that's the case, Then
Again,
everybody
it's
else
all
is racist.
it's technically true, right? But again,
Right.
it's all
I'm just saying.
it's all in it's all in how you like phrase a thing to how you want it to sound. That's really what it boils down to. Same thing with this ancestry stuff.
Yo, but check out this clip. Man. I found, man, this shit is sad.
Mom is black and my dad is white, so I've always kind of had issues with my identity. I don't really look like anybody, and a lot of people say that's a good thing, but I don't see it as that. I've had people like grab my hair and like touch my hair on the street before and like, oh, this is different. And all my friends say like, oh, that's really cool. Like, you're so lucky that that happens to you, that people see something different about you. But I kind of look at it negatively sometimes. There's like a societal precedent that says like everyone's a special snowflake and we should all celebrate our uniqueness and our differences. But there are times when I don't celebrate my differences and I would just kind of like to be the same as everyone else. Because then you can like look at another person and be like, oh, I kind of look like that person. Like I can do that hairstyle, or I can wear that outfit, or I can like look this certain way. If you look different from everybody else, there's no like base point to compare yourself to, I guess. Is that
natural human response?
She feels lost, bro. Like she doesn't have a belonging, bro. Like what the fuck? That's
yeah, but that's kind of common. Well, by today's standards, that's common, and I mean by today, like 2026, right? Everybody's looking. Oh, okay. First of all, people tend to group in likeness, right? Like so, smart people. Here, let's just use the stereotypes. Nerds hang out with nerds, jocks hang out with jocks, right? Like you go on down the list, and it's the same with appearance. People tend to hang with like likeness. It's just the human condition.
For real?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's crazy because like I don't know, man. Maybe it's where I come from, I guess, because that's never been a thing. Like we always like I don't know, right? Like so like in Dominican Republic, right? Like there's such a thing, like for instance, right? I'm a, light skin shade, right? So they'll call me Jorobado or something like that, right? Which would mean like a color or a certain way a person stands, right? It can mean two things, right?
Is it like their version of colorism? Because I have difficulty understanding that.
Yeah, it's just like a slang, and it's basically like instead of saying your name, they will call you by your color, right? So if for instance my brother, they would have called him Moreno.
Oh,
like,
right,
hey, like what up, Moreno, and that's it. That's just like a friendly vibe thing. It's not nothing to take offense of, and we just do that all the time. It's not if we don't know your name. If we don't know your name, right? For instance, and you're a young dude, and the person is older than you, he would just call you Junior.
Well, to be fair, different cultures. So let's hypothetically, if I'm trying to get as clear as I can to this, colorism within like your background probably not going to be the same type of colorism that exists within, let's just say, American blacks, right?
Yeah. I try to, but it just doesn't make sense to me, dude.
The categorization is still there, right? People notice differences, right? And they'll separate themselves in groups. It's just one culture might shun it where the other one's completely acceptable of it. That's normal too. That's why I said basically supremacy is really just based on favoritism of one culture over another. Yeah.
And you broke up.
You might get called like a jerk because you favorite like your own or somebody else's over another one. It just also depends on what people use it for. If you want to weaponize it, you can. At least in our culture, you can. Whereas in other cultures, I don't know. You might get shunned for, I guess, weaponizing it. It is what it is. But now, what I feel bad for is the concept that people feel, I guess, like they're lost, like they're alone, just them. That's a little bit weird to me, because I don't know, man. I'm 42. I didn't think we grew up completely isolated, right? Even the
No,
nerds or the geeks had at least one or two friends, right? But being
bro, they
completely,
had their own table at high school.
yeah.
Like, come on.
That might be going a little bit far. I don't know how true it is for her, but that's where she might get some empathy from me. But I also don't
dude,
understand it either.
Like we're in 2026, right? Let's say this girl right now is probably the age of 26 years old, right? So we could take away, I don't know, a good 10 years, right? And this is her in school, middle school, high school, whatever. I don't think that would have been so much of an issue for her because there's so many mixed kids nowadays where I just don't understand where she's coming from, bro.
Oh, sure, and that population is growing.
Like that's what I'm saying. So I don't. What you mean where you guys belong? At this point, you guys can make your own little your own little group, your own little culture, man. At this point.
Well, now that's kind of what we did in the 90s. I guess they called us the generation, or what do they call it? The grouping generation. Like, for some odd reason, we went into this weird thing where we were like, all of the social cliques got named and labeled, like the jocks, the nerds, the geeks, the groupies. There was all rednecks. I'm in a redneck group, by the way. Yuppies. Like, you go on down the list. There was just an unlimited number of groups, and I guess that's what we wanted to do. I have no idea why, but I guess everybody that came up behind us, maybe they felt obligated to fit into a group. I have no idea. Like I said, culture shifts every decade. So I can't sit here and pretend like I understand what these kids are going through because some of it seems odd to us.
Yeah, it seems odd to me because I don't know, man. Like, you know how many mixed kids I've gone to high school, middle school with, and like still to this day, my black friend, right? He had a kid not too long ago. I think his kid is like 3 years old with a Puerto Rican, so his first kid. And I'm like, that's what's up with you, man. Like, I'm finally fucking happy that he had a kid because he's fucking like my age. And I'm like, damn, dude, it took you so long. You know what I mean? And it's like finally, bro. That was my sentiment. My sentiment wasn't, oh, you put a Puerto Rican chick. Like, nah, man. Like, are you serious? It's just fucking retarded. So, like, to me, like, look at Carmelo Anthony. He's a basketball player. He happens to be his grandma, I think, was Puerto Rican or whatever. She raised him. And a lot of people took flock that, when he did the Hall of Fame speech, he gave a shout out to Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
And the FBAs were like, yo, what the fuck you talking about, bro? You from Baltimore and all this. And I'm just like, bro, but that's his heritage too, bro. Like, if he wants to give a shout out to them, what's wrong?
That's unfortunately the political agenda we're dealing with right now. You have to be 100% American and nobody else. This is what it is, which is weird to me because Department of State literally defines full assimilation at third generation.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be grandparents, parents, and then grandchildren. By the time the grandchildren have arrived and became, like, let's just say middle age, they're considered to be fully assimilated into whatever we define as U.S.
That's
like
crazy,
as a American
my first
culture.
generation simulated quick.
It is what it is, but like that's
we struggle. Don't get me wrong, but like if I ask my parents today, remind you, my parents are Dominican. They always would say Dominican first. But if I ask my mom today, I'm like, "What are you?" She's like, "Oh, I'm American. Like I'm dying here."
Yeah. What? Unfortunately, immigration, even if it's like, I guess, up to this third generation, right? This is an entirely new political like we're just shunning the shit out of people for whatever reason. That's a little bit harsh because generally speaking, if you're born on U.S. soil, that's the line. Like, yeah, okay, so if you naturalize, technically speaking, depending on a felony conviction, you might have that revoked. But generally speaking, if you're born on U.S. soil, you're one of us.
Yeah, that it's a thin line right there.
Yeah, it's the guaranteed one of us part of it that comes down to it.
Yeah, but I don't think it should be that way. I think like even if you are a resident, like for instance, like my parents, right? When they were residents and I was born in Puerto Rico, which is a territory of the United States, right? I don't think
Right.
that I should have been a citizen. I think that I should have been a citizen once my parents became citizens. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah, no, they
Right.
unfortunately.
So at that point, let's say
When you were born, were your citizens already like were they already
no,
naturalized?
my parents were just residents.
Just residents. Okay, yeah,
Just
no.
See, at that point, I don't think that I should have been a citizen. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Well, so that's a different. No. Once you're on U.S. soil, once you're born on U.S. soil, we're going to claim you. And there's a different reasoning for it. I'm going to claim
but
that.
like, don't you think like that's kind of dangerous though? Like, if you think about it, like if there could be Chinese nationals that come in here and just, you know what I mean, and then have sleeper cells. You know what I mean? In the future,
It has always been that way. But it's always been that way, and that is what the status quo is being like questioned now. I don't know if the Supreme Court's ruled on that yet or not. That was the birthright citizenship. I don't know if that ruling has come out yet. But yeah, that's this is what the political debate's about.
Yeah, I get that, Moxie, but like, shouldn't it be that it's like, damn, at least assimilate yourself here to the point where it's like, you know what I mean? Like, you live here. It's not like you just had a kid and then left. You know what I mean? Because there's people that do that shit.
Well, the assimilation standard is a weird line to draw because I say I don't think we can. As a supremacist, I would love to draw that line. It just would be very unfair for everybody that I disagree with. And that would be the problem with it. And see, that's why I can't draw that line, because then you have to define like what American culture is. And I'm not going to lie. I could be an asshole and just say, oh, well, if you're white and you're like basically came from one specific culture, right? And nobody else outside of that gets to be accepted. It's unfair to everybody else. And I would just be like a minority group anyways.
Yeah, man, but I don't know.
Therein lies the problem, is because we can't draw that line. And so this is all we have is basically born on U.S. soil.
Like, I say these things and people are like, oh, you sound like a coon. And it's like, dude, what you mean, bro? I'm telling you, because like I would want the same thing back home too. So what would be the difference from having it here? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of countries around the world that do this type of shit. So like, it's not far-fetched.
Watch, I'm going to go piss off Moxie. There we go. My wife is Vietnamese, by the way, so she's right. I make a horrible racist.
Clip that. Oh, hilarious. Oh, God. Oh, shit, man. Wait a minute. Time out. Give me a second. I have to.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. Every once in a while, you'll get every once in a while. My wife will panel up somewhere, and it gets horrible. Yeah. Her English she's not really confident in English. We live in Vietnam, by the way.
Oh, nice. How's that?
Fucking shitty. This is a horrible fucking country.
At least you're honest, dude. At least you're honest. Fucking rock with you, man.
Here, let me give just a slight. Let me give a slight example. Hot water is not a standard within a home here. But
can't you buy like they have these things in DR where like they put them on the wall outside the bathroom, I guess, and like it kind of heats it up.
Yeah, but that onus is on you to provide that or generate it, not as a standard in a home. So imagine like you like buying a house and moving in. The first thing you've got to do is bring in a hot water heater.
Damn.
So that's what they mean by a lack of a standard for it.
Do you guys have those tanks of water on the top of the roof and shit, right?
Yes, and that's
but
because
this is the thing. Like, if you get a black one, right? If you get a black one, the sun will heat up that water all day, bro.
Yeah. Well, no, they mostly, I think, stainless steel, weird type of aluminum is most common. Stainless steel, second most common, and they work, but it doesn't really much matter. Vietnam gets a rainy season, which basically cloud coverage, right? So it only effective as well as the sun is out to hit it. It works. Like if you get a half a day of sun, it works really well. But if you get a day of rain, you can kiss that shit goodbye.
Shit, y'all be having mudslides and shit, right?
Yeah, those are very common here, and these freaking idiots still insist on building on the side of mountains that are made out of.
I never understood that, man.
Yeah, every rainy season you turn the news on and there's like 150 people died from a mudslide. I'm like, why the fuck did you build your houses there?
Seriously, I never understood that shit. Like, what?
Because the land isn't crazy expensive here. A house here would be about $600,000, and it would be roughly the equivalent of like a trailer, a mobile, or specifically a mobile wide that's like parked up on its side.
Damn.
The same amount of space. Just insanely crazy. But land and any construction is highly expensive here, way more than what you would find in the U.S. It's more closely akin to like what you would find in California.
So you live out in outside the city or in the city?
I am just outside of Saigon, like literally one district out.
Yeah, see, that's how I would want to live.
Oh, it's no difference when you they still, you walk out the door and you have to kind of like watch out for getting run over. Some asshole will kill you on a moped.
Oh,
and that is not a way I want to die. I don't want to go out that way. That's embarrassing. I would lie and say I got mowed down by a commie.
It's the same thing in DR, man. Motherfuckers don't respect shit.
Well, here they park on the road and drive on the sidewalks. That's the thing here.
Oh, man.
So it's even worse, right? Because I refuse to drive here. Fucking refuse, right? And it's because of that shit, right? I just can't do it. It's like New Jersey on steroids. No, it's like New Jersey and everybody's on cocaine. So the worst part it is like my old lady, she drives, and every once in a while I ride on the back of a moped with her, and it looks bad. She's like 5'2", 5'4", man. And I'm 6'1", so I look like a real bitch on the back of this thing. Like it's bad. I'm still waiting for a photograph to leak of me on this thing.
Yo, Moxie, Moxie went out with the 1% of the smartest people in the world. Check her out. She knows how to pick them.
Yeah. Don't let.
I mean, I looked at the list of like the top earners here and the reasons why, and apparently they were like number one or some shit.
Yeah, but Moxie, she was unsatisfied in the nether regions. Moxie.
How's the food out there, man?
Oh, great. Let's see here. Cat, dog, mystery meat. Sure, anything you want. What did we forget? Soup. That's actually a thing here. Bird nest is, I guess, swallow. I call it swallow vomit. Swallow is the name of the bird. We have swallows, but it's like the same shit, right? And to them, that's health food.
I love how this conversation came about, and I had a video.
Oh yeah,
I had a video. This is organic, y'all. I didn't look for this. I had this saved in the back. So peep this, man.
They approved. They said I could have you. I can have you forever. I can have you forever.
Yep, that's my old lady. She's about 14. I think my wife's about 14 years younger than me. Hell, give or take.
Yo, the father's face.
Shout out to the old retired passport bros. Oh shit.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
they're common here.
Jesus Christ, man. DR is the same thing, dude.
Yeah, and they're running around with like. I've seen a couple of them running around with university girls.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a thing here.
The father was like, damn. rather that than this, though. Rather that than this. This is wild. This right here, bro. Oh my God. This is, bro. Oh.
How old are you now? No.
15.
15. Are you going to school?
No, I started school in August.
Have you still been working on the streets?
Mm-mm.
Or motels or hotels or anything like that? You're not doing sex work?
Mm-mm. No.
You're not selling videos?
No.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, I've been selling.
You have to stop.
No, I've been stopping though because they keep deleting my Instagrams for child pornography. So I just stopped.
They done made websites of my baby,
They got
and I don't like that. It's like
OnlyFans, all types of stuff.
like it's
How
crazy.
do you think Nova got this way, Tania?
It wasn't me. I'm gonna take accountability. This is what I feel like I motivated her to be.
The hell does that even mean?
I have no idea.
I'm not gonna take accountability, but I motivated her to be what?
The days of OnlyFans are actually kind of outnumbered, or they're numbered.
Oh, dude, it's over.
Yeah, AI porn is the new thing and widely available.
I mean, you can get it for free. Like, and have a chick do whatever you want via AI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she can't, like, if you decide you're not going to get fucking doxxed for it.
Oh.
So, safer, too.
Mm.
I can't wait for 25 years old. This shit's like, I'd like to see what all gets replaced, industrially speaking, anyway.
What do you think? What do you think ends up happening to these girls that they have to go back to the Amish roots?
No. I believe that sexual exploitation. And when I say exploitation, I don't mean the illegal kind of. I mean just the dynamics that exist between a guy and a girl. I think it will fundamentally change. It would almost have to.
Oh, of course it will.
I don't think us men are going to get the advantage, but I think there'll be a fundamental change in some weird way. It would be something like say prostitution itself, like just straight up prostitution, will actually become a lot more common than it is now.
It's like, yeah, you find me attractive, and you're like, what? You talking to me? Yeah, you find me attractive? I'm like, sure. All right, $150. I'm like, what? Is this a thing?
It ain't gonna be no $150. I don't care how much anybody cries about inflation. At least without most of Southeast Asia, like here in Vietnam, a hooker costs it's 70,000 dong, which is like a little bit over almost $3 for about 30 minutes.
To the people here.
So like that movie Full Metal Jacket, that's almost accurate.
Like
almost.
No, you black. That shit was funny.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to. My old lady hasn't seen the film, so I'm getting ready to watch it with her. I want to troll so hard. Unfortunately, I'm troubled, so I like to shit talk.
Oh, I can tell. I can tell. Damn, man, $3. Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild. The R is like what, 20. I mean, since the passport bros have been going over there, prices have gone up. So bitches out there now want American prices. They ruined the market.
Well, yeah. Well, to be fair, U.S. prices have always been on the rise. When I wasn't quite a teenager. Gas was like just changing over to a dollar a gallon. And gas prices have just always steadily been going up. Right? Like it'll spike up every war, but generally speaking, it's always been increasing. Because I imagine everything else is the same too.
How is gas over there? It's gone up too. Stupid ass war.
Right now, just as shitty as everybody else. Like here, they have the gas prices went up. Everybody's screaming about petrol. Although to be fair, it's shittier gas.
I imagine.
Whatever standard, I guess apparently those little shitty ass mopeds don't really require decent fuel. I don't know. This is not my area of expertise. So I don't know anything about it.
Them shits is going at 4:30 in the morning, man. When you trying to get sleep. It's just so annoying. Bro, like, oh man, that should remind me of DR, bro. Every fucking morning hearing that shit outside my house, man. I'm just like, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
It's kind of
it's
the
so
same.
annoying, dude.
Same thing here, and it's probably worse out in the country. Strangely enough, out in the country is almost as noisy as the city, and it's just generally because they'll drive those fucking mopeds for like 1,000 years, and they'll drive them to the little mufflers fall off, right? And that's where you hear them little bastards, right?
Me.
Pretty much.
It's just so annoying, dog. Oh man. Oh yeah, I'm like, what the fuck?
Instead of turn signals, they use horns. That adds to noise pollution. It's just I ain't got nothing nice to say about Vietnam. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, I got nothing nice to say about the art too. When I go over there, it's only like I said, I only like the countryside where it's peaceful and quiet. And even then, now there's too many damn tourists.
Yeah, I can't even say that here about the countryside. Because the currency has like 5-6 zeros on it, right? The ATM machines can only hold so much cash, and so the ATM machines are less likely to get filled out in like small towns. And so you as a tourist or you as a foreigner, right? You really can't go too far from the main cities unless you want to carry like a backpack full of cash, like which is just hell. You're gonna get robbed anyways. Let somebody catch you slipping. Like they won't strong arm rob you, right? You'll just wait till you're not looking and your shit goes missing. It's usually how it works. Yeah. So I mean, if you're foreign, you ain't gonna do so well outside the larger cities. It's just the infrastructure doesn't really exist. Not for us, anyways. For them, yes. Us, no.
Fucking wild. Vietnam.
Don't come here. Not even for the women. If you're into the like, you just want to bang girls, go to Thailand. It's a hell of a lot better.
Thailand.
Right?
How about the Philippines?
I would have said if you'd gone back like about 8-9 years, I would have said Philippines are okay, but they keep changing their visa regime. Which, to be fair, so did Thailand.
Cambodian Asian chicks are thick. I used to go out with one.
Wait, was it like the American kind or the ones like over here?
American kind.
They're a different breed once they become Americanized.
Yeah, she was hot.
See, over here, like all of the women, they're pretty much they're hard to tell the difference between there's hard to tell a difference between like say my wife and a 10-year-old boy. Same body style.
Yo, you crazy, man.
I'll get in trouble if my old lady hears that one.
Yo, bro, you need to relax. You're about to get your ass beat, man.
I married a commie, so I already knew I was gonna have to sleep with one eye open.
Fucking walk flying across the room, hit your ass.
Yeah, 16 years ago, the Philippines was actually killing it. Roughly around 7-8 years ago, I don't know. I think whatever that sex tourism thing destroyed it. Most people blamed it on Duter because Duter and Obama were going at each other. I think that just kind of led up to it. But they went down basically screaming up and down about sex tourism, and that boy, they went ape shit, started changing.
Yeah. They
our entire visa regime over.
Yeah.
About 2 years ago. About 2 or 3 years ago, Thailand just changed theirs.
To make changes, man. All these the thing is, these people can't just have their experience. You understand? They have to film it and be like, show the world. And then what ends up happening is people are like, oh shit, it's this simple? Is this easy? You know what I mean? and it becomes a trend. And that's not something that any country wants to be known for, bro, to be honest with you.
It is. That's true.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, but talking about mixed interracial kids earlier, I have this video right here. So I like I said, I just don't understand. But check this out.
Why so many Jalen's in the NBA? I think it's way too many Jalen's in the NBA. Went to sleep and it was 10 Jalen's in the NBA. Woke up and now it's 30 Jalen's in the NBA. We got Jalen Smith on the Bulls, and Jalen with a Y playing for the Timberwolves. Think it's a joke, but I'm actually earnest. Tell the truth, that ain't even really scratching the surface. Cause it's 607 players on the court playing. 16 teams got a player named Jalen. And it's really 2 Jalen's on 3 teams. That's gotta be like 50% of the league. In the crib trying to figure what it all really means. I know their mama raised them like my son is my king. And I could probably recognize them all by facial. And I wouldn't be surprised if they was all biracial. Look, why so many Jalen's in the NBA? I think it's way too many Jalen's in the NBA. Went to sleep and it was 30 Jalen's in the NBA. Woke up and now it's 80 Jalen's in the NBA. We got Jalen Hood up on the Lakers, Wilson on the Nets, Jalen Smith is on the Pacers. Can't forget Jalen Duren is on the Pistons. Another Jalen out of Sacramento where the Kings is. Bridges, Harris, Williams on the Thunder. About to place bets on where the next one finna come from. My money on New York to Chicago, cities with the most white baby mamas far as I know. And the NFL is even more insane, dude. You ever seen Jalen Hurts and Speedy in the same room? Next draft, more Jalen's in the fold. And it's all thanks to the legendary Jalen Rose. But it's already way too many Jalen's in the NBA. Why so many Jalen's in the NBA? Went to sleep, 600 Jalen's in the NBA. Not a whole league is Jalen in the NBA.
Really much cared one way or the other about mixed breeds. I just never really cared. I will say this, the whole like parenting of it, that's fucking crazy. Me and my old lady almost never fight over anything unless it deals with like, I guess what culture will apply to the kid. Oh God, that's a never ending battle right there.
Bro. I wanted to ask you that. Like, that is something that is interesting to me. Like how you, like, because I don't have that issue in my house, right? So I'm, even though I was born in Puerto Rico, my parents are Dominican. My wife is Dominican, and it's funny because her grandmother's Puerto Rican. But long story short, it's like there's no issues where my kids, don't know where they're from or not. You know what I mean? First of all, they're American, of course, but when it comes to like, our background and our culture, they know what they are. So, when it comes to your kids, like how is that an issue, or do you have?
Yeah, it's because there's a stark difference. So one, when I say my old lady's communist, I do mean that literally. I mean like the whole, like all the way down. I'm sitting here looking at her over some shit like, oh, we should do this and we should do that. I'm like, why? She's like, because we have to care about people. Why? Just like, why? Right? And so I kind of drag my ass a little bit. I give in a little bit, right? But not much. To pagodas and stuff like that, I don't mind, right? But if it's just random fuckers on the street, no. But when I say like that kind of socialistic, yeah, that's really ingrained in them. And worse, it's actually taught within their school here. So I'm not really particularly a big fan of the education system here. So that's a problem because it doesn't transfer over to the U.S. So I have tried to hit like a 50-50 on this. I don't know. I don't think there's any formula to like give to people that help you get through it. I think it really just depends as long as the parents are willing to kind of work with each other on it, you're okay. I mean, it ain't going to be easy, but at least, you will find a way to get through it. If there's any type of animosity that you can't just find your way to work together, it ain't going to happen. You will end up getting divorced over the damn kid. That's going to happen.
Damn.
to my old lady actually does. I give in on a lot of other things. This is the one thing I'm a little bit more staunch on, but you have to give in someplace else. That's kind of where it works. So when it comes down to her getting her, I don't know, materialistic things, which they're fucking more capitalist than we are. If you thought our women were materialistic, they're worse here. I give in those areas so I can gain a little bit more when it comes to my own kid. But it is what it is. Like I said, there's no instruction manual and there's no formula that you could ever apply to work your way through it.
What if I could ask, what are you?
Oh, I'm a redneck American. Like, when I say redneck, I mean stereotypical redneck.
So you think it would have been different if you were with another redneck?
Yeah, it would have been a hell of a lot easier. Like raising the kid in that concept. Yeah, hell of a lot easier.
See, I'm glad, dude. I like your honesty. That's what's up, man. A lot of people feel uncomfortable answering these questions. You know that, right?
Well, no, I mean, it's the only way. Fuck. The hell are we going to learn from each other if we can't be honest about our own situations?
Bro, thank you. Thank you. Even if the discussion is uncomfortable at times.
Oh, I spend most of my time being confused. That should be my name, is perpetual confusion.
Agreed.
I have, to this day, I've had colorism explained to me about 1,000 different times, literally by a guy by the name of This Might Be Risky. Everybody calls him Ham. I've had him explain it to me literally on private phone calls. Still don't get it. Still doesn't register to me. So like I said, every time I have the conversations with people, sometimes I get it. Half the time I don't.
Yeah.
But to be fair, that's really what it is. You're really just trying to bridge the connection and really understand what like other people do. I guess that's what different cultures are about.
Fucking wild.
I've been here I guess about 7-8 years now. I still kind of really shitty with chopstick.
Yeah, I try at times, but I just grab it.
I'm okay with them, but I still carry a fork in my back of my pocket when I go to a restaurant.
Right? How they look at you when you do that, dude? I'm pretty sure.
Oh fuck! They look at me like I'm a fucking animal. Yeah, that's what I just said. You know what? And I'm a mouthy bastard. I tell them too. I said, you know, cavemen used to eat with sticks too. The rest of us, fucking civilized fuckers, right? We use pencils. Next thing I know, I got like 50 little fucking Asians about 2 foot tall jumping on me. It's like Charlie in the chocolate factory and all those little Oompa Loompas attacking the shit out of me.
For real, like you're overseeing everybody because you're so tall.
Oh hell, I gotta say that's kind of changed too. Apparently, the last 10 years, a lot of the kids been eating a lot more meat, right? Yeah. I've been in a couple of elevators. I'm 6'1", and I've been in a couple of elevators having to stand next to some fucker that's got me beat by like 6'4". I'm looking over at him and said, "You ain't fucking Asian, right? Like, take that mask off." That's bullshit, right? Like, this is Asian face? Is that a thing? Yeah.
They're adapting, man. Sun in the water, bro. God damn, man. It's like you no longer look like a little lady boy.
Yeah. Oh God.
You guys have a whole bunch of those out there, I bet.
Oh fuck yes. Oh God. This is so I don't know. Let me give you an introduction, right? So my old lady just started popping up on YouTube panels, at least in the places that I run around, right? And I don't know, everybody wanted to start talking to her and asking her questions. Fine, no problem, right? So put her in front of the camera, right? People start talking to her. And oh my God, she called me out. She was like, "Oh yeah, my husband wear lipstick today." I'm like, "Oh mother." And she puts that part out, but she doesn't put the part out about this stupid fucking wager. She does not put out the part about the wager and how that lipstick got on me, right?
Yeah.
Damn it, right? which ultimately boiled down to a lady boy. Because I was looking at a girl, it's like, my God, that is one ugly looking girl. And she's like, that's not a girl. I said, bullshit, it's not a girl. Fucking tits are bigger than yours. Of course it's a girl, right? Yeah, I changed my mind when I went down to go fucking ask her.
Damn, lady boy.
So now I'm known for basically chasing lady boys around and wearing lipstick. Did not work out well for me amongst my panelist. Right?
Lady boy.
Pretty much. So my reputation's now ruined. It's Moxie's fault. I just blame her for everything.
Yeah, she said something about lipstick.
Yep. Yeah, she can throw me under the bus real fucking fast.
What? How many kids you got?
Just one. His
girls.
official name is Cock Blocker.
Cock Blocker? What? Nah, that's not his name.
Nope. That well, it's gonna be as soon as I change it.
Does he give you lip just like the mom probably does, or?
No, he doesn't. But he's fuck. Okay, so in Asian culture, like the boys really don't have to do anything. And I got a problem with this, right? Because this is like anti my culture. He's only 8 right now, but you know that stereotype of helicopter mom? Like you pretty much just have to read books and study all the time. Everything else is done for you.
Yeah.
Washing the clothes, cleaning up your room, like this is all done by the parents, never by the kid, right? And I'm freaking fucked out.
I'm not with that.
Yeah, I walk in the room. Yeah, I walk in the room, step on a Lego. That's it. Like, while I'm screaming and cursing and trying to like stand up, just stay in the upright position, right? Crying like a little girl, screaming at him. It's time to clean his room, kind of thing. Yep, nope. Mom goes in there, right? I'm like, motherfucker, let him clean his own room. No, he busy studying. Fuck this shit, right? Because
he busy studying.
And see, I don't even like that excuse because he has to go to school 6 days a week.
Damn, they go to school on Saturday?
Yes. And when I say go to school, I mean you're at school at 7:30 and I think they get out about 5 o'clock.
Damn.
Yes. So and that's 6 days a week. Nah, fuck off, right? Like this is just too much school when you got time to do anything. So we play hooky a lot. Every once in a while, you'll see me disappear for a day, and I'll just pull them out of school and say, fuck it, we're going to go down to the theme park. We'll go do something. Tear something, put something together, break stuff, like whatever the hell guys can get her. Whatever trouble we can manage to find around here.
That's awesome.
Of course, then I get in trouble for that because, the attendance card comes, well, it's digitally transferred. So my old lady's like the first one to see it. She's like, how he missed so much school? He go to school every day. Oops. Shit, now I'm busted, right?
Yeah, I would too. Damn, if they go in 6 days a fucking week, bro.
Yeah.
How long, like in the year?
Oh, this is so like summer school you can enroll. I don't. It goes into different stuff. So like you don't have like sports in school. They have PE, but it's more like exercises out in the schoolyard, like jumping jacks and this and that. And it's very, I don't know, wonky. It's more like yoga for kids that can't stand the shit, right? So I try to get involved in whatever I can. And I can't seem to find much. I stuck in the taekwondo.
Yeah, because it's like, what do? Like, they don't have like
there's not much,
or not like that, basketball or anything.
No,
like that.
Soccer is even not really so much embedded within the school. It's like that's like after school, get the playtime kind of thing. And I don't really want him to like soccer. He does. I just don't. Because then the old lady's like, oh, he plays football. No, he doesn't play football. Yeah, he does.
That's not
football. Nope, that's soccer.
Soccer.
So what's the difference? I was like, well, girls play soccer, men play football.
Burn.
Yeah, that didn't go over so well, right? She's like,
Damn right.
I don't understand what this American football. So like, I pull up like NFL's hardest hits, right? And I'm showing her, I was like, this is manly shit, right? She's like,
Yeah.
oh, him never play. I'm not allowed. Fuck off.
Ooh.
It's like him
Yo, that's the
die.
same thing
Well,
with
I
my
mean,
mom,
yeah,
dude.
it's rare.
Same thing
Yeah.
with my mom. She didn't allow any of us to play, but my brother, he decided on his own. He said, fuck that. And he filled the application out himself. And then one day he's bringing the equipment home, and mom is like, yo, I told you not to sign up for this. She's like, man, like, she just had to accept
Wait,
it.
who's playing? Hold up, Moxie. Who's playing video games? This I gotta hear, right? Oh, because this is a nasty little story too. Go ahead. Who's playing video games in this fucking house? I'd love to hear this one. Asian women fucking hate video games.
Oh,
Oh,
they do?
yeah. I went to I was stateside. I want to say about, I guess maybe it's been 5-6 months ago, and yeah, I brought my Xbox back. So yeah, I get off the airplane. I got my Xbox in my bag. I'm like fucking itching to have some fun with it. And this is, keep in mind, like 2 years ago, right? My old lady's like, no, I'm not allowed to play video games. No, you're not allowed to play video games, right?
What?
I thought I was going to sneak this thing into the house. And I almost did, except for she got to unpacking before I did. And she was like, oh, what this, right? Computer. Yeah, it's computer. It's for my computer. Yeah, she took a picture of it, sent it to one of her friends, and her friend snitched me out. Oh, the Xbox, right? Yeah. While I was at work one day, she ended up selling the thing out from underneath me. God, was I fucking pissed.
Damn.
Yep. And she told me not to allow, no gaming consoles, none of that stuff, right? I just thought I'd be a little bit sneaky. I got nailed.
You want to know what's interesting about that, Moxie? I play video games, but I get easily bored. I'm like, I don't know. I could only like play 15 minutes, and I'm just like, and like, let me find something else to do. I don't know. I'm just like not very entertaining unless the game is like, you know, it has a good storyline and you want to continue it and figure out what's about to happen. But my wife, though, like, she would play certain games where I start the game and all of a sudden she's like, I'm like, you know, let me go to the bathroom or whatever, and she'll take the joystick and then she'll get involved and she don't want to give it back, and then she's the one that ends up beating the fucking game. Yep. It's like, damn, time and time I buy games for you just to like that I don't want to play them because I sit there watching her, and it's like, why should I have to play this shit if I already seen how it played out? Yeah, it's hilarious.
My old lady, I think, is starting to get into YouTube, and not for like entertainment purposes.
No, it's more for combo.
She so I work for a few communities, mostly programming and stuff. And so I was in this back chat thing and working on a couple scripts. And I guess like in StreamYard, right? You can see like where the super chats are, right? And she was looking at it. She's like, "What this?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is how much money he's made." They were like, "What do you mean how much money?" I said, "Yeah, basically people like donate money, and this is kind of what you get." And of course, I didn't explain the whole YouTube takes like the 30% bullshit, but this is the number she saw. And when she saw like $1,200, she freaked out. She says, "Oh, I want to do this." I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "Hell, this 7-hour stream, and this is like a month and a half salary." I'm like, "Oh, fuck," right? And so I can't get her to unlearn that.
She said, "Ching ching."
Yep. As soon as people see the money, that was the end of that.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. No, see, Moxie, the difference is where you're at, gallivanting is an option. Here, you can gallivant all you want. There still ain't shit to do. You can go out and get drunk, which I don't drink. You really can't go fishing. I mean, the whole licensing thing here is a little bit weird, but there's really nothing to do. Theme parks let's just say theme parks are pretty much garbage. If you've ever been to even the shittiest of theme parks in the U.S., that beats like the top tier here. So I'm not really impressed by it. And aside from that, there's really pool halls. Like billiards kind of a thing here, but I don't hang around in billiards too much because start hanging around where women at and I start getting in trouble. I didn't even do anything and I get in trouble.
That's the thing I was going to ask you.
Asian girls jealous. Yes, they get real jealous real fast. For foreigners,
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of, you get more attention than not.
Oh, yeah, it's a problem. And like about half of it's actually true. Like attention is in the concept of like, I want to date them. The other half is like, somebody to practice English with. Oh, fuck off. So, I mean, but like if you're like a spouse, right, that's all like 100%. Oh, she wants you. Yeah, go away. You better. Fuck off. So it's a problem.
Yeah,
the other part is
my
that
wife is in DR. She's like, don't talk to him.
Yep. Well, and the other problem is it's so fucking blatant. It's why I don't like to go out to eat very often. Every time I go to a restaurant to sit down and eat, inevitable, some asshole has got to sit down at the table next to me and like, I want to practice my English. And they want to do it while I'm eating. Motherfucker, I'm stuffing food in my face. Go away. But it is what it is.
Yeah, man. My wife doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, you ain't going
Gallivant is
over by
really just
yourself.
not an option. There's got to be maybe Europe's a little bit better, but Southeast Asia, not so much. There's just nothing to do here, right? So Gallivant is really not an option. In the meantime, all the fun things we get to go do. Oh, we're going to go hang out with my in-laws. Fuck, I'd rather die.
How is that like?
A little weird. Before marriage, I hated my mother-in-law and liked my father-in-law. And then after marriage, it kind of reversed. It's kind of my fault. I actually, I noticed, what's a culture thing? So Asian culture is more matriarchy. So like the mom's in charge more often. And I got a little upset that dad just not very ballsy.
Yeah.
It's real hard to respect a dude when like, I got to ask my wife's permission. Motherfucker, we're going to the hardware store to buy parts, right? Like, what the fuck do you need permission? Yeah, it just doesn't work out well.
Damn, man. I didn't know that country was like that.
Oh yeah. And I'm assuming at least most of the Southeast Asian countries are like that way.
I couldn't do that.
I don't know. I'm a little weird. Like anything around the house, I really don't care so long as I got my own little room to do my shit with. Like I'm okay. I don't care about the rest of the house. I'm fine, right? I got my man cave. I'm okay. There is no like yard to go out and fucking tinker with. There's no garage full of tools. Stateside there is, right? It just, I don't know. It's a weird, different thing, right? But it's still, I have a problem with, something around the house has got to get fixed.
Yeah.
I want to kind of like, I got a couple tools, right? I like to play around. I got my redneck ways, right? Me and Dad, I would think we'd like to go out and get parts. I don't like that idea of having a fucking ask permission. That really gets under my skin.
That's crazy.
I mean, I can understand if we're going to go out and, I don't know, fucking drink, which I don't drink. But I mean, if we're going to go hang out, okay, then I can understand, right? If you're going to come home 9, 10 o'clock at night, I can understand that. I just don't understand the hardware store. That to me just freaks me out.
It's like, or at least it's like, hey, we're going to go out. We'll be right back. Like, you don't got to explain yourself. Where you going?
Which, to be fair, like my old lady, I don't care, right? She wants to go out, hang out. Like I think tonight she went to go play badminton. I fucking hate badminton, right? And she's like, "Oh, I want to go play badminton. You want to go?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to go fucking play badminton with a bunch of girls. I really don't want." One, y'all hit the fucking birdie or whatever the hell that tunnel thing is, whatever that thing is called, right? Y'all hit the damn thing over in like next door neighbor's place, right? Like they'll put some power to it, but it goes in the wrong direction. And I'm the asshole that has to go run and get it. I don't want to do that all. I don't want Not my idea of fun for fucking 4 hours. But I can't fucking tell her that, right? So I just
yeah. You're like, nah, I'm good. I'm tired.
like, nope, honey, I don't want to go, right? So she doesn't ask permission. She just goes and does her thing, right? I just don't want to be involved with it. So if I don't ask where she's going, right? Oh, you love me. Yeah. I finally said, you know what? You're right. I don't love you, right? Because that actually is better than having to explain to her, look, I don't like hanging out with your friends. They're all fucking assholes. I swear to God, I think they intentionally hit that thing the fucking next door neighbor for. And I don't like any of y'all bastards for it because you treat me like a slave. So go fuck off and hang out by yourself. I don't care. Yeah. So I don't love you. It's a lot easier.
Oh, shit.
This is what I said. As a man, you get to pick and choose your battles. And I'm always losing. So I'm going to lose in my little corner.
The number one rule. It's, even when you're right, you're wrong.
Yep. That's how that works.
That's marriage.
That's how I managed
that the hard way.
Yeah, that's how I managed to stay married this fucking long. Jesus Christ. So anyways, what's up with the channel? Yeah, there we go. So what's up with the channel? What's the channel about? Tell me about yourself.
Me, I whatever comes to mind that I find interesting, I usually do a stream about. So for instance, today was Chelsea Handler and how
what's up with Handler?
She took offense on the stand-up comedy of Tony Hinchcliffe and Shane Gillis. And again, you look at
Ain't comedy always taking a hit though, or at least somebody's
they're
always
doing that. But this is the thing: like everybody else made kind of similar jokes, but she has an issue with them two. And I pinpointed the reason, and it's because these two dudes, even though Tony Hinchcliffe is gay, he is a Republican. He is a Trump. So and the same thing with Shane Gillis. I mean, he's not gay, but he's a Trumper. So this is the thing. That's why Chelsea felt some type of way. It's not because of the jokes or anything like that, because she stated that shit by her own self and her stand-up comedy. So I think it's just selective outrage. That's what it comes down to.
Shout out to Ricky for knowing what a fucking shuttlecock is.
What?
the badminton, that thing you hurt. I always thought it was called a birdie. I guess I think that maybe that's what we call it over the stateside, right? But here, yeah, it's called a shuttlecock. Which I'm not really comfortable calling that, at least in public. Right?
I'm like, yeah, the thing. I'll give you some shuttlecock later, honey.
No, not saying it. I got enough problems without that reputation. Right? Like I'm not going to live down the lipstick thing. Shuttlecock, I'm definitely not going to fucking live down. Like I said, I got enough problems.
Bro, man, like it must be awful when there's a certain thing that happens, right, with you and your lady, and you try to bring in sarcasm, and she's not getting it. Often than not.
Oh yeah. We haven't gotten. Let's see here. We've been married, I think 8, maybe 9 years, somewhere in there. I'll get in trouble for not remembering that. I'll get punished later, but so we've just now started getting into sarcasm, and the reason why is because she's just now catching on to slang.
Yeah.
And that's a problem because American English is much different than all of the other, like say the Canadians, the British, and all that, right? Their slang is at least, well, it's mild. Ours is just crude.
Yes, correct.
My old lady is prudish as fuck. I would say the word I would say words that are like damn. To her, that was just, I might as well have said the word. I might as well have said the CUNT word, right? Like to her, just the worst thing imaginable that could come out of somebody's mouth, right? I'm like, what are you talking about? Damn, this is like nothing to us. I think I said the word damn like as a teenager, and nobody blinked an eye at it. And it hits different. So now, and again, this is why I hate YouTube, right? So she hangs out at she watches some of the panels that I'm on, right? And now again, most of them, like 99% of them, are Americans, or they're throwing out slangs. And I have to stop every 10 minutes and explain to her what one slang means, right? And oh God, I didn't realize that we use so much slang. So now you're having to stop the video every 5 seconds to explain a term to her, right? I'll never get to anything.
Oh man.
I fucking hate English now. Like, I honestly hate English. I didn't want to learn Vietnamese. I'm going to start having to, just because I just don't want to have to explain English anymore.
Yeah, for real. It's like, because you feel it's like, damn, like, oh shit, we're so degrading. You know what I mean? Like, it's funny to us, but after you have to explain it to somebody else, it's like at some point you're just like, damn, man, like we do sound awful.
And then worse, it's got to be the why. Well, I don't know why. I mean, because some asshole wanted to call it this. Fuck do I know, right?
Like, this is how these people live, man. It's like, oh, America, filthy.
Yep.
Oh man,
that woman got me pulling out an encyclopedia like every 10 minutes. I can't stand it. I really can't.
I couldn't do it, dude. I couldn't. Couldn't. Yo, check this out. I found this shit to be hilarious.
Good shot. 1, 2.
So watch this very closely. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh,
That was clean.
that was a good slap. Oh, that's a good slap.
Former pro MMA fighter. A solid looking connection. Oh my God.
Ooh, that was the best shot, though.
It was.
That was good. See? Diminished. It was nowhere near as powerful. Oh,
Good. She thinking about it. 2. Fight in the power slap. Oh, and a solid one. She ate it well, though. Good. Yes, she did.
Like, why would you
know
sign
what?
up for that and try?
I've got questions. Why can't this be like a gender mixed sport, right?
Yo,
That's what I'm shouting.
Shout out to you.
Hey, Moxie, you and me, can we go play this sport?
Nah, man.
I'll even let you have the first go.
It's like I tell my wife, man, like, there was a time where she got me so mad, and then we came down from it. You know, it was all settled and shit. But being the guy that I am, I have to joke about the past. And I'm like, you know what? I could tell that you're still angry about what happened last week. Like, we could go to the octagon, I'll tie my hand, and I use my weak hand against you. Like, and you can take your frustrations out on me. But the rule is I can also protect myself and defend myself.
No, I don't get no protection around here. I think it was about 6 months ago. My old lady learned what a cup check was.
Shit,
so now she's walking around the house. Cup check.
Cup check.
I am 40 years old. I don't want to be cup checked. My balls just can't take it anymore. Nope. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have kids anymore. It's not going to happen. Damn. I'm restarting to rethink this whole gender mix sport, right?
Yo,
just
who's
because
this comment for me, or what is he talking about?
Well, which one?
Bro, you wild.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
Taking
that's
shots at
wild.
RLM?
Yeah,
Woo!
that's wild, bro. That is wild. Well, give me 1 second. Let me grab my tobacco.
Yeah. Do your thing, man.
Yeah. I don't know anything about that, man. But it
I don't
is
know either.
it is graduation season.
RL. Ooh.
It is graduation season.
Ooh.
And as it is graduation season, I got beautiful moments to share with you guys.
What the hell is that?
Those are your future doctors, future scientists. Yeah, I think I've seen enough.
Well, shout out to the new freshman girls going into university. We call that fresh meat.
Yeah, man, they're celebrating because you know, they're gonna go, to their careers, man, and change the world.
Is that what that's called? Human centipede? Damn, I gotta look this stuff up. Oh, wait. Nope, I changed my mind. I am not looking that up. What the hell is that? Oh, I know better than
Yeah, I was gonna tell you not to, but I stood quiet there.
Hey,
I'll let you figure it out.
Shout out to the chat, right? Just learn not to Google no phrases. That's what I know better than this.
One time, I can't remember, but somebody was like, "Yeah, man, it was a great whatever, a great movie. You should look it up. 2 Girls in 1 Cup." And like a dickhead, I actually looked it up, and when I looked it up, I was like, "Oh, come on, man! Like, you're an asshole."
Yeah, pretty much.
You're an asshole.
Problem is I've done it enough times. You'd think I'd know better, right? I guess I got caught slipping. God.
Who wants to see this nasty shit? Yeah, man, but there was a movie called The Human Centipede, and it's a wild movie, man. I actually seen it.
I think that was a movie thing. Quite descriptive on the imagery. I think I'll pass.
Yeah. It's disgusting. Disgusting movie, man. Disgusting plot. Disgusting everything. It's fucking gross.
Damn.
Yeah. Whoever wrote that shit is a sick fuck. That's all I have to say. Yeah, baby. But what you think about the festivities, man? The graduation, the celebration, man. The dancing.
I missed. I'm old school. I must be an old guy, right? Because I miss the old formal stuff.
Same here.
Whatever the kids do now, I don't want nothing to do with. Just don't want any part of it.
Just mention your name, grab your shit, sit the fuck down.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm grabbing my coffee, go sit in the corner, and ignore everybody.
And wait for the commencement to end, and stay there for 15 minutes after. Chat a little bit, and then get the fuck out of there. Go out to eat or something, or go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's how it was with me and my family and everybody else. So I don't know. This is new to me, but I seen this shit last year though, and I thought it was just like a one-time thing, but apparently not.
I graduated from a Christian academy. I guarantee you, we weren't doing anything like that. That just was not going to happen.
It's crazy. Like the most that we did, because there was like 8 of us, right?
Right.
So the most that we did when my wife graduated, we were like maybe, in the midsection, and because it was like a like an arena where you can fit, I think it's what, 17? No, it's not 17. I think it's 16,000 people. Right? It was pretty packed. And all we did was like, woo, and that's it. That was it. And even then, she looked at us like y'all need to chill. You know what I mean? But that's why I did it. But but there's no dancing. There's no doing backflips. There's no cartwheels. There's no fucking busting a freestyle. There's none of that, man. Just grab your degree and sit the fuck down. It ain't about you.
Yep. Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Kind of miss the traditions. I think that's what it is. I really miss the traditions.
Yeah. Same.
Which I guess if every generation is doing something different, maybe it never was a tradition. I have no idea anymore.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, look at this. Look at the difference. I'm not trying to. It's just like I get that you're happy and all that, but there's no need to. Look at it.
We look to our classmates and express the joy of friendships we will always cherish. And finally, we face the statue of the Sacred Heart of Jesus and bid farewell to Ursuline Academy.
Yeah, wasn't that beautiful?
Yeah, they'd be changing their mind if they're the ones that had to pay for those gowns.
Oh yeah. They're white, of course, which is retarded, but isn't it beautiful though? It's just like, okay, whatever. Ha ha. Boo, 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 bop, bop. All right. Ha, woo. That was it.
I ain't running around in the mud. I think I'm opposed to the mud.
Like, in that gym floor, God knows how dirty that shit is, and you rubbing your shit. People stepping on. You know what I mean?
Well, considering the sexual promiscuity, I'm pretty sure that the gym floor is probably the least nastiest thing to touch their crotches.
Yeah. That's about right. That's about right. God damn, man. I just don't get it, dude. Like, all right, celebrate. I agree. Like, you accomplished something that most people haven't. Kudos. But damn, man, like, really?
Well, it depends. Are we talking high school? Are we talking about university? I'm
that's
pretty
a
sure
university.
Oh, university. I don't know. I got a different take on university. I got a problem with the whole student loans. I got a major issue with this. 70%.
Go ahead. I would love to hear what you have to say because I have an issue too.
So basically 70% of women are the ones that graduate from university versus I guess about 30% are males.
Preach.
So you had this basically let's just call it the government bailouts for university university assistants, right? To pay this bill. Why the fuck are my tax dollars going to pay for somebody else's university? I really got a problem with that, right? Why?
Yeah, because
right?
I stated the same thing. I want a Ferrari, so shouldn't everybody else pay for my Ferrari?
But this is where we're at. We're this weird argument, and I almost agree with him if the U.S. was any other economy. If you go to Europe, you go to Central America, pretty much almost everywhere else in the world, universities generally obligated to even get a job at McDonald's, pretty much. But in the U.S., our economy is very different. You don't really need a university degree to, I guess, generate wealth. Matter of fact, it seems like business ownership is kind of the direction you would go for it. However, for some odd reason, we basically keep promoting this education. I really don't I don't mind people doing it. I just don't see why I'm supposed to pay for it.
Yeah, same here. You want to go, you go, but I shouldn't have to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm kind of like having qualms with this. And I don't think it's everybody, right? It's not sales tax that's covering these fees. It's actually generally property taxes. So now I got issues, right? How far does that go? If I'm paying my property tax, why the hell am I paying for everybody else to do everything that I do? I don't want to carry other people.
Yeah,
There's got to be some kind of weird.
as long as it's high school and stuff, but after that, it's your choice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I agree.
Yeah. I just don't. To be honest with you, I don't know about it. I kind of jump on the whole Christian nationalist movement where trying to roll back the voting rights of 1918. Just want to roll them back to that point. If people want to vote, fine. Participate with society, buy a house, buy land, get involved. I don't see any point in people. I don't even understand why the hell people are like, oh, I should have say in family. Bitch, you don't want a family. Why the hell do you have any say in it?
I was about to say that. Damn, man, you read my mind, bro. Oh my God, dude, I had, and I love them to death, but they're liberal, and it's like they themselves are not planning to get married. They themselves are not planning to have a kid, but they got a house and everything. And this is not to throw shade at them or anything, but I had asked him a question, and I was like, dude, why does it matter to you what political whatever is in power if you don't have any children? Let's say that this person believes in this and this and this and that. Why should you be able to vote and ruin every other parent, choice or way of living or whatever when you yourself don't have kids or don't want them?
Do me a favor. Go down to the chat. The third one from the bottom with Stanley. Let's address this one. Okay, so here's how you can get around this, right? Tax deductions are kind of a big way where you can actually rob the federal government of taxes. Yes, it's true that you're always going to pay, but you do actually get a choice in how you pay or whom you pay. Generally speaking, most tax deductions, at least for like income, that's easy to write off deductions, right? Like you can donate to charity, get around that, right? You'll at least get your money back. We'll put it that way. When it comes down to property taxes, you get a little bit more colorful on it. There are ways to outskirt from underneath of it to generally rob your county. Now, it comes with a nasty little cost because if a vast majority, let's just say 60% of a population within a county does it, you're pretty much going to tank your own school district, right? Like, so generally schools are going to be the first one that gets cut. There are ways, a 101 different ways to get out from underneath property tax, at least to where that taxable value does not go to the county, at least property taxes, and then ultimately to the state, and then ultimately to the Fed. There are generally ways around it. So when I say yours, yes, you actually get a little bit more say. A popular one is to become an ordained minister. Really requires logging into a website, again, different states, but logging into a website, filling out some paperwork, and boom, you become an ordained minister. Of course, you do have to go to court, pay a small fee, blah, blah, blah. Now you can register your property as a religious institution. You just have to meet the requirement. And again, every county is a little bit different. My county, pretty much specifically, you have to hold, I think, 3 gatherings per year. Let's just call it a barbecue. Not very difficult to meet. There are colorful ways to get out from underneath of it. You just have to start getting involved with your county and start looking this shit up.
Is it true that like I don't know if this is true, but is it true like if you were like, I don't know, I've seen this with like rich people where they bury their relatives on the property? And now it becomes something like burial grounds or some shit like that. And they
yeah, but
they don't have to pay taxes or something on it.
Yeah, but it becomes regulated in a different format too. Generally speaking, if you're going to keep dead bodies on your property, which you can do it, right? And again, per county changes, right? You have to meet the requirements are. You can build like the little mausoleums and things like that. There's all kinds of weird stuff you can do, but you also lose what you can do with that property. So yeah, but you kind of lock yourself into it. Keep in mind, if you ever change any of the zoning, right now you have to deal with dead bodies, and that is incredibly expensive.
Okay.
Once they go in, getting them out, whole different nightmare to have to tend with. So you have to be very sure that that's what you want to do for like generations.
Yeah, because I actually Googled that for that. I don't think that's that you.
Yeah, getting bodies into the ground or again a mausoleum, right? That's actually not that difficult. Getting them out is very difficult.
Welcome, Stanley.
Hey, what's
Like
up, Latino? What's up, dog?
Like very difficult.
Or
Good
Josh?
afternoon now.
So,
Oh, yeah. You know,
oh
I
shit,
just
that's
woke
Stan,
up
right?
about an hour ago. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. I wanted to talk right quick about the student loan forgiveness and tax dollars.
Go ahead.
I think a lot of people don't realize that once you put the stamp on and drop it in the mailbox like we did back in the old days, it is our tax money. Now, our representatives pretty much decide, hopefully with some input from the voters, how to spend money. I'm not unsympathetic to the argument about student loan forgiveness because there are actually ways, like, if you're going, I don't know, you're doing some health profession or you're teaching or something like that, you can get college paid for, with like a 5-year commitment or something like that. So there are professions, and I think students need to be and through their parents, by the way. I think parents, a lot of times parents don't necessarily know how to navigate college and majors and all that sort of stuff, but it's up to them to come up to speed. A lot of times kids get bad advice.
May I add something?
Picking a major and that sort of thing. Let me finish because I'm
Yeah,
old
go
and
ahead.
I'll forget. The point I want to make is getting around taxes. It doesn't change my argument. So people just seem to not understand what tax dollars actually are. There's no such thing as my tax dollars once you hit the send button or drop it off at the post office.
Technically
You
correct.
made
Right?
I'm done with
But
that.
your
sorry.
property tax, at least your deductions are actually filed at the moment that you're hitting. Well, in
Okay.
this case, in my case, the tax assessor.
It doesn't address my point. How you,
Sure.
I'm sorry,
Once
Hey,
Stanley.
by
you
the way,
made a-
property taxes are local and maybe they trickle up, maybe they don't, because some states get more in tax dollars than, they actually pay out. So your argument is a little bit besides my point.
You kind of made a valid point though. Like I used to work at a college. I'm not going to state what college it was, but if I would have stayed there, and my daughters were old enough to go to college, it would be free. It would be a free ride just because I worked there. So there is other alternatives of getting free education. I'm just saying.
And by the way, Latino, you probably know this better than Josh. I am quote very far right when it comes to education. It's just kind of the way I was raised in school. The education should be taken extremely seriously. So I know at some point certain majors aren't going to be eligible for certain types of student loans.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
take education extremely seriously. People do not take their college career seriously enough. As a matter of fact, my son got a full ride to Georgia Tech, basically an academic scholarship, because I was very hard. He knew what my expectations were, and good on him for meeting those expectations. But he's a smart kid. But like I said, I don't think people take that education seriously enough. College is expensive. and it needs to be taken way more seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's other ways around it. Like for instance, like I said, you can work for a college, and if you work there long enough, they'll give you a discount, or it can be a free ride.
Well, yeah, but that's taking college seriously. I mean, there are ways to get college paid for. Okay, my goal is like you need to get out of college without student loans. And if you have to get student loans, say to go to some expensive college, the degree you get from that expensive college, and you're so far in debt you can't buy a home for 10 years. The degree that you get from a community college or a less expensive college, it's still a degree. So I think it is an abomination to come out of school with all this debt, and you don't have to take student loans. That's voluntary. If you can't pay for college without going deep into debt, you should not be going to college. You should find another route. Military, get it paid for that way, etc.
Or
Is forgive me, a GI Bill is a lot different back when I was young.
or something too.
Well, I was in the Navy.
Yeah, how much does the GI Bill cover now in like 2026? Does it cover the same rate as it did like I guess 20 years ago?
I don't know, but it does pay quite a bit. But let me tell you, even if you go into the military, my roommate, I went to Navy OCS. My roommate at Navy OCS was prior enlisted, and he wound up getting his college paid for. It was basically he went TAD to an ROTC unit. So he wound up coming back into the Navy. He was a nuclear, a nuke, an enlisted nuke. He did well enough at whatever to get University of Texas paid for, where he majored in like engineering science or something like that. Then came back out. He didn't go back into the nuclear program, but he got his commission. So there are other ways via the military besides the GI Bill. I knew another guy who was enlisted, and he wound up going to the Naval Academy Prep School, wound up graduating from the Naval Academy. So he's prior enlisted as well. There are ways even besides the GI Bill.
Oh yeah. There's always God. There's a billion and one ways.
Yeah, if they want you, they will help you figure out a way.
Got no disagreement there. I even got no disagreement with the concept. It's the onus is on the parents to actually kind of like, and I will
agree.
have to say, I agree more so that it's on the parents to kind of like educate themselves. I guess because like every couple of years, shit changes so much with funding.
Oh, dude.
Right.
So I agree. It really is got to be a lot of effort probably to get into it. But damn, right? Why the hell is it constantly a college funding political debate? That's what I don't get over.
Well, I mean, whether we like it or not, and one of these days you ought to come to my show and we can get deep into the politics of it, or the political philosophy, if you will, of it. This is a government of elites, even on the right. Donald Trump is a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. He's an Ivy Leaguer. A lot of people may not know that. So we are a government of elites, and college is, generally seen as, kind of a way, an avenue, a way to, kind of leap into, say, the middle class or even upper middle class or beyond. And, the numbers don't lie. College graduates tend to make more on average in their lifetime in income. So I think that's why it's a political debate.
Can I ask a question? Do you think that college should have a gap on pay. I mean, on the price of college and tuition on the. On the
You mean
price
a cap?
Yeah, a cap. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Ooh,
I don't think you can get away with that.
probably.
I don't
Probably.
I don't think you can get away with it because then you start. It's
Well,
a
you're
business, and the moment you
well,
start
yeah,
capping
absolutely
businesses,
right. Absolutely right. You're going to bump up against the Constitution with that.
it's unfortunately, like I like the idea, but the moment that you do that, right, you're going to start going into that whole controlling the prices of other products within other businesses, and that
Right.
most people are not like. It's just a door that you'll never get shut.
And you got to think, whether we like it or not, money is considered speech. So they will, you'll never be able to cap it. And again, it's up to parents. I'm a parent absolutist. It is up to parents if your goal is your kid goes to college. Now, look, my son did real well in school. He made 1B in 12 years, and that was in band, and it was my fault that he made the B. I won't get into details, so I had to eat that B. But, if he was a C student, we would have discussed a different avenue.
I would like to be a parent elitist. I just don't see how. Yeah, we lost that we lost that option.
Well, I should say I'm sorry. I should say a parent supremacist. Maybe elitist is the wrong word.
I would agree with that one too. Just still same applies. We lost that option generations ago.
How so?
We signed the concept of your limitation of parenting. And I don't mean like corporal punishment. I mean, here, be the example, right? Let's just say you have a 16-year-old kid. 16-year-old kid goes out and gets in trouble, right? Outside of civil liability, that's it. That's all the I guess accountability you're going to have on the parents is maybe civil liability. And that.
Oh, you mean if the kids commit a crime or something?
A crime, any type of debt that gets incurred. Yeah, I'm not. I absolutely would love the idea of children paying for the sins of their fathers and the fathers paying the sins of their children.
Well, I don't think kids should pay for the sins of their fathers, but let me give you two cases. One in Georgia where I live and one in Michigan where there were school shooters. The father of the boy in Winder, Georgia, and I forget the city in Michigan, the kids basically took weapons from their parents. The Georgia case was egregious. Parents are they're criminally charged.
Criminal liability for storage reasons. A lot of states have storage laws, like how you keep your weapons.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This kid in Los Angeles, the two kids at the mosque in San Diego, their parents' weapons. One of them got weapons from their parents somehow or another. That's going to be a problem for that parent.
In Detroit too, I think, right? With that kid that shot up the school.
Yeah. It was in Detroit. I couldn't remember what city in Michigan.
Yeah, that. Yep.
Those laws have
now the kid and. Let me tell you about that kid in Winder, Georgia. The FBI had interviewed him and his father a year before because there was rumors that,
I remember that
the kid was going to do something.
Yep.
And the FBI, it was bad enough that the FBI said, questioned the two of them. And, the father basically said, nope, he's not going to get weapons. He won't have access for me. Well, the very next Christmas, the guy gives the kid a pistol for a Christmas gift.
What's the name of that movie where they give the kid the little BB gun?
You're talking A Christmas Story?
Yeah, Christmas Story. Like, what the fuck he thought it was? Like, come on, man, this guy's a retard.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I'm saying that that the father's a retard for giving him that, thinking that it was going to be a Christmas story. You know what I mean?
Except it was like a Glock or something.
But check this out. I want to get you guys' opinion on this video.
If Britain was an American state, how wealthy do you think it would be? How many American states do you think are wealthier than us in terms of GDP per capita?
Blimey, that me. You're asking the wrong person. Let's say.
Oh,
30.
I know the
Ballpark
answer to this
guess.
question.
I have genuinely no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think depending on the area as well. If we're talking like different areas of the UK.
So this is the UK as a whole.
Okay.
Versus all the each individual American state.
So in comparison, is that the question?
Yes.
What state?
Yeah. So what state will we be most like? How many states are poorer than us? How many states are richer than us?
I have no idea.
Yeah, this is not a you question.
Talking.
Is there a right answer?
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll give you the answer. Yeah. Have it.
So how many are richer than the UK?
Yeah. So it's 50 states.
Yeah.
If we were a state, how rich would we be?
I reckon we are in the lower 25%. I'm saying like a quarter.
That's definitely true.
Is it?
Extremely true. Actually, so we would actually be the 51st state, the poorest state. Every single American state. We've been overtaken by Mississippi, which was the poorest American state. And there was a survey done for 3,000 British voters were polled, and most British voters thought we would be about 7th. Which is 7th out of 50, whereas we're actually 51.
Oh my god.
So why do you think we're so much poorer than the Americans?
Because everything here is so expensive. So the housing market, for example, the houses you could get in the US versus the house in the UK, you're talking like triple the size.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone's money is spent on rent, mortgages. It's just so much more expensive here. I also think that the job market, the amount that people get paid for the same jobs in America is significantly more. So it's just not giving people fair opportunities because of the amount of money and tax. Most of people's wages go to tax as well. So the actual take home is very, very limited.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a point of pride in my opinion.
Damn. So if UK was a state, it'll be the 51st in our GDP.
Oh, we haven't even talked about the territories. I bet Puerto Rico's richer.
Damn.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything against the British, by the way.
Yo, me neither. But why you think that is? I mean, there was a time.
Look, for all
where they were seen to be like, the strongest, whatever. Like, what happened?
Okay, I'm gonna say diversity is our strength. We are more creative because there are just so many ways to come at problems. That is my belief. We're a creative bunch.
I don't know. I think I could be wrong. I'm not from England. I would have to talk to Banta since he lives out there. But don't they have a lot of social programs? I mean, we do too.
Well,
But,
yeah, but I mean, the social programs, basically the socialism doesn't really matter because Norway, Sweden, Denmark, I believe, they're richer than Britain too, if I recall. France, I think, is richer. Germany's, they all have those social programs. I'm not real good with
what is it then? Like,
France, but I
it has
know.
to be something.
Why would you? Who cares? To be honest,
I'm
I
just
guess
saying,
it's
like, whatever
something.
happened to like
Moderates are political cucks.
Oh yeah.
I guess I'm a political cuck.
Depends on what scale of moderate you are.
I'm a liberalism guy with a capital L. I mean, maybe classical liberal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Was
I
classical
could,
liberal.
yeah, but I'm not on the right, though. I don't have a whole lot of problems with center right people, especially now in this Trump era.
Oh, see, I consider most conservatives to be, I guess,
Well,
centrist. Right?
conservatives tend now see, and it's so funny because I've been rereading a lot of this stuff. Somebody like a Roger Scruton, for instance, he's not that far outside, my political, social, cultural sphere. He might be on the edge, but he's not outside of it really. And disagreement is fine. We can disagree on things, but I have sympathy for conservatives. I mean, a lot of people think I'm conservative, and in some ways I am, but that's my politics.
Yeah.
Interesting. Shit, man. Give me a second.
But one thing I do want to say, and I'm going to sound like a geek when I say this, I think people should, not too many people are as into politics as I am, or maybe Josh or Latino. You should read about your positions. The people that you admire, you should read about them. You should read what they wrote. Maybe you will agree more with them, or maybe you'll change your mind. People just kind of.
I'm a far right. I'm
Are
a
you
far right
really?
extremist. Yeah.
Well, if you're the kind of supremacist that I've heard you say you are, I accept what people say they are.
I guess my national heroes probably not what most people would consider to be heroes.
Who are they?
Yeah, Mustache Man would be high on that list.
I assume they are. I assume they're actually inside. They're American and not.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, most of them would actually not be American.
How about Jared Taylor? Let's do a quick litmus test. Jared Taylor?
No.
Okay, well then.
Most of my heroes were based off of tactics, not their stances.
Like a Steve Bannon?
God, Bannon is a little weird to me, and I don't know if I actually trust his position. I think
he was
he's been doing a little bit of.
He was at least that.
Bannon did a lot of grifting. It's either the case that he did a lot of not grifting like over money, right? But grifting over political clout. Either it's the case that he did a lot of that, or he over the course of his life he did a lot of shifting, which is probably a little bit more accurate to what most people are. Like as people age up, they kind of they go more right, just in the sense of traditionalism.
Well, here's the deal. I think with a person like Bannon, all I ask, even if I disagree with a position, if you can leave me the breadcrumbs to figure out why you have the position, I'll still disagree, but I'll admire you for at least being able to articulate why you think
that you'll never get out of people. Most people won't ever tell you the goal, let alone why they want that goal.
Well, do you think they know, or do you think they're that shy about it? Like you and your heroes, for instance?
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't think that ever really comes out. When it comes to traditionalism, it really requires you to have some type of intimate knowledge with your own, let's just say, generational ancestors. Let's just say go back 2 or 3, right? Fudge, that one is difficult. I don't think most people generationally left enough like journals behind for them to be able to follow that. I think we rely heavily on rumors.
And we shouldn't, because there are, it's in writing out there somewhere. But let me just mark a difference between us. I tend not to care that much about the past. I'm one of these people who thinks every generation pops out of, who's the was it Athena or Aphrodite that popped out of Zeus's head? Every generation should. I'm almost Jeffersonian in the way with that blood of patriots, that quote. Sometimes you have to shed the old and come up with something new. And I think people tend to be afraid or comfortable, which, it's human nature. Like my father, for instance, he's in his 80s now. And he has been working on, a family genealogy. And he's come up with some fascinating things, but I'm not that interested in it. It'll be interesting, in the abstract, but other than, hey, this is interesting, it doesn't have any bearing on my life now. My immediate parents, and maybe you could argue my grandparents, had impact on the life I live. But
yes,
my
society
great
changes.
grandfather has
Yeah.
no bearing on how I live my life now.
Yeah. That's because society has changed like fundamentally from like what your great grandparents would be. I would probably argue
I
probably from
should
your
say
grandparents too.
so.
Yeah. So, I mean, that just kind of is how it is. But I kind of like the regression. I like the regression simply because I like the more staunch rules. I don't think we'll ever get back in that direction unless there's some, gosh, drastic.
Well, do you ever, give me an example of a rule back then that you liked.
Oh yeah, roll back 1918 voter rights.
Even if it's a, a
1918 voter rights, going back to like stakeholder voting. That
you
would
mean
be
was the women's vote in 1919 or 1920? I can't remember.
I thought it was the early 20s. And it kind of like it's kind of like a misnomer. We didn't really get, I'll say we, like the general populace didn't get the right to vote till 1918 anyways. Prior to that, it was like landowners, things like that.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I would love to roll back to that, to do something like that. Christian nationalists would have to go off the chain and just go revolutionary. It ain't close to that yet.
Yeah, and it's you're not gonna take away rights like the right to vote. If you qualify for it, you're not taking that right back. That genie's out of the bottle. Now, this is the interesting thing. I tend to abhor extremes on the left and the right. If you have to resort to violence or a coup or something like that to impose your beliefs on people who don't agree with you, that to me is abhorrent.
Well, let me ask this one: pro Civil War or anti Civil War? Because that would have been violent.
I don't understand how can you be pro or anti something that's a historical fact.
Well, yeah, it did happen, right? But if you were the guy in charge that could snap your fingers and make it go one way or the other, would you go for the Civil War or go against the Civil War?
I wouldn't have fired at Fort Sumter.
Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, why?
I guess I don't. Well, at least you're consistent, right?
Well, what do you think? I mean, don't be shy.
No.
I think the Civil War is way more complicated than people.
Yeah,
it is like it is.
Realize.
Dude, there were so many linchpins. 16 hours here or 16 hours there. I was listening to something last night. That when Lee went into Pennsylvania, it was literally was it the story I've heard is they got a hold of Lee's field order by accident. Somebody dropped it in a field and some Union private found it. So was it McClellan? I can't remember who was in charge at the time. Had advanced notice of what Lee was going to do. What if it hadn't been found? I can't be pro. It's hard for me to go pro or con with a historical event.
Well, no, it's basically violence used to impose on, in this case, states, right? So it was the northern states, technically speaking.
I understand, but the way it started was just so almost innocent in a way.
Oh, it was violent at least 60 years prior. I mean, there was.
Oh yeah. Well, dude, Jefferson knew what was going to happen. If you go back and
sure,
wolf by the ears, he knew something was going to have to give. And one of the problems I have with the framers is they kick the can down the road, which it's like endemic in legislatures. They will kick the can down the road as long as they can.
Agreed.
So,
yeah, fundamentally agreed. To be fair, right? Yeah, it's not enough time in a politician's lifetime to be able to do half the shit that they need or want to do, or at least political career lifetime. It's actually asking a lot from a system that wasn't designed that way.
Well, I honestly think that, look, I tend to blame Trump, for instance. I think Trump is a symptom, not he's caused a lot, but he is a symptom. I always put the onus on the voters. You are who you vote for. At least
Agree again.
Agree again.
Yeah, there's no getting around this, right? Like the idea that a mouthy politician got elected, right? That's kind of like out of order from our common status quo, right? Yeah, that's
we said really we want to change. And no, I'm not a Trump fan, but the people who voted for him want to change. And let me tell you something. There's always a silver lining. And I'm not that much of an optimist, but I think we know what we don't want. I think Trump has taught us some things.
Yeah.
I don't like the lack of civility. I'll agree
absolutely.
To that. I just don't know. We open the door to lack of civility. The only thing left is for conflict. I'm pretty sure that's got to be the next step.
What if Marx is right?
In that concept, probably.
But I think I was saying this yesterday. I think, Democrats right now don't have a spine. You don't necessarily have to, create a left version of Donald Trump. But I think Trump has exposed some things we didn't know could happen. Like with this $1.776 billion what is it? Lawfare, something like that, an anti-lawfare fund, which is just like even the Republicans are going, he did what?
Yeah, I'm not. You're not gonna see. This is the problem. I would like to bash leftists if I could. The problem is once we start getting into the conversation of spending, fuck. I just can't. I can't, because I know what we do on the right generally drives weird taxes up. Sure, we can get a couple tax incentives here and there, right? And then boast about it on the news like it's this thing, right? But it always inevitably comes to a higher cost down the road, right? This is why I said, fuck, I want to bash leftists. I can't when it comes down to spending. Because there's
let me
always
tell you, that's why I don't think I constantly say MAGA is not even remotely conservative. There's some conservative values mixed into it. But it's not a conservative movement.
MAGA, I don't disagree with Venus's assessment of MAGA being a cult. At the end of the day, if you're if you're backing a guy just because you like the guy, fuck off. That's just personality cult.
It's kind of.
I don't give MAGA much
to me.
I've heard a little bit of you and Venus go back and forth. That is an interesting.
I state the same thing, man. I may have voted for the guy, but I don't agree with everything he has done.
Oh,
I can tell you that.
That. To be fair, me and Venus go back quite a few years. That's
Really?
why.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I can tell you that for a fact.
I came across Venus because of Hamp. I actually used to work for Hamp.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's how I ended up direct interactions with Venus. I don't know why she gets pegged as like strong-willed. I mean, she is, but it's just a different conversation. I guess it's something to learn how to talk to.
I will tell you honestly, I personally don't have a problem with people like Venus. Strong-willed women don't bother me much. You just, and this is going theoretical here. I'm not talking specifically about Venus, but if you're a young man and you meet a woman you like who has a strong will, just you better up your game and be a bigger man.
Yeah, to be fair, I think most people that go after Venus are kind of like what do they call them? I want to say like red pill, right? Where it's the whole battle of the sexes,
Yeah,
and they just want to clash with her
it's
based on the
black
talking points, right?
manosphere, red pill sort of thing. Yeah. I occasionally watch. I don't watch Hamp unless he's on Nightish's show. Nightish is reviewing it. I'm not interested in the relationship shows and stuff like that.
I'll be right back.
Venus. I'll listen to 15 minutes just to see where she's going. But that relationship stuff.
You should check out Hamp's on it. He tries, and to be fair, it's not exactly his fault, but he tries to get into the whole I guess the moral stances. It's a hard sales pitch that he's slowly trying to work with it. I've noticed over the last
I'm gonna be honest, and please don't be offended. I was raised Catholic, like I'm a cradle Catholic, and I think the one thing
What's
I got
a cradle Catholic?
I was born and raised basically I didn't convert.
Okay.
However, I call myself a cultural Catholic.
Okay.
I don't, since I've been an adult, I don't, I'm more Camus. I think the Bible is a great instructional moral code.
Yep.
However, I'm not gonna base my political views or even cultural views on it. If you are using the Bible as a moral, like a cultural touchstone, yeah, of course I'll listen to you, I will respect you, but it's not. You're not gonna sway me.
You're aware I'm an atheist, right?
Well then how can that is interesting. No, I didn't know. I knew you were a
Christian nationalist.
Yeah. Is it a cultural thing?
No, Christian nationalism is a political movement. The problem with it being is like what rule set you want to apply. Ultimately, if Christian nationalism were to, let's say, gain power within the United States, currently they have executive power, or they have a monopoly on most of the executive powers. But that's only because of appointment. Whether it sticks or not, we'll know after Trump's out. But you're looking for like a rule book to apply. Now, this comes down to, I would call it inner fighting amongst the different denominations. I would say that Catholics kind of have I'm thinking that they would have the majority of population within the United States.
Really? No.
Yeah, I hate to say this, right? Like I really and I don't know. See, now I don't know if the numbers are correct, right? Because I don't think there's any way of fact checking it, right? Most people want to say that the Protestants are because of the Bible Belt, right? But generally speaking, if we're talking about the membership that comes within Catholicism, they've got the numbers. Now, keep in mind,
you and I will disagree on that.
Oh, I've got some numbers for it. Now, I just don't know if the numbers are accurate that the Catholics are reporting. Right? There's no way to verify it, put it that way, right? Because you can be like, oh, here. Let's say you signed up as a member of a church within a Catholic church, right? They're going to probably maintain that number for the rest of, life, basically.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Well, I mean, are you saying, hey, people who may convert to another religion will stay on the books of the Catholic parish
Yes,
or whatever?
I think the Catholics are doing that, but I can't prove that one way or the other. I can.
That's actually plausible.
Yeah, I can't point to
But
I can point to couples.
the thing is that they stay on the Catholic rolls, but they get added to whatever religion they convert to. So that kind of
Correct.
cancels each other out.
Correct. Well, see, now canceling out, right? Now we're going to start adding.
Well, it's a one for
population into it.
one. One here, one on the books here, and then you add one to the next religion's book.
Now add the population growth to it. You have to roll everything back like 10 years to get maybe a. And that's the problem, right? That's why I said I can't prove it one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
You can pull up cases, but I don't know. It's like voter fraud, right? I can pull up cases of voter fraud. I can never pull up enough cases to actually say that it's definitive enough to mean anything at the end of the day. But on the books, that's kind of where we're at. Maybe you can get the Protestants up there if they keep fucking better records, right? God, they're horrible at it.
Well, the Mormons
and
have
then
all the
Orthodoxy. They're going that way again. And then, but anyways, the point is once you get to a rule book, like let's just say Christian nationalism dominates, then you have to have this, I'm going to call it inter-Christian conflict, and they're going to have to hammer out which rule set they want to abide by.
Well, and I agree with that. If you've read Patrick Deneen, and I forget the law professor at Harvard's name, so
Christian nationalism isn't the threat isn't from society. The threat is ultimately they have that fight before they gain power. If they have any of that conflict beforehand, they're going to fail. There's just no way. And I don't know how to get them to fucking, I don't know how to get them to hold hands long enough to take power. Because
taking power suggests violence. Or you mean people are going to vote? People are going to vote for it? That's
no.
I don't think people are going to vote for it.
Nobody's ever going to vote for
absolutely they're not. It's an extremist position. Correct.
But if they can get power, then the violence just comes inherently. I guess I don't even know if they'll actually. I don't know if they're willing to enact violence on each other to even settle that rule book. Basically, I don't know how far that would go, but no, society is never going to vote for violence. That has rarely ever happened in history. That's usually been coups, which I don't think they ever really voted for it one way or the other. They might have voted and it led up to it, but voting directly for violence, that's really not, that's really rare. But anyways,
I don't know if you saw Clarence Thomas's speech at the University of Texas where he's talking about natural rights. The problem is if you believe this current government historically is basically God-given. So how do you justify doing a coup on a government that is based on natural rights, according to Clarence Thomas? Basically it's ordained by God.
Yeah, that's just asserting that it's okay. It's kind of a weird.
Oh, you got to hear Clarence Thomas's speech. If I were weak-minded, he would have inspired me.
Yeah,
he'd drive me back to the church.
No, and here's why. One, Christian nationalism in itself would be fundamentally anti-democracy, which would imply that it's also very anti-republic. Thus, Christian nationalism cannot, in our framework of government, it can't exist. So something's got to give. And the only reason that I'm for Christian nationalism is because of the extreme rule set.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with that.
If you're a Christian
Now,
nationalist,
what are
I
you
guess
saying, Chris? Are we going back to a monarchy?
Christian. Oh, so this is where the most popular request for Christian nationalism is a return to monarchy. I oppose that simply because it was a monarchy that took it out in the first place. I mean, that was like the whole Protestant movement came about by fucking King Henry. I'm opposed to that and more for theocracy.
So, give me an example of a government that I guess Iran didn't technically have a king. They had a supreme ruler there.
Iran is currently a theocracy. Before I guess the 79 thing, it was a monarchy. And it was very anti-Islamic, and that's probably why they had the coup. It's also why
I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it's expected
Islam
the
cannot
Iranian people are
deal
going to
with secularism. Secular and Islamic.
It can't deal with its own. It can't deal with its own population simply because, like the older generation, they are still very much anti. Let's call it the youth movement, right? They're very anti. Well, we don't want our kids dressing like they do in the West. We don't want them doing all of the Western problems, right? And so that's why their government. I lived in Iran for about 2 years. Jesus Christ!
Really? For real?
Yeah, the old people and the young people are very different, right? So when you saw the protests, they were predominantly mostly younger, and I'm saying 40 and under.
Like the average age is really young.
Yeah.
That's crazy. How was that like?
What do you mean? How was it like? Iran?
Like how was yeah?
Fuck. It depends on what you want. I don't know what to compare it to. So I'm mostly stayed in Iran. I think the farthest out I ever got was allowed to go anywhere. It was Lavasoon. Shit. So it's very double-faced. Is a good way of putting it, right? So you've got the whole on street level, it looks one way, behind closed doors, it's very different.
Yes.
But to be
I have dreamed, it's on my bucket list. I'll probably never get there. I have always wanted to visit Tehran.
You can't. Well, okay. After all of this shit is over with, you can go in. You actually can. It's just a pain in the ass.
No. It's on my bucket list. It's not like an imperative, but I've read there are a couple, believe this or not, female novelists who grew up in Iran and now live in the US. I've read like 3 or 4 or 5 maybe. And they describe pre-1979 Iran. And memory is always gonna gloss over stuff, but it just sounded like a place I wanted to visit.
I think you should go just because there's no way to describe it. Like it's a thing you have to see for yourself, and it's because again, it's.
Is it like other Middle Eastern countries, or is it kind of different?
No, and that's. It's not fair because the economy is so different, so they have to basically function differently. So as a result, that functionality is going to have a different impact on the environment, thus onto the culture, thus onto everything. It seems like, but here's an example. So like you would think that Islamic country, alcohol, big no, right? But you as a foreigner, if you walk into, let's just say one of those hookah shops, right?
Really?
They'll give you, there's what they call a double menu. It's you get the different menu, and the different menu has all of this stuff that you're definitely not a cop, right? So we'll advertise the wine, and they've got decent wine. It's mostly all homemade stuff. Couldn't tell you where it comes from. I'm sure somebody around there is making it, right? But this is kind of like the thing that you run into, and you run into it by sheer shock. Like you just, it's random.
Yeah, years and years and years ago, I was in the Persian Gulf when I was in the Navy back in the first Desert Storm. I caught the tail end of it. So I got, I at the end of the deployment, I actually spent 30 days in Abu Dhabi, and
Not been to Abu Dhabi.
it was great. I really loved it. I don't know that I'd ever want to like move there, but it was fun to visit. And when you're 23,
Well,
everywhere is fun.
I'm a federal employee. I didn't go anywhere based off of I'm a tourist. I just got posted
Right?
places.
Yeah.
Really how it works.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you had responsibilities.
Yeah, I would have. My experience just not going to count as a tourist, right? Because it was just a whole different. Why you go a place really has an impact on what you get from that place when you go.
Interesting. That's a good point.
I did like Iran, and I guess how I would describe it, I don't know about the women. I fucking hated most of the women, but the dudes, were mostly, at least the guys my age, were mostly a lot like Americans in that whole like shit talking. For us, we call it shit talking. For them, it's a kosher. Basically means it's context translation, or its direct translation is called pussy poem. But it's basically like the idea of shit talking.
That is very poetic.
It's hilarious.
Sure.
Poetic justice.
They're exactly like us in the concept of shit talking for fun. It was the most cultural, like it was the thing that was just culturally directly like us, like a direct parallel. That actually bridges a lot of the gaps.
Look, when you have deep culture, like a culture that's existed forever, I've never been to Iran, but I can only imagine, Persian culture being compared to an Arab culture. What, they've got a couple thousand years or something. And I don't know the history well enough.
And in Tehran, they're not going to appreciate the comparison to the Arabs.
Oh, no. I'm not comparing. I'm saying they are more advanced.
Oh, well, no. And here's the unfair part about it. So like the Arabs did invade them eventually, right? And so it had such an impact on them that they're trying to figure out how to like separate themselves from them. But it was so ingrained for so long, I don't think they know how. But it's an internal fight with them.
Interesting. That's a really good point. Iran is not a monolith.
No. Yeah, no, it's weird. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I think if anybody that was interested in like learning about cultures, that would be a place to go, because it's just so it will bend your mind in ways you just can't imagine.
Interesting. Did you meet any Zoroastrians? I have to ask.
A couple, but I didn't know enough about it, and at the time I was too busy to actually get involved with it too much to try to comprehend too much of anything.
Yeah.
I can give you some Discord connections if you're into wanting to learn any of that stuff.
No, I'm good, but I'm 61, so I have limited time. I need to spend it wisely. But if I can make it to Tehran, I certainly will.
After all of this shit is over with, I probably getting in. So it depends on what structure they have for a government, but prior to this, you actually, as an American, could get in. It was once you were in, your limited options of what you could do. It's more like North Korea. If you went in, right, you had a tour guide. The tour guide's a minder, right? Like it was more closer to that. That's what a U.S. citizen actually could do. You just expect when you get off the plane, you're going to get fingerprinted, right? You're going to go through all this weird bullshit, right?
Oh shoot, dude! I flew in we flew to my first deployment, and it's a complicated story why we did, but I think it was Bahrain. We went through that airport, dude. They fucking I'm like,
what year was that?
1991. So it's been a while. But they literally searched through our bags like in detail. I'm like, wait, hold it. We're here to save your dumb asses. Why are you going through my bags?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bahrain that's a different place. And I think their rules change about once a year too. It's just constantly there. That one's weird. And I've never been there, but way too many stories coming out of there.
Yeah.
Consistency and stability are not what the place is known for.
Mm-hmm. Got great vegetables though.
Didn't eat there. Wouldn't know. Persian food was sheep brains. How was that?
Dude, you know what? I actually subscribe to a couple Persian Iranian cooking shows. Believe it or not, I'm a weird dude, but mostly because the women are beautiful. I think that's actually why I find Persian women so attractive.
Oh yeah, they're gorgeous women, but oh god, yeah, but they're also like 1,000 times more materialistic than we are.
Oh, there's a lady named Beta. She's got a channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like she's a valley girl, even though she's Iranian extraction. I don't know if she was born there. I don't think she was, but yeah, hearing her talk, I believe what you're saying about the materialism.
I could maybe it might be, and I'm trying to be a little bit fair here. It could be the case that it's just,
but it's a backsheesh culture, just like the Arabs, right?
Well, I don't know. See, I don't know what to point it at, right? Also, think about it. If you were, let's just say you were raised up since 1979, right? Their sanctions have been placed onto them, I think, since 81. And so there's always been an economical degrade, right? So it could be the case that the idea of going after materialism is like a survival technique.
Interesting. Good. Yes.
So I want to bash it, right? But there might be some valid justifications for it to exist, and that's probably the thing that
one thing I do appreciate about you. You're a deep thinker. I like someone who'll pick a problem apart and look at it, from multiple views.
That came with the job, and that's why this is a problem, right? So you start you walk into the house, right? Gold decorations are actually fairly common within their home. And as the last 10 years, that's slowly declined, right? Like they'll disassemble the gold and they'll take it in and exchange it for like survivability, right? But at the end of the day, if you're looking at it from a dating culture, right? Like you want to get married and you want stability, it would seem like you'd go that way. I'm not a deep thinker. I'm just trying to understand why it functions the way it does. And I'd like.
Okay, but that's deep thinking. You want to know why. You have to pick it apart.
Yeah, but I don't think you ever
separate it into its pieces.
Yeah, I don't think there's a universal why, and I don't think there's ever going to be an answer to it. All I say is, or all I can say is, this is what it looks like, and there's different reasons why it could look that way. That's it. That's the best I can get.
Well, I heard you describe science. What science is, nothing is 100%. So you're deeper than you give yourself credit for.
Doubtful. I just like function. Now, what you can use that function for, that's again beyond me. Which is weird.
But we have kind of taken over, haven't we? Sorry,
You
Latino.
know, man, my kids just got home from school. Like,
Oh,
you guys
really?
gave me some time, so I'm just here, about to get them some food or something.
Well, you run a good ship here.
No, thank you, man. I'm trying my best, man.
God,
You'll
let's
be
sink it.
successful.
God, let's sink it. Oh no, never mind.
No. I've
That's
known
YouTube for
Latino
you, man. That's
I've known
YouTube for you.
Latino for quite some time. We don't sink ships.
I had to take a break for a little bit because it was too much
No,
going
good for
on.
you, kid. Hey, I wish kids, you got to savor it. So, young kids, they are awesome.
I just got my kid glasses.
Once they
Apparently
hit
she's
high school,
blind.
they become a challenge.
My battery's at 1%, so if I disconnect, it's because the phone finally died. I've got it on the charger, but StreamYard's eating it up.
Yeah.
But I got a laptop. I'll jump over to it if we're going to keep going. But
Yeah, I'll keep going. I'll keep going for about an hour.
Cool.
Yeah, man. What you guys think of the Iran conflict and where it's gonna end? Because quite frankly, this is dragging out too long.
Oh, this was inevitable.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
amazing.
maybe not.
Like look, like from what I've heard last, right? Fox came and started saying that, China's saying that they were willing to buy oil, and then now we're getting a whole different story where China's like, that's not true.
Oh no.
so you know what I mean? Like, so I'm like,
there has
man,
not
like,
been
what
many
to believe?
countries that have actually ever put their hands on a U.S. Well, there's not many countries that have ever put their hands on a U.S. embassy, and there's even less that have ever actually held U.S. Or let's just say diplomats as hostages. I think there's probably 2 in the entire history of us.
Thinking
That's
Libya
why it
and
was
Iran.
inevitable. Yeah. It's not a thing that we relinquish too well. It never got settled with Iran, and it just kept building on top of it. It was just inevitable blow up. And I'm not even sure that this blow up is. I think this will just get extended out.
Well, let me give you my opinion right quick.
Sure.
I have an article I'll talk about later today on we've lost 40 aircraft in this
that's an
conflict.
equivalent of like what, like 500 something $1 million?
Yeah, it's been very expensive with no tangibles, to use a reparations argument word. I think Trump is not the best commander in chief we've ever had. I think Pete Hegseth is not the best defense secretary we have. They are mucking it up. You're going to let Iran basically stand us up like a boxing match. That uppercut stands you up.
Basically, it doesn't matter. You got rid of the military or not. They still dictating the rules after all that.
He didn't get rid of the military. Look, we don't control the Strait of Hormuz. I've been to the Strait of Hormuz. Literally.
If we did, we wouldn't be in the city.
Iran has been preparing for this for 25 years. If war was inevitable, yeah, if war was inevitable, Iran knew it better than we did.
A contingency plan, But like I said, look, if today, let's say, hey, I'm going to end it and we don't get anything out of it, it was all for naught. And at the end of the day, Trump still looks bad. So this is why this shit is lingering for so long, dude, because he just doesn't want to be the one to, like, you know what I mean?
Even if it comes out with a satisfactory outcome from our perspective, it's still an L. This shit's been going on for more than 80 days. So look, I think I have so many mixed feelings, but even if we win, we lose.
I mean, who was the president that went into Afghanistan? Like, wasn't that Bush?
Yeah.
Right? What is wrong?
That went on for 20 years. Bush started it, Biden ended it. It started great. Okay, Ryan, I don't talk to Ryan about anything other than race because he's not that knowledgeable. Afghanistan was, dude, we went into Afghanistan for Osama bin Laden. Where did we find Osama bin Laden? It wasn't in Afghanistan. It was not in Afghanistan. So going there was going into Afghanistan wound up being not even the right place to find Osama bin Laden.
Stanley, I'm gonna have to correct you though. We were close because at least it was a stand.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, well, okay. Well,
it was some type of stand.
but I'm gonna also say Biden blundered the ending. So it was a blunder at the start. It was a blunder at and I don't have a problem with us going into Afghanistan. I think Bush was right to go into Afghanistan, but it didn't have to last 20 years.
Yeah.
Biden F's it up coming out of it. And so what Ryan's question doesn't even make sense to me.
Can you give me your reason why? Because I'm gonna give you my reason on why I think Biden fucked up. Like, and I only have like,
dude, people died getting out of there.
Yeah, that was my thing.
He lost equipment, et cetera.
The equipment, okay. Like,
well, the equipment, equipment's not people.
Yeah, right. So, but the people, like, you should have at least given them a 6 months grace period, at least to get their shit situated, so they get the fuck up out of there, dude.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Trump had been talking about it and didn't do it, and I can't remember the exact history or the timeline. Maybe maybe Josh knows better, since he's closer to it. But it was I agree with why we went into Afghanistan. It went on way too long, and Biden just couldn't figure out how to do a smooth out.
Yeah, see that was my whole critique, because like the end of the war, it had to end regardless. You know what I'm saying? But that was my thing. When I seen that guy try to hold on to that propeller, man, and to the turbine, the jet turbine, and just fall out the sky, man. I was just like, nah. See, this is fucked up. Like, this ain't.
Well,
even right.
you gotta realize. I mean, Biden's not on the ground directing operations. So.
No, I know that. I get that, Stanley. But like, there couldn't have been a better way. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Like, it
didn't
necessarily mean that we had to all take them in, but at least,
Well, Biden has to take responsibility because he's commander in chief. It was tore up from the floor up, but Biden never recovered from Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, man. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, we got involved with Afghanistan because the Russians went in. It's just pure and simple. Wherever the Russians, wherever the Russians or the Chinese go.
The Russians have always been trying.
Yeah, but we were there before the Russians, or we were there at the same time CIA was.
Yeah, we were.
That was trying to oppose the Russians, right? Like that. That's
exactly
kind of what it boils down to.
So they were the Afghanistanis were actually fighting us with our own weapons at some point.
Yeah, the problem generally boils down to, because we don't have really anything to offer. There's a lot of these areas Afghanistan will be in it. We don't have much leverage because we don't have much to offer. Basically, and I say not much to offer that they want. That's ultimately what the major problem is. So short of force, like pure force, we don't really have many options there.
Can I ask you a question though?
Sure.
And I agree with your point, by the way. But I think it's literally Western civilization doesn't get Islamic civilization and
Oh,
vice
fuck
versa.
yeah.
We are just,
Yes.
dude. It's like
Yeah.
we. That's why we didn't win in Iran. These people will, dude. Dying is a good thing, to the extreme.
Yeah. It's the same thing with the Vietnamese, man, and the rice fields and shit, man. These people, man, like they know they land. You know what I mean? They know what they could do on that land. They know what they can't. So it's like when we came over there, man, and they were
Well,
coming
no,
out
I'm
the ground
talking
and
about
shit.
you just put the Quran and the Bible side by side, and eventually they'll fight. Just the books.
Oh yeah.
I know that is so stupid, but I thought it was funny.
That's funny.
Oh, as for that comment that's in chat about the U.S. can just easily go into Iran. No. One of the few things, and this is the weirdest thing I'd ever seen, because I would have never believed it if I had not seen it. And we're just talking about Tehran. We're actually not talking about the mountain region, which is a real problem. But just Tehran itself, if you look at the highways, they don't go over the hills and the mountains. They build right through the middle of them. Well, while they're doing that, they also take those tunnel diggers and they start building these like networks off of them. Now, from the outside, they look like service roads. And if you kind of keep the doors open so you can see into them, right, you'll realize that there's hundreds of these damn little tunnels that come in that look like they're part of the highway. And they're all filled with rockets, bombs, missiles, trucks. Like there's all kinds of military equipment in there. I would imagine there's also bunkers in there. I wasn't allowed to walk through there, right? But you could just see them as you're passing by. And when I say just that one city of Tehran, and how many, for every hill, there must be at least 3 damn side shoots off of these highways. If you think that the United States is going to be able to bomb that network into like it's just going to be a collapse, or that we're going to be able to like forcefully go in there, there's just absolutely no way. The United States military is not designed to take on man for man. If we learned anything from World War II, it's when you're opposing a larger force in ground troops, that the average number of 4 to 1, there's nothing easy. That's actually defeatable. That's how the Russians, the Germans had far superior equipment, and yet the Russians could defeat the Germans with an 8 to 1 number. They didn't have to have the best. They just had to have more, and they did. That's what Iran is. Now you have to be, without knowing whether like the vast majority of their population would be willing to fight us, without knowing that for sure, that's a risk. That's a lot of bodies to be gambling with.
Yeah, it is. I mean, isn't that basically what happened in the beach shores of Japan or something, where they were outnumbered?
That one we well, see, they didn't have the tunnel system. Like if you're talking about like, what was it, Okinawa? That one fucking island? No, it's because we had the battleships basically plunder the living crap out of them for like damn near days. And even that wasn't really that good enough, right? I mean, take your pick. And now modern warfare is a hell of a lot different, but I don't know, that's a lot of numbers to be thrown at it. It's a much better tactic to just basically isolate it, cut off, like basically encircle it and cut off any transportation in and out, and hopefully they'll starve to death. We tried that, I guess, with sanctions, right? And it worked on economically draining them. I just think we underestimated how much value they had stored. Because from what I could see with a lot of the families, right, like a lot of the houses had gold decorations in their house. So, I mean, I think they could hold out for another 25 years. I mean, economically speaking.
25 years?
Yeah, like I said, Gold decorations in the home. You're talking about like gold-plated furniture. Gold plate, like you've got the
they
they might have like
MAGA voters.
Yeah, it's just the weirdest thing,
you,
right?
Stanley. Respectfully.
I think we underestimate. I think we fundamentally underestimated how much the families had invested in like gold and just used it for decoration, right? It's not like
Bro,
gold
that's
bars
what I
that
want to
got
do in my
counted.
house.
Yeah,
that's what I want to do.
Yeah, well, the casualty count's a problem. The moment that we enter a war and you start stacking up dead bodies, it's not long before the hippies start complaining about the dead bodies. We've been through that too.
Can I defend the hippie point of view? Not that I'm a hippie so much.
Oh, go for it.
This
Right on, man.
this thing, I read a story in the Washington Post, I think it was, that hit I think it was in Kuwait, where it turns out that the one of the first casualties got hit by a drone. Well, it turns out that they called it a leaker. They weren't prepared to deal with a drone attack. The building they were in, or the buildings, weren't fortified. There were no defenses to intercept the drone. So the body count is the hippies complaining about the body count. I'm sorry.
Yeah, are you talking about our buildings?
Yeah, it was a base in Kuwait.
Oh, fuck
They
yeah.
got hit by a drone. They for some reason or another weren't prepared for a drone attack. So they were sitting ducks basically.
Yeah, even our embassies have this problem. They updated what the hell? I think it was 2014, 2015. They updated the security protocols, right? Which requires all the buildings to pretty much get rebuilt, is really what it boils down to. An example of this would be the new embassy in Turkey, specifically the one in Istanbul. This damn thing's like built into the side of a mountain. It meets the protocol, right? But this is billions and billions and billions of dollars, right? This protocol will never be completed, just because that's a lot of embassies to have to restructure for this, let alone getting to military, right? The security measures that's required for this shit is just ridiculous. There's no way to meet that criteria across the board. For how many bases we have, how many embassies we have, there's just no way. It's not possible in the next 25 years, 50 years. And by that time, they'll have new security protocols. So we'll always be behind in that format. Not unless we want to throw more money at it. And I'm not a real big fan of having the Department of State getting any more damn funding. Yeah, I fucking hate my branch of government.
So, when we talk about body count, I think some of I think the hippies might have a point. More people died than probably should have, at least in that particular instance.
Don't you guys think that
we better be that we are so unprepared for a drone attack when we actually have drones in our arsenal?
Bro, that read your face and you're basically, I don't know, from the video that I saw, I don't know if this is true or not, but the shit actually picks up like your DNA and everything, bro. Like it knows it's you. And it just follows.
Can someone tell Vanta that Samson has a P in it?
Yeah, and the Samson option on U.S. soil, on locations outside of U.S. What are we talking about here?
Well, you may know Vanta, you may not. Vanta's a moron, so he will ask simple questions because he's a simple man.
Yeah. There's not much of a chance of the state of Israel going anywhere. Not anytime soon.
Oh no. If anything, it's gonna get bigger.
Yeah, which is weird because when Israel formed, we were very anti-Israel.
Let me put it to you this way. I'm pro-Israel, but I'm not pro-Netanyahu. I think
I'm a Zionist through and through.
Mhm.
I mean, it's for the state, not the religion, but it is what it is.
I don't have a problem. Look, I've been to Israel and loved it. Like Haifa is on my bucket list too, because I literally, dude, if I could pick another city to live in, it would definitely be Haifa. I just loved it. Now it's been 30 years since I've been there, but I adored Haifa.
Oh, thank God you got a new passport, right? You can't go to Iran with there's several countries you can't go with a Israeli stamp in your passport.
Really?
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you'll get a visa.
Me.
Yeah, you'll get a visa, but the moment that you pull up and they do a passport check, right? They see a stamp, they'll turn you right back around. There's a lot of states like that. Yeah, and Iran ain't the only one. But
right. Well, I'll go to Haifa after Iran. Now, if I go to Iran, will Israel let me in?
That I don't know. I have heard that go one of two different ways, but you will definitely get a background check on you. If you have a stamp, they'll be able to check you like big time.
Well, let me tell you something. I hadn't thought of that, so thanks. That is useful information.
UAE was the fakest place. UAE just confuses the crap out of me. I think like 11% of their population is their own people, and then the rest of the population, everybody else.
Oh, dude, Filipinas, mostly, and Indians.
Yeah, Indians because they're construction crew. They drastically import it. UAE is just a very confusing place to me. Nothing there makes sense. I fucking hated it. Everything felt fake. Yeah, I just didn't like the fakeness of it.
It is. Dude, they built like shit in the desert.
Exactly.
But let me tell you the most memorable experience I had in their souk, and I'm sure they have several of them, but there's one main souk we used to go to. So I went with one of the guys who worked for me. Now he's blue-eyed and blonde and, fairly tall. So we go walking into the souk and people are spitting in his path.
Oh.
I was like, what? I'm like, holy cow. I was so embarrassed. I'm like, what are they? They had no problems with me. They is spitting in his path. Dude, I've never experienced that kind of racism.
Check this out, guys.
I just got banned from Israel upon arrival and deported back to America for anti-Semitic or anti-Israel content. I flew out of New Jersey on an El Al flight to Tel Aviv on a plane with basically all Jews and had plenty of pleasant conversations and positive interactions on my way there. Believe it or not, a lot of Jews were excited for me to visit their country. Where are we headed, boys? We're headed to Tel Aviv, baby. Are they going to let me in? Yes, sir. But of course, I was being tracked the entire time, and photos of me circulated in Jewish WhatsApp groups as I was asleep in the middle seat of the back of the plane. 12 hours in the middle seat later, I land in Israel, and my passport scan says to go find an agent. I'm then brought to the back office where my interrogation begins. I tell him I'm here to enjoy the beaches of Tel Aviv, see some holy sites, and maybe do some street interviews asking some of the world's oldest questions, right? He then asks if I'm here to provoke Jews, if I'm hiding anything, if I'm anti-Semitic. I tell him no, obviously. The agent then goes like, you can just be honest. This is Israel. As if I said, yeah, I'm anti-Semitic, that would somehow go over well upon arriving to Israel. But I tell him, no, I'm not. I don't hate anyone, and I don't. He proceeds to watch my videos about the Hasidic Jewish communities in upstate New York and New Jersey, where I examine how they use welfare to afford 7 to 10 kids. I try to explain the nature of the videos, and he eventually tells me to go sit down while they deliberate my fate. About 30 minutes later, he tells me to come back in the room and states that he's spoken to his higher-ups and that I've been denied entry into Israel due to anti-Semitic or anti-Israel content. I'm then handed a paper that I have to sign, which falsely claims that I've attempted to illegally immigrate to Israel, which is obviously bullshit, and I assume was done to prevent me from re-entering Israel for as long as legally possible, despite him telling me the real reason was due to anti-Semitic content. In fact, I checked Twitter and see that Israel's Minister of Diaspora and Combating Anti-Semitism is retweeting an Israeli news article that claims Tyler Oliveira, the Jew-hating YouTuber, is expelled from Israeli border on the orders of the Israeli minister.
So that if you have a Iranian stamp, pretty sure you can't go there. This guy was just doing content, and that's enough for him not to even be able to step into the country. So,
well, it's a 50-50. People that get into Israel, I've seen people get into Israel with Iranian stamps up until, I guess, about 6 years ago.
Well, were they Iranian Jews?
No, they'll be just tourists, just like your common tourist kind of thing.
Is that a thing?
Like,
yes.
Yeah, it's a fucking thing, strangely enough. But none of this should be shocking to anybody. Even the US does this. Social media, people are stupid. They will say some shit on social media.
Boy. And believe it, right? It's
and
the same
then
thing
say,
I said
I'm
about
gonna
Iran.
travel.
I'm like, those girls, not all of them have to cover.
Yeah,
it's the same thing like Indonesia. Not all of them have to cover. It's a choice.
People write some shit on their social media, right? And then decide that they're going to go, oh, I'm going to go world travel. Yeah, you'll get your ass turned around. And worst part about this is social media checks are now standard op for pretty much most governments. With the US, it's not even manually checked. It's automatic. You know, when you log in and you go to fill out your application for your tourist visa, right? It automatically generates a search before it ever touches the hands of a person.
I have been talking to my son he didn't get a phone, and I probably made a wrong decision, but he got his phone, and it was my old phone that I had heavily engineered because I could monitor his emails from my phone.
Right.
But he went to high school. He was a freshman, and I have been counseling him since he has been in high school. This stuff will stay forever. There's a Wayback Machine. They can find you. So posting some bullshit that you might regret. No.
Agreed. The internet's for
yeah, people. I don't know. Even in the US, I tell people just don't be posting bullshit on Facebook, Twitter, all that shit. Just stay out of it. Nope. Everybody got to have their opinion, which okay, it'll cost you later on down the road.
Freedom of speech, man.
Yeah.
I used to think.
Well, people
that too.
don't even understand what free speech is. There really is no such thing technically.
Yeah, because if you can't state certain things, like a threat or whatever, what is really freedom of speech? I mean, that's a threat at that point. It's not even freedom of speech anymore. You know what I mean?
Well, it's more the idea of expressing your opinion. If it's the wrong opinion,
that's what it is. That's what it should be.
But that's the thing. If you're just expressing your opinion, right? Your opinion in a public sphere gets judged. Now they'd say from a constitutional point, right? The government's not supposed to do anything. But that's complete bullshit. Simply because if you're crossing a border somewhere, yes, that can be used against you. Because that's exactly what their job is to assess you as a risk. And technically, that assessment works twice. One, you're going through, like, say, if you're an outsider and you're coming through coming on a visa, let's say a tourist visa, right? You got the check through the immigration, at least through the embassy, right? Which is not actually done at the embassy, but that you got to check there, and then you get checked again once at passport control when you hit a border. You get double checks. And anybody can turn you down for any fucking reason. They can make up a reason. What are they going to do? Oh, it's not good enough. I'm going to contest it. Who do you think's in charge? And it'd be the same thing with a job. I can't get over this shit too, right? People are like, oh, I can say what I want. They're going to hire me. Fuck. I can refuse to hire you for any reason I want. I just don't have to write it down if it's technically a rights violation.
Agreed.
It's like, damn.
What's the reasoning? I don't have to give you. None at all. Ooh, damn. How many? Wait a minute. What? Whoa. God damn. She's never coming out.
What?
Oof. The lady from Minnesota with the fraud and stuff. Jesus Christ. 41 years.
Yeah, I talked about this yesterday. This is definitely interesting.
Damn, that's a lot of I mean, dude, how much money was it?
Breaking news, a Minnesota judge has just sentenced the mastermind behind the Feeding Our Future fraud scheme, Amy Bach. She just got more than 41 years in prison. The prosecution is asking for a 50-year sentence and her defense about 3 years. So that's somewhere in the middle that they got that, but closer to what obviously the prosecution wanted. The scheme involved theft of nearly $250 million in COVID funding. That money was meant to feed hungry children. State leaders claim they were unaware of the fraud. Here's what Amy Bach told our Alexis McAdams from jail back in January.
I honestly believe Keith Ellison and Governor Walz need to be held accountable. There needs to be an investigation done. If they weren't aware, that's concerning.
She basically saying, if I go down, y'all go down with me. Oof. That's tough.
Yeah, fraud cases are a dime a dozen. It's so common, it's ridiculous.
Well, I two things. I have to congratulate Fox News on understanding that Somalis weren't the only ones involved. That's a different fraud case, but I don't have a problem with that report.
Damn, you think that 40 years is too much, though? I
Nope.
mean, you did defraud.
If she was depriving hungry kids of funds, shit, it ought to be life.
I wouldn't care if it was she was just defrauding government officials, right? Fraud's fucking fraud. I don't care if they get the book thrown at them. That level of money, no.
Yeah. That was like 400 something. Yeah, she need to go down. Definitely. Oof.
We come at the same solution from different angles. The kids. What about the kids?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't give a damn about the kids. I
don't have a problem if we come to the same conclusion from different angles. That's fine. But I do, dude. I and you will understand. Well, you're already a father of an 8-year-old boy, dude.
The mini cock blocker, yeah.
Well, I don't care. I've got stories. They can be cock blockers, but they don't have to be.
They don't have to be, but mom pretty much allows the kid free reign of the house, right? Which limits me. So, and apparently not.
Well, please forgive the crudeness of this argument. please. She's in her natural habitat. Rules will be different, if you all ever relocate to the US. And I don't
Oh
know
yeah.
whether you will or not. Not my business, but you're on her home turf.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's nothing. I mean, this is kind of where we agreed to at least settle for a little while, right? So,
Well, that's cool. I'm
I
not
made
making
my
that
bed.
kind of value judgment. And you seem wise enough to understand, pick your battles. I think I heard you say that.
Yeah.
And regretting it too.
As a wise man always told me, when you're right, you're wrong. When she's wrong, she's right.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, it was never that way. Look, I was kind of in
That's just to keep your sanity, Stanley.
No, I was a benign dictator. To a certain extent, I worked a lot, and my wife was a stay-at-home mom. So I just kind of let her rule the house, and that's fine. However, as benign as I was, there were some things that were final, but it was rare that we disagreed. So, but I've had to put my foot down. And Latino, I've told you this story. One day I come home and it turns out my wife had spanked my son.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, nope, never again. That is not going to happen. He's smart. You can talk to him. And as it turns out, post wife, she died. He is actually that smart. Now, you may have to tell him 8 times, but he will listen to you. You just have to talk to him. And I knew that from a very young age. Spanking was not going to happen. It just doesn't need to with a smart child. I'm not against spanking, but for this particular child, you're just going to piss him off and make him obstinate.
Now, with me, I know what things my kids appreciate at the home. So all I got to do is take that shit away from them. That's enough punishment.
Boomers destroyed tradition. Boomers invented tradition, you moron. Vanta tries to be an American. Dude.
Man.
He is so annoying.
Man, I'm still traumatized of that ass whooping my mom gave me. Shit.
You think maybe?
Well, see, my mother rarely did it. He was like, wait till your father
my mom
gets
whipped
home.
My ass. She whipped my ass.
You think maybe he thinks that tradition is universal?
If he does, I doubt it, but he probably has a comparison of the Western world's kind of being similar, if that kind of makes sense. But I kind of still have to disagree.
I can't even figure out how tradition wouldn't be different from one neighborhood to another, let alone from like a group of people in a city, let alone a group of people as a race or something, right?
That's a very interesting point. Have you ever read Colin Woodard, 11 Nations of America? And then he wrote a book. Please, I'll gift you the book if I can. It really changed my idea of even what Black culture is.
I'm still trying to figure out what Black culture is. I keep asking.
I don't think there are cultures.
Yeah, because I was about to say
it's plural. Now there are Black traditions, and my mother's side of the family is from the Sea Islands of South Carolina, so it can be as insular, say on a St. Helena Island 40 years ago, as it can be in Linden, Virginia, where I lived for damn near 20 years. It's small. It can be insular.
You're
nothing wrong with either. No. I'm from Savannah, Georgia, but I lived up there. I lived in Northern Virginia for 20 years almost.
May I say that I lived in the South, and
Where?
southern, and I mean, you can consider it south if you want, Florida, if you want.
Northern. Well, hold on. Northern Georgia, Jacksonville, Gainesville. That's the South. Miami, it's a little
Not
bit
Miami.
different.
I live a little bit up, but anyways,
Yeah, anything. I'm
living
sorry.
there, living
Now
there,
the panhandle of Florida is the South.
and I don't know, man. Like, and passing by, what is it, Georgia, and also passing by North Carolina, South Carolina.
Well,
I felt like,
anything that has north in it is not the South. I don't consider North Carolina, nor do I consider Virginia the South.
I don't know. Everybody from the East, for some reason, in the Northeast, considers that the South.
Well, I mean, they have their perspective.
Yeah, I know, but it's crazy though.
I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I barely think Atlanta's the South.
Man, but you guys have something out there, man, that doesn't exist up here too much, and that's Southern hospitality.
Well, let me tell you something. As much as you know, the thing about the North, and I've used this many times.
We're
this
pricks,
aphorism.
Stanley. I'm just going to tell you that.
Hmm.
I said that there's a bunch of pricks out here, just to let you know, in the Northeast.
Well, I lived in Rhode Island for a couple of years, so I swore once. After my first deployment, they decommed the ship, and I had duty station choice, and I didn't want to go to San Diego because I wanted to stay close to my parents. I had awesome parents. Probably I should have gone to San Diego, but that's a hindsight. So I swore I would never live north of Baltimore again, which is
How the hell did you get choice?
I lived in Northern Virginia.
I'm more curious how you got a station choice. Is that common?
In the Navy, yeah. Well, they decommed the ship. Now, it doesn't mean you get your choice. They will allow you to make a choice. And let me tell you a story, because I wanted to go to Charleston. And I can't remember why.
That's in Carolina, right?
Yeah. 50 miles from Savannah. Whether my parents and I were close, even though we disagree to this day sometimes. But they were great parents. So I wanted Charleston, and for some reason or another, a need. It's always the Navy's need. Your choice is not going to be considered if the Navy needs you. So, so I wound up in Norfolk. I wanted Charleston, got Norfolk because they needed my experience there, which was fine. I love Norfolk. I lived there for 7 years. So that's how it works. But it was south of Baltimore, so I was good.
Douglas did accept feminism, and we are all equal. I don't believe two people that walk the face of the earth are equal. The hell does that mean?
Agreed.
Damn.
Well, people don't understand what equivalent, what equal. People need to. This is what I'm saying. If you believe something, research your belief to reinforce it, even if it's just in an argument.
Because I'm the type of person to believe that as human beings, we all have that right? Like, not to be killed and all that, etc. Right?
Wait,
but
what?
When it like murder or something, right? Like we're talking about equality, right? Like, Jesus Christ, you got me fucked up. You made me confuse myself.
Well, no, slow down, because I think you might be on to something at least worth hearing.
Like, this is the thing, right? When it comes to like freedom of speech and stuff like that, right? You can't threaten to murder somebody, right? That's not freedom of speech. Right?
Well, hold on. It can be,
How?
but it might not be. It depends on who you threaten. You can't threaten the president, but
Yeah,
if
that
you
one's
threaten to
completely
do it
different.
on a social media post
So
to
now,
someone who's not particularly
does that
important,
person
you'll
have?
probably get away with it.
Yeah, that's understandable now. But let's say if it's a face-to-face encounter, now does that person have the right to defend themselves, even though it's a threat?
Well, hold on. Let's slow this down. Are either of you armed? Is the person making the threat armed?
Does that matter?
Yeah, you
Yes.
don't have. Well, no, you don't have to be armed. You just have to be capable of the threat. Like I'm going to
Okay,
beat your
no,
ass.
I will disagree with that. Mainly, let's imagine a jury. Let's say someone who is 5'1", a woman, threatens a man who's 6 feet. Neither of them are armed. Nobody's going to take that threat seriously. She's
because the
capable.
woman.
A 5'1" woman can kill a man if she knows how to.
Mhm.
However, before a
Nobody.
jury,
Yeah,
she
'cause
might
nobody
get
can
away
buy
with
that.
it. She
Yeah,
might
nobody
get
can
away
fight.
with it.
Yeah, that's.
If
It's
it's
because
just if it's just speech, she might get away with it.
But now flip it, and it's because of the capability. The woman is perceived as being less capable than the man. That's generally why. We could
Yeah,
say
if
it's
the
like,
man makes the threat, a jury might convict him.
yeah, that's, and it's
Bullshit.
based on. I'll call it capability, right? But it would be the perception of the capability. That's just because of the jury trial
Yep.
concept.
Yep.
But
Absolutely.
yeah,
Perception is reality.
in this
Yeah,
case,
I've heard
but,
that.
well, yeah. But like at the end of the day, if people would just basically put their goal with the freedom of speech, right? So like if they say, I ought be able to critique or criticize my local government, right? Then it's a different concept, right? But most people don't do that. They just rely on I guess, call it the talking point, right? Like, oh, my freedom of speech. That's a different
And you
thing.
don't think you're a deep thinker, huh?
No, it's just see. I just see it as a conversation, right? I realize where the.
I mean, but it is
fire-
logical, isn't it? Not in the concept. Like this is what I'm saying. Like what he's saying.
Yeah,
There's
you
a lot
don't
of
have to
truth to
be a
what he's saying.
genius to be logical.
That's what I'm saying. But what he's saying, like anybody can look this shit up.
It's just
Perfect
our lack
sense.
of. It's just our lack of communication. You get it off
No, I
panels.
think it's
where-
our lack of reading. Well, you could call reading communication.
Well,
Or a lack
where
of
I've kind of
understanding.
where I've kind of owned this skill was actually strangely enough from panels or groups or something where there's like
YouTube
different
panels?
people. Well, not just YouTube, right? I kind of a
Like
little bit
being
older
on
than that, right? But yeah,
Gotcha.
it's different people or a group, a large group, usually like at least like six or more of people with, polar opposite political views. And I noticed that when people talk, right, they describe a thing based on their own perception, and you're trying to understand their perception. Most of us will actually kind of like skip over the goal. So I always just learn to stop myself, and I just learned to stop myself and ask, well, what's the goal? If I can understand that, maybe I can kind of follow along a little better. Just practicing at that.
Here, I understand what you're saying and thoroughly agree with it. That's why, college is not the only way to gain knowledge or wisdom. Experience can, you've heard experience in lieu of education or degree or whatever.
Right.
There are many roads to wisdom. So nothing you said I disagree with even remotely. My way of doing things, I've been reading for quite some time. But I also have some experience on top of the reading. Books aren't the end all and be all, but I've actually had life experience. And the two are pretty potent.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
I
only
come to
42.
YouTube. I'm at a point to where every now and again I'll run into a Latino or I'll run into a Josh and enjoy the conversation. I'm actually learning things.
Thank you.
But that's rare on YouTube. I
No,
never go to
it's the same
YouTube
thing.
for, I never go to
Same thing
YouTube for
earlier when
advice.
you was like sorry that we took over your show. I'm like, no, if I'm quiet, it's because I'm listening to try to understand and
I
comprehend
appreciate
it. Maybe
that.
from there I can learn a thing or two. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
Like that's the beauty of it.
Well, see, now it's for me, it's just again, I'm calling this the perpetual state of confusion. So here, like earlier, Stanley said, what do you call it? A cradle Catholic, right? I've never heard that term before, right? So I had to
me
stop him
neither.
and ask him, what the hell is that, right? It's just how you learn. And again, it's people, they'll describe a thing, right? Well, I don't know what that thing is, right? Doesn't sound like anything I comprehend. So what is it, right? It's just a back and forth at a Q&A. It's really that simple. That's how you learn. And I can't rely on experience. I'm 42. I need another 20 years before I think I can claim any of that.
Well, I'm 20 years older.
Yeah, that's why I kind of have to see here, right? Like I can't talk about experience.
Man. We're still learning up
Well,
and downs.
let me tell you a funny thing. I have to remind myself sometimes, that gee, you are old. Well, not old, because my father is 83. So, but I mean, I'm not going to get any younger. And, I've just earned my right to be kind of crotchety and, people just go, oh, he's just old. So I appreciate it will, but
Yeah,
even with my son, he just kind of just smirks like, yeah, you're just being crotchety.
Yeah, that we were raised up. We called it uncouth. The only problem that I see with it is something's wrong with the society where the uncouth part. It's always been a thing, like for generations past. And I don't know if it's just our generation that we kind of like, oh, well, it's uncouth, and so therefore we're going to ignore it. That's the problem.
Well, you're a millennial, right?
Born in '84. I don't know when did the millennial
Well, I think
start?
you are. I think you're a millennial. My brother is still in his 40s, but I'm the first year of Gen X. He's the last year of Gen X, oddly enough. So, Gen X, and I don't ever make generational arguments, but I kind of get where you're going with this. But I think Americans are trained to ignore a lot of stuff. We are trained, and I have a whole problem with the concept of patriotic education. We are trained not to question certain things. We're not trained to interrogate American exceptionalism, for instance. And that is problematic. That is why we make mistakes like, doing what we've done. And I say we because he's the elected president. I didn't vote for him, but he's still our president. It's a we.
What tools would we have access to that would be able to compare it, right?
Compare what?
Well, we'll compare us
American
to something.
exceptionalism?
Yeah. Wouldn't you have to have access or some type of access to something different to be able to compare us to?
Well, let me ask you a question. If you've been to Iran or you've been to China, for instance, and I never have, but they think their country is exceptional. It's really how you're indoctrinated. In another country, America's not the only place that does patriotic education. But that's the comparison. Russia thinks they're exceptional. And maybe they are, maybe they aren't. US, I think we have a very good argument due to the wealth and what we've invented, even some inventions that were, weren't US originated, we've made them better. I think we have a good argument for exceptionalism, but there is such a thing as hubris. There is such a thing as humility That's why, this is where Christianity has an advantage. Be humble, be self-reflective. Prayer is meditation, if it's done the right way. Like I said, I'm not anti-Christian because I was raised in the tradition and deeply in the tradition.
I don't think
It just
I don't think modern Christianity is all that great at being humble. Yeah, God,
well, define modern.
The last, let's say the last 100, last 300 years. That would be modern.
Okay, well, you and I might debate that, but it would just be, kind of a debate. I think depending on where you live, let me give Clarence Thomas some credit for that University of Texas, because I happen to have been raised in the same parish that Clarence Thomas grew up in. Like he's what, 25 years older. So my Catholicism, the way I went first through 12th to Catholic schools. So there are some similarities in how we were trained. We were trained to be humble. Even if you were like super smart, like a Clarence Thomas, you are trained to be humble. Listen to what he said in that Texas speech about, quote, his nuns. I had great teachers.
Yeah, but it sounds like the environment had structure and authority to go with it. That would be the difference.
Well, yeah, but it's pockets. Not every parish is equal.
Sure, yeah. I'll grant that.
And I also think growing up in the South is an advantage. And I'm a little biased.
You're right.
And when you got a black man saying that growing up in the South is an advantage, hey, it was, in my opinion.
You guys definitely spent more time out and about. Over here, it's more of a city lifestyle type of, either you're in your house on a computer or some shit. So it's different, dude. Over there in the South, man, there's always something to do.
Yeah, y'all just gonna make me homesick. Fuck y'all.
I'm telling you, there was something to do, like. But the city now, this is why I love living here in the burbs, man. Like when I moved from the city, I missed it for the first year. Don't get me wrong, but then afterwards, I adapted myself to this. So now I don't even miss it at all, dude. I hate driving into the city now.
I've never really been raised in much of a big city. I was born in Homestead, Florida. Back then, Homestead was a very different thing. When Andrew blew that Air Force base away, that's where my old man was stationed. And then after he gets retired, he went into civil service. But that's where I was born. I think that was, I don't know, 6 or 7. I think when Andrew, I forget what year it was, but somewhere in there, Andrew blew it away.
Andrew?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, I was in Savannah at the time.
When Andrew blew through that kind of changed the lifestyle, right? They decided to shut the Air Force base down, so the old man relocated. So I lived a little while in North Florida, and then eventually went up to basically upstate New York, Catskill Mountains mostly. So
Well, wait, I'm sorry, where was the Air Force base in Florida?
Homestead Air Force Base, Homestead, Florida.
Well, Savannah, actually, it was Charleston that got hit harder.
Oh, I don't know what they got nailed with up there. I know it just
Florida is always going to get the brunt of it. Yeah. It's life-changing in Florida, rarely in Savannah. It's probably been not in my lifetime. So yeah, I know where you're going. Charleston, but see, and let me just move the goalpost slightly and we can move it back. Charleston and Savannah were built to withstand hurricanes. Florida, not so much, for some reason or another. I've never been able to figure out why.
They can't. And there's multiple reasons for it. And it depends on if we're talking about what decade it was built for, right? So you have, and Florida's unfortunately always had two modes of economy, right? The first one was, well, basically like take Central Florida, which was designed specifically for tourism, right? But the rest of it was mostly designed for retirement for the longest area. South Florida, for the longest time, was agriculture. It just, as everybody wanted to keep moving down there, it kind of sucked that out. But the construction for itself was always designed originally for retirees to be able to easily come in. I don't know how they're going to deal with the cookie cutter houses, right? That $350,000 for a house, right? That ain't going to be working out so well for the retirees. So that shifted into the last, I say, 15 years. But the object of that construction being set up for hurricanes, no way, not a chance. And for them to meet that minimum criteria, no, it would just cost way too much in construction. So what they do is they jack up the insurance rates, and it is what it is.
Where I was going with that is the historical parts of Savannah had something called hurricane rods in the structures. So
yeah, they bolt those or not bolt. So basically, they put the damn foundation down into stone, no less, if they could get to it. But mostly, it'd be real deep. Then they would put basically the rods into that concrete, and then you're got some type of mortar based on top of it.
Well, I think at the very top of the structure, as well, if I recall, it's been decades since I've even thought about it. But that's what I mean. I mean, a direct hit by a hurricane rods aren't going to, matter much. But Savannah is not. It's been 100 years or more. We don't really get direct hits. Charleston can, due to geography. Florida just gets hit. They are in. If there's a hurricane alley, they are literally, at the corner. They're gonna get hit.
To step up the criteria, they would actually have to start going back to building at a brick or cinder block or something like that.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, those buildings are brick.
They're just not going to do that in Florida, and I guess it's the building cost that comes down to it.
Right.
Which I don't know. Savannah, now I'm thinking about it. Savannah, how many of their houses are made out of brick?
Shoot, the house I grew up in I'm 61, so that house is more than 60 years old. 100% brick. Back in the 80s, I think it was, my parents put an addition on the house, and it's brick. So yeah, it's solid brick.
Looking at new construction the last 15 years, what is it mostly
that brick? They'll put it on the front for decoration.
They don't do brick.
Yeah, so there's the answer to it. We shipped it off into materials. Yeah. What's perceived? I don't know. Like, I think what's cinder block cost now? Like $4.25 per block.
Well, I said my mother is from the Sea Islands. Over in St. Helena Island, there are a lot of houses that are cinder block.
The same thing in DR in Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm. The roof might blow off, but
damn, next time y'all get a chance, going to Lowe's, just look and see what the cost is. Yeah, next time y'all get a chance and going to Lowe's, just look up.
See, I'll tell you right now.
Y'all, I thought it was like $4.25. It used to be $0.25. That was 25 years ago, at least in Florida, right?
It's per brick. Let me see.
Not brick, cinder block.
Cinder block.
Brick is going to fluctuate too much to.
Let me see. Cinder block, Home Depot. Let me go on the website because The out
I
party's
can't.
giving me estimates of like how much it would be if I bought a whole bunch. I'm not trying to buy a whole bunch. Just trying to figure out the price of one. All right,
What
so an
unit cost?
an 8x8 concrete block would cost you $296.
Oh, yeah, that's so 2x4 drywall and yeah, 2x4 is going to be a hell of a lot cheaper.
Well, let me
Even with that.
let me interject something real interesting though. I grew up in Savannah. It was an all black kind of middle class neighborhood. All the houses were built of brick, like
Yeah.
four walls. And now again, this is over 60 years ago that it was built. It's amazing. If you maintain the house, the houses still look great. You know, you have to pressure wash the brick every now and again, that sort of thing. So anyway, it's a little off topic. I'm sorry for the interruption, but
No, you're
it's
good
just
because
amazing
I'm
that back
just
in the day, black people could afford, solid brick houses.
my whole thing is like I get it why here in the northern east is made out of what it's made out of, sheetrock, wood, and
Mhm.
etc. Right? But
Yeah,
down
it's
south,
easier to
why?
make bricks in the South. We got the mud and clay and stuff.
Yeah, but why even start making houses the way that we make them here in the northeast and the south? Like why like who
Well, it's
thought of this
cheaper.
idea?
Well, I hate to bring this up. We had slaves to make bricks in the South. It's not hard. It's not that easy to deal with brick. Also, we have the materials, the marshes, the mud, the clay. Marshes have a lot of clay. It's a different resources in the north. There's more wood, there's more timber. Well, there's a
Yeah.
lot of timber, but hardwoods, I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah, because if I lived down in the heat, I would not make no house of wood, bro.
Oh, it's cool. Stone is a great insulator.
Yeah, the same thing like in California when all those houses burn. I'm like, what the? I
Yeah,
was
dude, you
assuming
make
that those houses were
barbecue
made out of
pits out of
bricks.
bricks. Brick is very good. Even the Three Pigs. Remember?
Yeah. I'll huff and I'll puff. Nuts, man. Yeah, because
that
I
brick
just don't
house
get
did
why that would
okay.
be a thing. Like I
She's
would love
built
to
like
have a
a
house made out of
brick
brick.
house.
Because over here we have the basement would be made out of brick and stone, but like the rest of the house
cinder
would be
block.
made out of something else.
Mm-hmm.
Like makes no sense. But over there in DR, everything is brick. Everything is brick. Like you try to be like those teenagers that get mad and they like want to punch the wall. Don't do that over there. You might end up breaking your arm or your hand.
Yeah, that also speaks about interior design too. I wonder if that's had an effect on why people would choose to go away from bricks. It's usually drywall. Think about it, right? You got different options for design if you're using studded wall. If you go to brick, right, as an interior, you've got limited options. If you want a drywall, right now you have to put up furring strips and then
Yeah, you gotta knock out a wall.
Well, no, I mean you
move it
put the
manure, however you
drywall
want.
up I mean, usually the brick is the outer layer.
Right.
There's a wood frame
you're right.
inside of the brick. That's what you put the drywall
Yeah.
up on.
Now, if you're going that, right, now you have basically the same cost as it would for like a studded wall, like a 2x4 studded wall, right? And
Well,
and
studs,
the brick.
that was a term.
So now it's
I
a
couldn't
now it's a
remember.
double cost.
Now I have to say, in the South, all those brick houses had wood framing.
Damn. Well, yeah. What year? What year is construction?
Well, let me put it to you this way. When I lived in Northern Virginia, I can't remember the year the house was built, but it was a modern house. The basement had wood studs, cinder block on the outer that was stuccoed, and then you had the cinder block beneath the stucco, and then wood studded framing to put drywall up on.
All right. Okay. So what? I'm pretty sure this has got to be like 30, 35 years old. This is why the old
I
houses
would
look
say
so bad.
I would say the house was probably built in. Shoot, I would say probably early 2000s.
Oh shit!
If I recall, I'm pretty sure it was built in the 2000s because we didn't move in. I'm trying to think. We moved in probably in 2008. And the house we bought the house from the original owner. Let me put it to you this way. I remember because I'd lived up on the mountain before we moved back to the mountain. I remember when the lot was wooded. So it was built in the 2000s.
Yeah, that's that's expensive as shit right there.
Yeah. But back to Josh's point, how it's much easier to manure and like make, different walls and stuff, right? So you got me thinking, the reason why most of these businesses, right? I don't know if you tend to notice that they will have only like a McDonald's sign. They don't no longer do like the red roof or the arch or whatever. And it's for that reason, because if they decide to close down shop, let's say Burger King, McDonald's, or Wendy's, etc., it's much easier for you to put in another business just because it doesn't have that red roof or that signature look that they used to have back then, and that's why you don't see that anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's the same thing with cop cars now, where I've noticed that around here, not in Boston, but like in the suburbs, most of the cop cars are all black. It's just one color. They no longer do that multi-color shit that they used to do. Because what ends up happening is once those cars go out of commission, they'll sell them at the auction. So it'll be much easier for them to sell if it was just a whole black car or just one color.
Well, it's also a different paint job for every color when you're painting a car. So that makes sense too.
It's like they
damn
so on everything.
Yeah. So, and I only roll back stateside about every, I say 3 or 4 years for a couple months, right? I noticed the food portions, like when you walk into a store, like the servings are smaller.
Dude, you're in my mind right now.
So we're just doing this across the board now, aren't we? I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Well, that depends. In the South, you can still get big food portions. I think it's cost meets health, though. There's a twofold, at least in my opinion.
See, this is the thing. I'm gonna have to give you some flock on that, and I'm gonna explain to you why, right? Because when Joe Biden, that whole downsizing of food, everybody was coming out and saying, "Oh, this is fucked up," blah, 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 blah. And now that it's happening, and nobody's talking about it or saying anything about it, now it's just like it's for maybe health reasons because of RFK or whatever, right? But I'm like, no.
Oh, no. It happened way before even Biden. That's food portions have been going down forever.
Yeah, but I'm tempting to notice that even more now because, like, look, there were certain things that I bought and they have taken an ounce away from the things that I've bought, and it's still the same.
Well, it happens in the grocery stores too, and I don't think that's for health reasons. So restaurants. It's my theory. I can't back it up with data, but shrinkflation is what it's called.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It's primarily economic. I'm not gonna say it's not. I think with food portions in restaurants, though, it's probably there's a health benefit to it, but it may be even incidental.
I can
maybe
I
not
can prop up,
intentional.
I can prop up some of the health claims on it. I don't want to believe it, right? But I can point some examples to it. Y'all remember the New York Big Gulp ban? Where they fucking
the big sodas.
Yes, I do.
We still got those.
That was I don't know if it's true or not, right? But that's what the state had claimed, that it was an attempt to combat like obesity based off of crazy ass sugary food.
Can I say it was true? Soda ban in New York. New York City. Yeah, it was primarily a health thing.
And I'm
Now,
pretty sure there's a couple other states that replicated it too. I might not have
I
stuck
can't
around
think
long,
of a
but they tried.
state that replicated it, but it would have been north of the Mason-Dixon line.
Oh yeah,
we don't do
Cali.
we ain't
tried
doing
it.
that in the South.
Another thing that most states implemented was I think that you have to be 21 to smoke. That back then, when I was growing up, it was
In
18.
Georgia, it's 18. I think.
Oh, it's still 18 over there.
I think.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy because a lot of the states up here is 21, and they were even thinking about pushing it up to 25. I'm just like, that's a little bit too much.
Well, I don't have a problem with it. Alcohol is 21 in the South. When I was in college, it was 18.
Yeah, the U.S. had actually tried. So it originally
Mothers
was
Against
21.
Drunk Driving.
Yeah, and then they brought it down to 18, playing around with it, right? And people freaked out about it. It went right back up to 21. It was that way for a little while, a couple of years.
I think it stayed at 18 on bases, though.
Oh no, bases are a different.
Right,
federal jurisdiction does not exist on a base. It's the base commander actually gets to dictate what the law is. There are bases that actually have
a command. You are a god if you're in command. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah,
Stanley, that's how you felt when you were in command.
No, because I was a junior officer, but the captain at sea is, especially back in the day, like 100, 200 years ago. Yeah, he was God.
Yeah, I've seen it.
But let me just make one quick point. Even at like 22 years old, you're making life decisions. Like this could lose lives, or this is risky. Even at 22, you're making shit. If you're a petty officer, you make life-changing, life-altering, life-ending decisions. It's heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy, bro.
So anyway, I didn't mean to derail.
Nah, you good, man. Because like I've always wondered, like, you know, we have conversations of military, you know, the good times, even the bad, but nobody ever hit what you just mentioned just now, man. Like just imagine that person that has to, you know, be that one person and, you know, knock on that you know, family's door and explain.
Well, let me just give you a lighthearted example.
A
lighthearted example. We got stuck back when my second deployment. We were doing something like they do in the Straits of Hormuz. We were boarding ships. There was an embargo on Iraq, Saddam Hussein. So going up the Straits of Eilat, you can take stuff over land to Iran. So we put a blockade. Well, NATO put a blockade on the Straits of Eilat. So we were inspecting ships. I was on those boarding parties, and we had a Coast Guard detachment on board because they were basically training the Navy how to do boardings. So anyway, I split time between bridge watches and boarding team duties. You know, like 1 week I'd do one. My captain worked with me because he couldn't decide. I was good on the bridge. I was good at boarding teams. So one day we got stuck, and there's a whole story how we got stuck. But I was on this German ship, and that bridge looked like something from Star Trek. It was all touchscreen. This is back in like 1992, 93. Anyway, so, you know, I'm standing on the bridge talking to the master of the ship, and I see one of my guys splash into the water. If you've ever climbed up like a tanker or something like that, shit, dude, I have a fear of heights, but I had to. As boarding team, I had to climb those Jacob's ladders, and I just don't look down. So I see one of my guys just fucking, you know, splash into the water. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Dude, my guys, we were stuck on the ship. They decided to have fun. So it's risky jumping. You know, I've done the 40-foot tower drop. So we all know how to do it. So I should have, if I had actually been like strict, I'd have said, nope, we stop. Don't do it anymore. I'm like, dude, we're stuck. These guys know what they're doing. Just fucking let them take the risk. But diving into the water at the wrong angle or something like that, dude, you'll break your neck. So, something as simple as and lighthearted, dude, that's a decision that was fine. But what if one of these guys had gotten injured? How am I going to explain that to my captain?
I'd be lying my teeth off.
No, dude, there's no way to lie. Dude, I'm the sole authority over there. It's only like 15 guys, but I am their officer. And but you know what? We know how to jump off of towers. They know how to do it. But you know what? They had a goddamn ball. I almost went and did it myself, but I didn't want to do that. Me and the chief stayed up. We're supposed to be the mature ones.
May I ask you something?
Sure.
When you were in charge of your post, how would you take criticism or even disrespect from from one of your subordinates, like, or would that even be a thing?
Criticism is different from insubordination. It can be. Now, they can be synonymous, but they don't have to be. I don't have a problem. Well, let me tell you another damn sea story. So I was in charge of auxiliary engineering, like my last job in the Navy. And it was like my captain put me there because I'm, Stanley, you need to go down there and hold schoolhouse. It was the unruly division that nobody seemed to be able to control. Well, motherfucker, of course I was able to control them because I already had the reputation. Like, dude, I remember the leading petty officer running into me on the mess decks going, well, Mr. Cross, you ready to come down to Ox? I'm like, are y'all ready for me? So one day, I'm down there with my chief, who was newer than me. I ran the division without a chief for about 6 months. So he's down there and I'm in my little nice khaki uniform. And, my guys are in poopy suits because they were dealing with a macerator pump, which is, it's a waste disposal pump. It macerates, it chews up poop. So the chief and a couple of my guys are down there and he's like, well, sir, you don't really need to be here. And I'm like, well, and I want to sound like a goddamn hero. So, chief, hey, my guys are down here. I'm not too good to be down here with my guys. But God damn it. One of my guys did not seal a connection entirely. So when they test the pump, it just shoots shit everywhere. And I mean shit everywhere. So here I am in my little nice uniform and it's covered, it's sprayed with shit. So I look at my chief, he looks at me and I go, well, chief, I guess you were right. I shouldn't have been here. So what do? I threw the goddamn uniform away. There was not going to be a way to save it. So that was on me. I wanted to look like a effing hero and got shit on for it. So that was advice from my chief. You don't have to be here. And I did not follow the advice. And he wasn't insubordinate.
Your buddy Kennard feels some type of way, Stanley. These
About
people
what?
really look for I don't know, man. These people are sad.
You know what? I have a story for that too. One did, and he won, by the way. But it was special circumstances.
Yeah, this guy.
Well, I can tell that story. I don't mean to derail the show because I'm good for that. Latino.
Go ahead,
I'm
man.
expecting
Go
too much.
ahead.
Well, on my first deployment, I told you we spent 30 days in Abu Dhabi. Well, little minesweepers, there were 3 of them there, so they rotated crews because even though they were ocean-going minesweepers, you'll get the shit beat out of you crossing the Atlantic, like seriously beat up. I have a story about getting beat up in a storm too, but won't get into that. So, we heavy lifted 3 U.S. Navy minesweepers on the back of a what do they call them? Super can't remember. It's super something. It was a Swedish ship, but they're submergible docks. So we float them up on the on to the frames on the back of the I think it was super server. So anyway, then it's submerged. You float the ships on. Once they're secured, probably by divers, you bring it all. You refloat it. So we're ready to go. Take the ships back to Little Creek, Virginia, which is it's in Virginia. It's like pretty close to the NOB, the naval base. So we were basically like a skeleton crew. I think maybe there were 15 of us. And unfortunately, most of the crew flew back. I was picked to be on the skeleton crew mainly because I wasn't married. So I'm down in one of the minesweepers engineering spaces because I had to inspect the ships, every day, just do a walk around. So some little E3 who didn't even work for me, like an E3 from Kentucky. So it's just me and him in that space. And I was like, petty officer so-and-so needs you to do this. So he looks at me and he goes, no, N-word. So I looked at him. He looked at me and I'm like, okay. So I went and talked to my captain about it. And this is where
a white dude told you this?
Yeah, from Kentucky.
Oh.
So I don't even remember his name, to be honest. But anyway, I'm an ensign. I'm an 01. And I was annoyed, as you might imagine. I didn't lose my cool because I know, dude, he was a smart ass. And I knew what he was doing. And he won because I went to my captain. I'm like, well, petty officer so-and-so did this. I want to write him up. Now, my captain disappointed me, by the way. But he's like, well, Stan, this isn't exactly, we're riding a civilian ship. Do you really want to make waves like that?
Yeah.
And when I heard that, I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to win this. He'd already made the decision when he said that. I guess, and I could kind of understand, it's just extra paperwork. Do you really want to cause animosity? Because we're still like 20 days from an actual naval facility. It wasn't exactly Navy duty because we were riding a civilian ship. Shit, you didn't even have to wear your uniforms. I did when I was inspecting the ships, but otherwise we were in civvies. So, I'm like, I'm not going to win this. But I will. Well, it was an L. However, and I think this had a large thing to do with it. I just kind of went with the program. I got my warfare qualification, and a Navy Achievement Medal. So my second ship, when I walk on board, I'm warfare qualified, which is a big thing for naval officers. If you were a line officer, like a warrior. I had a lieutenant commander because I had to do a anti-sub school before I got to my second ship. He looked at me and he said, well, damn, you don't see many SWO qualified ensigns. So I'm thinking, you may think all kinds of things, but I wasn't going to win. Why would I
Yeah, why keep pushing?
Why would I ruin my reputation
Yeah.
when I know the ship is going to be decommissioned and he won't be my captain after this? So
But
I got a warfare qualification.
I got a little commercial break for King Shenard, if you don't mind, guys. Here.
Oh, please do.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Yeah.
The bottom line is you if you know you're going to lose, you need to live to fight another day.
Damn right.
So,
right.
Being on your high horse and, holding up the fist with the black glove just wasn't going to work.
Yeah. Especially not in the middle of the sea.
dude.
Just saying.
Let me. I had a guy who worked for me. I got to call my mother on her birthday because I was a little down. I used to call my mother on her birthday like every damn year, and so this was going to be the one year I didn't because I'm in the middle of the damn Atlantic. So I happened to talk to my leading radioman, who happened to be a ham radio operator. He had his little ham set in the radio room. So he's like, well, sir, we can call your mother. I'm like, what? So, dude, my mother was floored when I called her from the middle of the Atlantic on ham radio. So usually radio discipline is like, when you're done talking, you say over. So my mother was just talking. So I go, hey, mama, you got to say over when you're done talking. So the ham radio stateside breaks in and says, no, she doesn't have to say over. She's your mother. So middle of the sea, dude, I love the Navy. It was a heady experience. And I'm not going to take over the show with sea stories, but I got a few.
I'm
King
ready
Shenard,
to go.
Josh, King Shenard doesn't like anybody. if you wonder, just saying.
Who the hell, Shenard, who the hell on your list of people that have run across you are not supposed tap dancers?
Oh, everybody. Dude, apparently I did not know I had that talent.
I'm still looking for somebody that Shenard doesn't call a tap dancer.
Yeah, I got to get my.
Well, let me put it to you this way. He was up on my panel the other day, and we got to talking about tap dancers, and he took me all the way back to Arthur something or another. I can't remember his last name, like the Lawrence Welk show. Dude, I like the tap dancer. I don't know, the criticism, because he came up and asked me what did I think a tap dancer is, but that type of criticism loses potency if everybody's a tap dancer.
Correct.
And he doesn't seem to understand that.
Yeah, he doesn't have that
It
concept.
starts to become a joke instead of a criticism.
Yeah, and then you become the joke. Pretty based.
I'm pretty sure this has been like, I guess 5-6 years now, Shenard.
Yeah. Tap dancers or ballerinas. Same shit. It's like at this point, you should just be what is the name of this? A choreographer. I can't even say the word right now.
Oh, that's funny. He's a choreographer.
Yeah, there you go.
That is funny.
Man, like, come on. You should have got a studio going.
He's the Alvin Alien of YouTube.
Digital tap
He's
dancer.
Martha Graham.
Jeez, gets old, dude.
Well, I got this nasty project I'm working on that I really don't want. I wanted to do, and now I'm changing my mind.
Well, for a stream?
No. So I'm a developer for, I guess, a few content creators, and they have decided that it might be a good idea to build a networking system for what they call the panelverse. It's effectively really just a networking system between about 30 different content creators in an ability to control the environment and at least wrangle in some of the chaos. So this would be like drama panelist, some beef sector areas, and I guess apparently try to apply some order to the chaos.
Kind of sounds similar to something I was thinking about earlier, but
This
drama
is
and giggles, not drama to like take it to the extreme, right? So I was thinking about something like, I don't know, the digital roast. We'll have Latino gets roasted this week, and next week I'll pick somebody else that's willing to take it. Like for instance, I'll say, Stanley, are you willing to be the whatever of the roast? And if Stanley says yes, then we'll do Stanley. If somebody else says yes next week, then we'll do that person. And it's just basically,
Well,
yeah.
I'm both against it and for it. You're talking about
Or they get kicked
flow,
off. You know what I'm
flow
saying?
state in
yeah, that's this project is actually
in
designed.
Raging Tomato. Yeah.
Yeah, those would be, well, flow state would be probably what I consider to be king of the drama verse. And the drama is really just that. It's basically people that don't like each other that are generally getting farmed for content. More specifically, like you're just, because there's so much of it, it's just pitting people against each other
Mhm.
for no reason other than it's not even a debate, right? It's just they don't like each other. And so put them in a ring and see what happens.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm largely not a joiner.
Yeah.
I understand it could be lucrative. It just, what's the difference between the panelverse and a cartel?
Wait, one thing. King Shinar, you lucky that
The
Stanley's on
five
panel.
families.
You lucky Stanley's on panel. And that's the reason why I don't play the goddamn song. That's why.
What is he asking
To respect. No. He's just being annoying. And I usually, when he's annoying, I just put that song and he just dips.
Oh, dude. It's
But I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it respect to you because we're having a great conversation and yeah. So shout out to you.
Latino, you and I have been at odds and we've made our peace, and I'm up on your panel and always enjoy it when I come up. You and I, Shenard's Shenard.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Be the bigger.
As a matter of fact, this is what he does. All he's trying to do is stir up trouble.
And these people are, that's another self-proclaimed rich person that has the time in his hands. And I'm like, I don't know what rich person has the time in their hands, because I thought rich people were busy.
I know you're not talking about Shenard. Back in the day, back in the day, Shenard cammed up, right? The interior of his house, no, he's not claiming to be upper class by any means necessary.
He did the other day.
No.
Man, I believe everybody on YouTube. If Stanley right now said he was an astronaut and came from space yesterday, I would believe him.
Well, the problem is, I have an internal mechanism, call it Catholic guilt. I get to be me on the YouTube. I'm not a character. I'm actually me, for better or for worse. I mean, I'm not, I'm sure there are plenty of negative, I get criticisms, and some of them I agree with and try and, correct or deal with. I think you can be well off or comfortable, but it wouldn't meet like the definition of rich. And people need to understand that. I mean, I am retired and I get to be on YouTube daily. To me, that's just being able to do it. I've got an empty nest also, at least most of the time. So I'm rich in a way.
Time out. Is this the same Jakub? The one that has the accent? You and Lynn, bro? Oh shit, we got to take a picture together, man.
Hey, by the way, Jakub, I said that because I'm Catholic. Dude, I've heard, dude, you just don't know it. I went to an all-boys Catholic military school. You want to talk about sacrilegious? Dude, some of the priests were sacrilegious. The first class I ever took in high school was Father Anthony's Latin class, and I'm going to tell you, we didn't think he was really a priest. We speculated about that for like 2 years until he did a morning mass one day. Dude, he did a morning mass wearing shades.
Damn. Cool priest.
But he was a priest. We knew he was a priest when he did mass.
He's the cool priest.
Oh, dude, he was funny as hell.
There's always one cool teacher.
Oh, dude. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I was trained by Benedictines. I'm telling you right now, it was a really good education.
Shit, man. Like my wife was telling me when she was in Catholic school as a little kid in DR, they used to have the ruler. So if you got out of pocket, yeah, and I'm just like, yeah, they don't do that no more, baby. That's the problem. They need to bring that back.
Now I have mixed feelings about the corporal punishment. Shit, in high school they paddle you.
They need to bring it back though. Like, come on, man. Why not?
I don't know about that.
And if the parents act up, then you got to whip their ass too.
They do in some private. They do in, I guess, private schools.
Yeah, you got to consent. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's usually like a condition of attendance is you have to consent, or otherwise they're just going to reject your application.
Yep.
Right. Well, one of the baseball coaches at my school had a bat that was a half bat with holes drilled into it for a paddle.
Oh.
And the person who gave the hardest, we called them licks, it was the gay French teacher. He had this. No, seriously, he had this wrist action. You talk about a limp. Talk about a limp wrist. He would give the.
You're not going to just keep talking. You're not going to just. You're not going to just act like you just didn't say what you just said. A gay French teacher.
He had wrist action.
Yeah, I would not let him paddle me, man. He probably enjoying that.
Well,
shit too
come
much.
on now. This is the 80s, early 80s, early to mid 80s. So, look, I'm guessing he was GAY. I don't know for sure. He was.
Let me ask Joshua a question.
Let's just say effeminate.
Joshua, what did you mean by cammed up? What did you say cammed up and showed the interior of the home? What are you talking about?
You're gonna have to ask again. My internet's going like in and out.
You said I cammed up and showed the interior of my home. What do you mean?
You don't remember me, do you, King Shadard?
No, I know you are.
Oh, okay.
You that you said you work for the government, right? You're a spy or some shit in Vietnam.
Spy? No.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, he said he was a spy. He used to work for. He works for the government or some shit. I don't know. I guess he thought black people were stupid enough to believe it.
I am a federal officer. Yes, a spy. That's a new narrative.
But what did you mean when you said that I cammed up? Do you even know if that was even if that was even me, or if that was someone just pretending to be me, or if that was done on purpose, or if someone just what do you mean by that?
Well, the person that we were talking to while their camera was on sure sounded like you. So I mean, unless there's somebody that sounds exactly like you.
I cammed up before, and I spoke. But I never showed the interior of my home, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No. You didn't intentionally do it, but you can see the background.
And what was the background?
Well, we'll have to go back and pick up the stream.
No,
now,
what did you see in that background? I just want to know.
We have
I
to
don't know
come
what
back
you're
and
talking
pick
about.
up the stream. Of course you don't know.
Chandeliers and shit.
Because you're trying to talk shit because
No,
you
I
wanted me to
can-
come up on the panel.
We can.
That's why you
go
made
back
up that
to-
lie.
We can go back to the stream if you want.
Okay, what stream? Bring up whatever you want to bring up. I don't know what you're talking about.
I would call him
Yeah, that's that
Beetlejuice.
faggot. That's that faggot Lee Clinton. There's something wrong with people on here, man. I swear.
Easy with that word. You know YouTube doesn't like it. Come on.
But
The
yeah,
hell
I
is
don't
with
know
you
what
people
you're
trying to nuke
talking
channels. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you saw a unit that I had a kitchen that was set up to rent. You didn't see the other units.
It wasn't just a kitchen; it was a hallway. You were out walking.
Hallway.
Yeah, you left one room and was walking down the hallway.
Nah, see, you're making that up.
No, I'm not making that up.
Maybe he was
You said I
visiting
was walking
somebody's
down
house.
a hallway.
Maybe he was visiting somebody's house, and that's why he cammed up.
You said I was walking down a hallway. What are you talking about?
It very well could have been somebody else's.
Bro, why
home.
do you lie about being a government spy? Why do you lie?
Government spy? You realize
Yeah, he used to tell people that. No, he used to tell people that he works for the government. He's stationed in Vietnam or
Yeah,
some
but that
shit.
doesn't make him a spy.
You might want to.
That's how he put it out there.
You might want to find Dusty's channel.
Do you work for the U.S. government? Yes or no?
State Department, correct.
You work for the State Department. What do you do?
A foreign service officer.
Foreign service officer. What do you do?
Why don't you just look it up? That is technically my job title.
Well, you can tell me.
You can look it up.
Why do I have to look it up if you can just tell me
Because you're
what
going
you
to
do?
paint whatever narrative you want.
Bro,
I
just
already know
talk.
how
I'm
you
asking you
operate.
questions. I just want to see if you know.
Can I?
It's your
can I
job,
say
right? You
one
should know what
thing
your job is.
Go ahead.
About
You don't gotta lie, bro. You don't gotta do it.
officer. You have to test into it. At least when I was in college, so it's not easy to do. It's not even easy to.
Well, let him explain the job. Let him explain.
Okay, dude.
Stanley,
I'm just
he'll be
making
like,
a
y'all some
comment.
ignorant motherfucker.
He forgot. He forgot the part. He forgot the part. You have to test into it. At least when I was in college.
Stanley, don't tap dance, bro. Just let him talk.
Okay, son, don't you ever
Stanley,
tell
he'll
me
be like, y'all
what I
some
should do or
ignorant
don't do. Shenard, you know me well enough. You don't do that sort of thing. Never tell me what to do.
All right, speak, job. Speak. Tell us about your job.
What do you want to know?
All right, what do you do on a regular 9 to 5 day?
Right now, I ride a desk, but mostly I'm economical division.
And what is that? What are you doing that?
Well, in this case, predominantly what the State Department deals with is generally you as a U.S. citizen cannot willy-nilly do business with whoever the hell you want, at least within the other countries.
So why are you in
I'd say-
Vietnam?
Because it's where I originally got posted. Well, no, that's a little incorrect.
So what are you
Originally
doing in
came on
Vietnam?
vacation and
what are
then
you
got
doing there?
posted. Do what?
Okay, well, what are you doing there? What specifically are you doing there?
Well, let me explain to you. I tried this, so you're gonna have to kind of.
Well, I asked you the first time. You didn't want to answer. You told me to Google it.
No, I went to start answering, and you decided to talk. So, which
All right,
one do
go
you
ahead.
want? Okay, so a U.S. citizen cannot willy-nilly conduct business with any foreigner that they wish to. About
Oh,
three
shit, I
quarters.
clicked out of StreamYard. My bad.
Yeah, there you go. Never mind.
Wait, hold on. I think I'm still on there. Yeah, I think I'm still on it. Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can.
All right, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try this one more time.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is the last time I'm trying this, Shenard. So a U.S. citizen cannot willy-nilly do business with whoever the hell they want in another abroad. 3/4 of the industries that are out there, right, actually require permission from the State Department to conduct those transactions. It's just a thing that we have. It's the United States
Who won the
government.
Vietnam War? Who won the Vietnam War? Who won the Vietnam
What
War?
does it have to do with what you're asking?
See, there we go.
I'm so fucking confused. Like,
Try to think for a second.
It's got the attention span of a flea.
Clip
I don't know why you're laughing. I asked him a simple question. Who won the Vietnam War?
Yeah, which question do you want? See, you're just going to keep piling on questions, right? So,
bro, why are you lying?
There's no point in having a conversation.
It's called the Gish Gallop.
It's weird as a dish gallop within a questioning too, isn't it? That's kind of weird.
You still haven't said. You still haven't said what you. Hold on, chill.
I think it works as a Gish Gallop.
Okay, what do you exactly do in Vietnam? What do you do?
Well, I was proceeded to tell you, right? But then you decided to want to change the question.
Go ahead.
No, that was the second time that you interrupted. No, that's the second time you interrupted the answer. I'm not given a third time.
But does the U.S. even have a diplomatic?
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool
Vietnam?
Me twice, shame on you.
Good for you.
Are they stationed in Vietnam? Do you think they're actually stationed there?
Yes, lots of people are stationed in pretty much every country I can think of.
This dude makes up shit.
Well, let me ask
an
you
embassy,
a question, Josh.
Yes, sir.
Is he actually ignorant, Shenard, I mean, actually ignorant or intentionally ignorant? I can never tell. But either way, he's ignorant.
Shenard likes the drama.
Stanley, do you really believe this shit?
Yes,
use your mind.
Let me tell you, based on what I know, because I've had a bit of experience, when I was in the Navy, everything he says rings true. It rings true, but it's based on
tell you what he does.
A modicum, just a bare experience with U.S. embassy personnel, mostly in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. But yeah, I've been to embassies before. It rings true.
Did you go to Vietnam to find a wife or some shit, bro?
No, Kuwait. I literally said Kuwait. Oh, you're asking me a question, or
Josh?
Yes, my first interaction with Vietnam was actually as a tourist. I was pretty much coming here to just basically sit in a hotel and drink. Yes.
Let him tell the story. So a passport, bro, right?
What?
And then you got magically hired by the U.S. government to work as a spy for a communist country.
Oh God! Yo, what? What's going on?
Look, as a comedy routine, yeah, he is a comedian. Shenard is.
He cooked himself, bro. He ain't no spy. He doesn't work for the U.S.
I don't think he cooked anything.
Anyway, I gotta.
That drill
I'll be
sound,
back. I'll be back.
Dude. Don't you know how to like turn off?
I'll be back. I gotta go real quick.
Okay, son, control your technology. Why are we a slave to his phone? Turn off the calls while you're on StreamYard. It can be done.
Oh, that's what that is. I thought it was something else.
No, it's a buzzer. If you've ever heard a phone, it's got a buzzer sound, like a you can set it. I don't want to get too.
I thought it was something that resembles a flashlight. Something.
Well, I thought he was like Dexter. Dexter used drills a lot.
This is like I smoke weed and everything, but this is why King Shenard shouldn't.
So Sarah, what's going on here? Sarah?
She won't answer you. Or she can't. This is the way it's been since she started smoking pot. She's all lazy and boring, and You know, we used to have so much fun together.
And now?
This is what we do.
I think that's funny.
Yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
She has a rich interior life.
Yeah. Very interior. She was ingrained, one would say.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chat, man. Yeah, King Shenard is a funny character, man. He's asking you 21 questions, but he won't allow you to answer them.
Yeah, and none of them are connected.
Yeah.
I'm very used to Chenards and CTs.
Also, you've been up on CTs?
I used to, before I worked for Risky, I worked for a CT. I guess I'm the asshole that built his Discord. Ended up getting populated. From there, I ended up going to Risky's, Hamp, whatever you want to call them.
Let me ask you an odd question. It's going to be very Shenard-like. How is a Christian? Well, I'm joking, but how?
No, it's a fair question.
How is it that a Christian nationalist, which you know my opinions there,
sure,
Christian nationalist is white nationalist in my opinion, but it's just my opinion.
No, it'd be true
that you get away with what I don't mean get away, get along. Sorry, because I had a couple Coors Lights. How is it that you get along so well with Hamp or Venus? It's impressive. So let me say that.
Well, okay. So it would be different reasons for those two. So how I get along with Hamp really well is actually so Christian nationalists generally like staunch rule, like strict rules, effectively speaking. So do Hebrew Israelites. So that's kind of why I ended up getting. They got some pretty damn strict ass rules.
That's why Hamp is a Hebrew Israelite, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, Venus, I get along with because this is kind of a little bit more of a personal interest. Venus brought up a lot of topics.
Well, she's part Asian, right? Is she part Vietnamese?
Venus, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know.
She is part Asian.
I don't know. I never really asked her about long-term background.
Well, it doesn't matter. I was just curious if I'm trying to figure out. So,
well, Venus was more interesting because she had brought up a lot of questions, especially going at, let's just say, right wingers like myself, right? And as she would ask these questions, she ended up getting pretty much dogpiled by all of the right wingers.
Oh wow!
That's kind of why she kind of gets pissy, right? I probably why she's considered to be aggressive, right? You attack somebody enough that they become aggressive. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
But anyways, her questioning about a year and a half later started to pop up within the political sphere, became very popular. And it's kind of like a big slap in the face that she had been on panels and there's videos of her asking questions that a year and a half later become popular.
And
well,
I that's admirable. So you think she's smart?
I don't know if it's smart because everything is based on the concept of a question. If this, then why that?
Well,
right?
Socratic method.
Sure. But I'm saying I think it was based on identifying a problem that skipped past most people that just effectively became popular.
So you think she's perceptive?
Maybe. I have no idea.
But this is all leading up, and this will be the last question. I've heard Christian nationalists or people who kind of sympathize with the point. Black people are heritage Americans. And I use the term heritage Black Americans mainly because I don't want to do ADOS or FBA, not the group. Heritage Americans who are heritage Black Americans who have roots deep in American history. That's how I separate, American Blacks from, say, other African heritage groups. But many people who kind of identify with Christian nationalism are good with Black Americans as long as they stay in their place. So what do you think about that? Is there basically a second-class citizenship?
Well, yeah, inherently. You would be more accurate to call it like white supremacy. Yes. Just remove the concept of skin tone out of it and then put it onto a culture concept.
Okay, and the problem with, I'm sorry, I interrupted. My bad.
No. It's just if you look at it through the lens of so it would be different cultures, right? So it's more accurate to call it like a cultural supremacy. So the United States.
Well, yeah. Amy Wax calls it Western. Damn it. She has a term that I actually kind of like, but of course I disagree with it. But it's more elegant, and I'll think of it in a second. She's damn it. I'll think of it in a minute. This is the problem with being over 60. So I get where you're going, but see, you and I have. I'm sorry, Latina.
No, I'm saying I don't think it's over. I don't think your problem is over 60. I think this is your problem.
This is so romantic.
Well, it's about to get a little bit more romantic. A little candlelight and a little Bud Light. Do you smell barbecue? Oh!
Fresh, smooth, real Bud Light.
Cool, a rocket sled.
No, actually it's not. It doesn't matter.
I'm fucking with you, man. It's the endorsement.
I see you, Coop. Look, bottom line is at any point in time, I can probably, I'm not going to get too complicated with how I think, but I have a complicated view of culture. I think when people want to separate white culture from Black culture, I look at American culture in particular as multifaceted. It's a diamond is a diamond, but it has facets like sparkly. Sometimes one shines, if you move it, depending on how you orient it to a light source. Black culture is American culture. So I don't think I don't agree that Black culture in the United States is that far removed. The problem is you could call Black culture a Creole culture in a way.
Oh,
yeah, I have complicated views on it, and it's not so much easy to explain without getting into what I've read on the topic. I've synthesized a lot of different things, but your culture perspective, I just simply don't agree with. Black culture, if you want to call it that, was formed in a crucible of a white culture, if you want to be racial about it. I think ethnicity, I think there's an American ethnicity, and even within an ethnicity, it's multifaceted. So I sound like I'm babbling, but I think you probably kind of get where I'm going, whether you agree or not.
Yeah, no, I agree with the descriptor, at least partially, right? I don't understand the other half, right? I can sit here and ask till I'm blue in the face for somebody to kind of like break down Black culture, even if the multifaceted part of it, it's just
right. Well, I don't think there's one Black culture.
Yeah,
I think
right.
there are cultures. People, even if you look at rap music, there's West Coast, East Coast, dirty South. Even within, there is no one Black culture. There's no one way to be Black. And a lot of it was based on Colin Woodard, how he talked about the 11, the book is called The 11 Nations of America or something like that. Even I don't agree that there's one white culture in America.
You'd be correct again. We have conflicts amongst ourselves. So I would assume
we don't like all Dominicans.
They're regional differences in how we live. I'm sorry. Yes, Latino.
No, I'm saying even Dominicans is the same thing. Like there's parts of the Dominican Republic that don't like other parts of the Dominican Republic.
To me, culture is probably one of the most complicated concepts just within the American culture. And that's the beauty of American culture, by the way. And it's very Madisonian, if you think about it.
Sure. I guess the reason why it's incomprehensible from my side is if I sit down and ask among a group, so like let's just say Hamp's Discord, right? If I were to ask the question for a group of people to describe Black culture to me, it almost always
that background noise.
That one ain't me.
That's probably me. My bad, Latino.
What up, BD?
Hey, so I only came up here to say this is very refreshing to me to actually sit back and listen to an intelligent conversation without all the without all the banter and the name calling and all that shit that I've gotten so used to that it's done made me numb to it at this point. So to sit back,
Latino needs to do a commercial.
So to sit back and to actually
this is Latino's channel.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Just to sit back and I'm at work. I'm just outside. You know what I mean? Because I'm on my break. But just to sit back and actually listen to an intelligent, free-flowing conversation is refreshing. So thank y'all for that. And I'm gonna go back and check.
Thanks, Stanley.
Hey, dudes. Hey, I happen to be talking to two smart people. It happens.
I'm not that intelligent. I'm just curious.
Don't be downplaying yourself.
I've always
I'm a hard customer. I don't put that on everyone. You fit my bill.
Why it's so, I guess, almost impossible to get near the culture to comprehend it is it's like a basic question. If I were to, as an example, go into Hamp's Discord and then ask the group, hey, will you guys kind of explain to me what Black culture is? It almost inevitably turns into this nasty fight within mere moments.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so for me as the outsider trying to learn from it, I can't because they won't get over a conflict for me to have a conversation.
Let me ask you a question. Why don't you start from the top down? Why do you go to a Discord of people who probably have no clue? Look, there's some
access. Access is the problem.
Look, and I got real lucky. Dude, my mother was a Du Bois fan. So I've been reading. Shoot, I can still go home. My mother was so much into book. I'm not going to get knee deep into that because I'll digress. Some problems you actually have to start with experts and go top down. Asking random people in the Discord what they think is culture, that's fine, but most people that I run into in YouTube either speak in talking points. This YouTube Discord culture is self-pollinating. They don't read books.
That's true.
They don't ever want to read what experts have to say. If you're going to form an opinion about something as big as culture, at least read what supposed experts say, then form your own opinion. The opinions, the guesses are not educated.
Well, so it's kind of more of a social definition. And I actually think that it's kind of it's kind of like shooting at a moving target. I think every quarter generation, it tends to have some kind of weird modification to it. So like here would be an example, like the food concept. That one's actually an easier one. You can usually have the food conversation and like culturally speaking, that works out a little bit longer, but still inevitably turns into a conflict. And I don't know why. But, and to be fair with what's Ricky's question down there, like it's the same thing. It's actually the same problem if you were to ask like what white culture is. I couldn't tell you outside of like Italian and German.
Right. That's why culture is such a complicated topic. That's why you start with experts who at least try and study it in a systematic way.
True, but they also, at least the few authors I've read about, don't really explain the metrics that well. Or I'd say that well. Maybe that's probably
okay. Well, don't do metric. Look, I literally start with like a Tocqueville. No, well, why are you laughing?
Because that shit is hilarious.
Oh, you're looking at the picture. Sorry.
You have to just put that in that damn. I don't know if that is just wrong or too comical to pass up, right? This fucker would put that on the middle, right in the middle of the conversation. He would put that on the screen.
I'm sorry. God. That was ugly.
Wait, Ricky, let me here. Let's try this one. Ricky, do you think that stats can be used as a narrative? Can I pick up a set of stats and drive a narrative to it? That would be the thing that Stanley would question.
Yeah, I mean, you got to question everything, dude.
It's like picking up a hammer, killing somebody with it, and then somebody questioning you, is that what hammers are for? Yes, that's the point of it.
Not necessarily, but this is what he used
to hit nails, not humans.
I mean, well, at that point, it's not a hammer. It becomes, what is it? I think when you smash the meat.
Murder weapon.
Well, a blunt force object that you go to jail for.
Yeah, right.
You stole someone. You violated someone's natural rights.
Yep, you took their life.
Look, Tocqueville. You can even go back to Montesquieu. You know, if you really, it's almost like regressions. Go back and look at the fundamentals of the fundamentals. And you may not get the answer, but at least it's going to give you something to form your own opinion. I have no problems with people coming up with their own ideas, like about what culture is. But I don't distrust expertise. But in the end, you take 1,000 different sources of what, say, culture is, and then you form your own opinion. It may be unique, it may not be unique, but at least you have synthesized, an opinion. And that's what people, there's nothing wrong with reading books. It's all going to be your opinion.
Well, it is. Now,
knowledge takes hard work. Okay, forming an opinion about what culture is not a snap decision. If you care about the topic, it takes work to be knowledgeable. That's what people don't seem to understand.
So you make a good point about the say like the 1,000 sources, right? And I think
now over 60 years.
Well, Well, talk to me in 20 years when I catch up. Damn. So I guess that's why I find it a little bit confusing, right? So if you were to ask what German, so like I'm basically a mix between German and Italian. If you ask what one or the other is, I can 50-50 break it down for you, right? But there's always going to be that conflict in between. When you get, for me, the idea is that, say, German and Italian are easily identified. However, I can't say the same if I were to say, well, if there's multifaceted Black culture, right? Like I'm not going to be able to, I would, from my perception is it's not so easily identified. And it's not that way.
Whoa. Why is it not easily identified?
Well, for starters,
okay,
right? Like
it is not a foreign culture. It literally is something that was spawned in American culture. So why is it so difficult?
Well, okay, so let's say like the food, right? Food would be similar to what I might call like Southern redneck food, except for
name me one Southern redneck food.
Ours or theirs?
The rednecks.
Oh, rednecks in general.
You said
rice and beans.
Okay,
collard greens.
That's not that collard greens are not a redneck food.
Well, no. Collard greens replaced with polk. Polk.
Well, who do you think introduced polk into? Look, let me tell you the intersection of what you want to call black and white or black and redneck culture. Read Thomas Sowell, Black Rednecks and White Liberals.
Give me the overview of it.
Basically,
from like
northern cities post Great Migration. The blacks there picked up a lot of white redneck culture. Like the worst of the white culture is what blacks in the South were mostly exposed to. So they picked up the culture and carried it north. Now, I think some things I agree, some things I don't agree. But what I'm trying to say is that that's why the South, race relations in the South are contentious, but they're not. I think the North has bigger problems with race than the South does.
I agree.
Because black people in the South, we know, like if I had a flat tire on a road, the person with the Confederate battle flag hanging on the front porch, I'm going to go next door to see if I can find a person who doesn't have that flag. Now, if need be, it could be that person with the battle flag is like nicer than the other person, but the symbol is out there. You know, flags are symbols. I think the South, Southern blacks, Southern whites, we get along. Not all of us, but you know the people who aren't for you, to use vernacular. It's a little bit more of a mystery. And I lived in Rhode Island for a couple years. It's a little bit more of a mystery. And Black Americans in the South kind of have a
undercover racism.
And you live in the Northeast, so I understand.
Oh, I know
that Boston to Providence culture. I lived in it. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think the South is not as bad. But the redneck food, the beans and rice, Hoppin' John is beans and rice. That's a Black tradition on New Year's. We shared food. During slavery, white people ate a lot of food that Black slaves prepared and loved it. Oxtails are a premium meat these days. A lot of things, like even when I was a kid, you could get for pennies on the dollar or couple dollars on the dollar. Okra. I watched a PBS.
Say okra. I knew it.
No. Hold on one sec. I watched a documentary on PBS about okra. White people like okra too, by the way, but it's directly from Africa. probably through South Carolina.
It is.
Probably through places like St. Helena and Defusky. My mother's people are from there. And that's good. That white people like okra, excellent. It's good for you.
Shout out as long as it's fried.
I think American culture is one culture. They're just different facets to it. There's subcultures. There's a lot of subculture.
There's a lot of things in the Dominican Republic that, root-based vegetables that originated from Africa, and that's why we have them over there.
Shout out to okra, but only if it's fried or maybe flash steamed, right? But that boiled okra, y'all can keep that.
Well, now the flash is it flash steamed or flash frozen that you prefer?
I don't do frozen.
There's a reason I ask you about that, because literally after the okra documentary, I was talking to my 83-year-old father. And I told him, I called you because I was thinking about you after this okra soup thing. Dude, that's a staple growing up in Savannah, Georgia, at least in my family. And it's delicious, by the way. So I'm like, yeah, I don't mind the slime. But my father's like,
yeah, I
hate the slime. I hate the slime.
That's why I don't like it.
I don't eat fresh okra because at least if it's frozen, it's like flash frozen. He cooks it in a pressure cooker, talking about the flash steaming, so it's not slimy. And I'm like, even within my own family, I'm his son, and we disagree about okra, and supposedly we're in that cross culture. We grew up in the same I grew up in his house, and we disagree on okra.
No, sure.
Of course you would love it, King Shenard. You're African.
Damn.
So anyway, I'm just saying that even within the Black culture, we're not a monolith. There are Black cultures, plural. And if you say Black cultures, plural, I'm generally not going to disagree with that. We're not a monolith. No more than white culture is a monolith. America is very regional. Embrace the differences. Even if you control for the foreigners, people who just grow up in the United States, heritage Americans, Black, white, Hispanic, because there are heritage Hispanics as well. There's diversity just within the founding. North, South. There was diversity at the Constitutional Convention.
Mm-hmm. But I guess the point
of
it is
that's where I stop. Embrace the differences, negotiate with the differences, don't discount the differences. That's why I'm kind of a centrist.
The problem is identifying the differences, right? You'd have to be able to be exposed to what the differences are. And that's the problem.
We can do what we're doing right now. Dude, do you think I agree with your Christian nationalism? But I can deal with it.
May I
But no. Hold on one second.
No, go ahead.
I don't disagree with every point. However, as a system to live under, I'd have a problem with it. But we're cordially talking.
Well, sure. Most people would have a problem with giving up almost every right they could possibly have.
But if you're going to be inconsistent, if you think natural rights aren't a Christian concept, God-given rights are fundamentally Judeo-Christian and especially Protestant Christian, and actually Catholic too. God-given rights. Natural rights are God-given rights, freedom, that sort of thing. That's that. If you're a Christian nationalist and you're not into natural rights, then what kind of Christian nationalist are you?
Yeah, natural
right. May I have?
You're a monarchist, maybe. Some people have more rights than others. Dude, even your, and probably the best way, Latino, I hear you, but let me just make this point. I'm a child of the Enlightenment, whether I like it or not, because the Enlightenment really invented American slavery. But other than that, I was educated that way. Even people like Locke, even Hobbes, well, not so much Hobbes, but definitely people like John Locke, they believed in natural rights. Now, somehow or another, they figured out that Black people didn't have natural rights, but they had to do basically mental gymnastics to enshrine it in the US Constitution. They basically avoided the topic.
So, I know that this is America and this ain't Canada, but to put in perspective, right? When you say we have to embrace each other, right? Embrace, different cultures and all that. In Canada, there's a story of a kid that got stabbed by an Indian that had a knife. And remind you, in Canada, apparently you can't have more than a 8-inch blade. But for the Indians, they put it on their side or something a certain way. It becomes religious, right? So they could have those knives. So a person that's a citizen in Canada cannot have a knife, but they can based off religious exemption.
Okay, so you're comparing Canadian culture to
No,
American
I'm just saying, like, to what point do we do you get what I'm saying, Josh, right? Like, to what point do we allow, to keep embracing different cultures to our own demise? You get what I'm saying? Because there's certain rules for thee and certain rules for not. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's just how all groups that are, effectively either forced to or lack of an option to not to coexist together. You only have two options. You can either find a way to coexist, or you can fight. And generally, most people will avoid conflict at their own demise. I mean, it's just a self-defense mechanism in there.
Yeah,
so I mean,
I don't know. I'm like, I could agree with everybody having their cultures and their opinions and all that, but like, it's like if I ever moved to Japan, let's say, and I took my family over there, I'm not expecting the Japanese people to change their ways for me. I'm gonna have to change my ways to
help
adapt
me
to
out
them.
here. Why are you bringing up Canada when we're talking about America, U.S. culture?
Because I'm trying to make the
okay, I don't do cultural
the comparison.
I don't do.
If we allow,
I got you.
To what point, until
the
that
problem
happens here.
So the problem
there
would
is
be
a huge problem. I don't do comparative politics. I don't do comparative democracy. I don't do cultural comparisons. Are really fraught with problems because I grew up in American culture. I really don't understand other cultures because I just don't.
Well, let me see if I could take a shot at this, right? So for me to take a position and say, an imposition, one is imposed on the other, right? It would ultimately have to boil down to, well, who got it first? Specifically speaking, within the United States, we all got it around 1918. I mean, unless we came from a family of landowners, in which case then you are an elite. So
you're talking specifically voting rights, right?
Not just voting, right? But you had inherent access to certain things because of that. Like there was a lot more that was baked in with it, right? This is just
okay. Who is the we you're talking about?
What do you mean, we as an Americans?
Okay, that's fraught with problems. Which Americans are you talking about?
Well, now that's a good question.
Americans in the Black Americans in the South were deprived. Technically, they had the right to vote, but we was not the we in 1918 is not the we in 2026.
Right. But then again, that's the concept is the cultures evolve.
Okay, you're not going to be able to escape this. The we now is more inclusive than the we back in 1918,
yes.
Especially in the South.
Yes.
So I'm curious as to your argument now.
I didn't have an argument. I was trying to answer his question.
Well, you know what I mean in art. Well, in the Socratic method type of argument.
Yeah,
There is
I
the we. I have a problem with the we you're talking about because it was
well,
less inclusive.
yeah, I meant by the we as in Americans. Now, yes, there was
Okay,
difference between the
there
North and the
were
South. Just like
Americans in 1918
well,
that
hold up,
were
Stanley.
deprived of the right.
Hold up. Is it true today that Northern Americans are different than Southern Americans? Is it true that Eastern,
It
like so the East
depends
Coast,
in
is
their
different?
voting rights, because I think you were talking about voting rights, or am I mistaken?
There's always going to be a difference, right? And you can't embrace
I need you to answer the question.
No,
As
the
far
we
as
as in
voting,
all
as
Americans.
far as voting rights, no, there's no difference.
I was attempting to give one example. Do you want a long list of examples? We'd be here for all day.
I need you to define the we.
Americans. I just did that 3 times now.
And now I have a problem. If you're going to talk about Americans who can vote, is that what we're talking about? Or am I mistaken?
No, that's not what we were talking about.
Okay, my bad. Well, then I thought you were talking voting.
I was trying to give one example.
Okay, my bad. You said 1918. We talked earlier about voting. My bad.
Yeah. No, I can't answer the question now because I forgot the damn question.
Well, because you were going to talk about voting and property ownership and qualifications.
No, I wasn't.
Sure you weren't.
No, I wasn't. I was going to give an example.
Then I will have to take you at your word. I didn't mean to upset you.
Do you remember your question, Lucino? Because I really don't. Oh, it had something to do with the forced integration, I think is what it was going down.
Yeah, because look, right? So there's a story in India. I mean, not India, no, Canada, where there's this Indian guy that stabbed a white kid, right? And they basically detained the white kid while he was bleeding out and he died. But the thing about it is, the reasoning for the stabbing was that apparently the guy said that the white kid had said some racial things, so he took out the knife that he has, which it's legal for everybody else in Canada, right? Citizens of Canada, right? It's illegal for them to have this knife, but they themselves can have that knife based off their religion. You understand? So
right.
at what point do we, like, let's say that was to happen here? At what point do we draw the line to say, nah, this is crazy? You have to simulate here.
Well, okay. The line would get drawn at violence. That's
all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that we can't embrace Muslims, we can't embrace whatever. Like, I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is, like, because if the Indians live in Canada, right? Why can't they follow the same rules as everybody else that lives there? That lives there. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do they have to have different type of laws for them? Like that's my whole thing. I'm just so confused about that.
Oh, the background effectively gets it. So if you're talking about the Canadian Indians, it's because they went to Canada as an escape from us. So they were fundamentally, they'd be like asylum seekers, right? They inherently would not believe that they're Canadian, right? They're just there long enough to, I don't know, escape
but then
us.
the Canadian government sees it that way. So because of it, now they have their own type of set of rules and laws and stuff. And it's like, but why? Like, if anything, they should just be following the laws of every other Canadian that lives there. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just stupid.
Humanitarian efforts by some groups of people.
That I never understood, because it's like I thought that wherever I go, if I was to go to China, I would have to adapt to the Chinese ways, rules and laws and all that shit. It's not what I want. That's where the confusion is for me, because I just don't understand why that would be a thing. But that's Canada. That's not here. But I'm just trying to make the point of, like, since we were talking about embracing all different type of cultures, at what point, do we say, damn, this is causing some type of effect to what America was, You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get the concept of it. I just don't. There is no answer to it. It sounds messed up, but so why it would work so why China would be, I guess, like more homogenous is because they're, well, again, more homogenous as a culture for thousands of years. Whereas the United States, we were already a smorgasbord, like a smoldering pot when we were like way before 1776, right? We're going back to the 1600s. It already had a different groups of people. So from our core foundation before we were founded, right, we were already a different groups of people. There was the Puritans, the Protestants, the whites. There were actually some blacks in there. Like there was a whole bunch of different shit that they all had to kind of figure it out. That was our starting point. It would naturally seem that as we progress through time, that's just going to continue, but it's going to get larger scaled. Now the pushback comes to it is let's say Ellis Island, the 20s and the 30s, right? Now you've got like an influx because of a pending World War II, at least what was starting off in Europe, right? You're introducing more. The idea of assimilation when you join, it's kind of harder to enforce or desire so long as you have an open door policy that's kind of common. 1800s, we brought in a bunch of Asians to build railroads. Like you just go on down your list.
Yeah, but we didn't like, this is the thing. The laws in America, I'm pretty sure they didn't change because those Asians came here.
Sure they did.
They did?
Yeah, we had Civil War to force some set of laws to change. Go back to, well, just say Jim Crow laws. There's a change there where states still didn't want to let go of it.
I get what you're saying.
But we also have 50 different countries. That's kind of what the United States is 50 different countries. And we keep running to daddy federal government. And even that's not even really ironclad. I mean, there's really no answer to it. You can either take a hard stance or a moderate stance. You don't really get... I don't even know how you come about eating your cake and having your cake and eat it too. I don't think there's an answer to that, but I also don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky.
I mean, I'm an extremist. I would just tell you, everybody that's not us, get the fuck out or line them up against a wall. But I also know that's not very practical.
No,
because that would require 2/3 of the population get eliminated. That ain't going to be popular, and that's most likely not going to happen. Could go back to segregation in some format or another, just divvy up. But I don't even know if that would work. I mean, ultimately, that would end up in the Federation just basically being split apart anyways. I mean, I don't know about the rest of y'all. I'm not really a big fan of giving up most of our land. And Hawaii can go back to where the hell it came from. I hope this fucker's drowned, right? Alaska, if it wasn't for the fucking oil, I'd give that up. But I mean, there's no real answer to it, and there's no explanation for it. We all kind of have to figure it out. Ultimately, if we don't figure it out, then we're going to end up having a fight. And I'm not so sure where those lines are on fighting.
Yeah. We too intertwined and mixed and mingled at this point. I don't even know how that would work.
I mean, if I'm being honest, right, like about 18% of the black population, I pretty much want to drag with us. The Asian population, roughly about 80% of that population, I want with us. Let's see here, going down the white population, there's about 30% of them I specifically lined up against the wall and punished exceptionally and publicly.
Jesus Christ.
And death wise, right? But these are all weird concepts. I am absolutely all for going through trailer parks with a flamethrower.
Only in Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, in Minecraft, exactly. Yeah. It is what it is, right? But I know these are kind of like unreasonable expectations. So now you got to figure out what can be done. And that one I'm not so sure about.
Yeah. Same here. I mean, I kind of agree on, certain people having to go. Like, for instance, like a child, and murderers, of course. That's it. But aside from that, it's like, nah, just because you're a dumbass, fine, you be a dumbass, you figure it out.
Mhm. Yes.
Those will be the first ones to die out anyway. So, what does it matter?
And what's wrong with Stanley making somebody in the 18%? What's wrong with that? Fucker's got a house. He pays property tax. He's incredibly useful for our society.
You need the berry pickers.
It just is what it is. You find some people useful and not others. Of course, again, it doesn't really mean much because value is subjective.
That's what I said. It's like some guy told me, it's like, hey, in life, there's some people that are meant to do great things, and then there's just some other people that are just meant to pick up shit.
Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I had to deal with something.
Hold up. My dear leader is speaking.
So that is what important to me. All the school teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure they all teach them the transgender. So that is what important to me.
That was definitely AI.
Yeah.
Well, that's a young version.
I don't think I've ever heard of him speaking English.
Homosexual.
Well, he was raised in, went to school in Switzerland. I bet.
Oh yeah, he can. Yeah, no, he can speak English. Just we've never seen it publicly.
Well, I mean, I understand the national pride. If you're gonna receive a head of state in your own country, you speak your own country's language.
Homosexual, no.
But you know what? I had a major pushback, and don't even remember it now. So,
damn.
I'm old, but there's a decently famous professor, and I can't think of his name. It's an Italian name, but he's American, and he teaches in Australia. And he's got Salvatore, damn it. But he's American, teaches in Australia, is an India specialist, and he's actually like well thought of in India. But he's a sociologist. He does comparative democracies. And I just do not, I'll think of his last name in a minute, but I don't think they have different histories, different evolutions. I'm always very careful. Even Canada and the United States have a vastly different culture. Probably more similarities than dissimilarities. The one dissimilarity is there's a big Khalistani movement in Canada. We would never tolerate shit. We would never tolerate shit like that in these United States, and I wouldn't tolerate it either. So Canada's a little bit more lax with this stuff. And so you know who the Khalistanis are, right, Josh?
Vaguely.
Well, they're basically a separatist movement. It's an Indian separatist movement. Who are the soldiers? Damn it, my memory is just totally failing here. Punjab is disputed by Indians, Pakistan, but sorry, I don't know why. I can imagine names, but I can't pronounce them. But anyway, Khalistanis, it's a separatist movement in India, but there's a very powerful South Asian community. A lot of it Muslim, some of it Hindi, in Canada. And they've had all kinds of like terrorist acts against like Hindu temples and stuff. We would never tolerate that.
Isn't there, I guess the original movement was against the British and thus the foundation of the Canadian? Am I guessing?
Well,
that's
the
where
original origins were French.
Well,
there's a huge French obvious influence in Canada, but it's part of the British Commonwealth, I think, still. So all I'm saying is I don't like comparative culture. I don't like comparative democracies even. It can be useful, but to me, it's of limited use. Like what happens in Canada with one particular faction with knives and stuff. The similarity is in the United States, for instance, my wife had family who were Native American or half Native American. So they didn't have a hunting season on the res. They could hunt, pretty much whenever they wanted to. It was locally controlled. So there are differences. So, you go to Canada, Native Americans or whatever they want to call themselves, First Peoples, First Nations, they don't necessarily live by the same rules. But then when you say, well, hey, on the res, this type of knife is allowed, but off the res, it's not allowed. Well, you got to follow the rules of off res. That's where the accountability, et cetera, is. You when in Rome, that sort of thing.
Yeah, you can't kill like a white deer or some shit like that.
I'm sorry.
Like they have a rule like you can't kill a white deer in the res.
I don't care about any of that. My point is that there are different rules. However, it works the reverse. If you're on the res, you might be violating their rules. And I don't even understand. It's probably more integrated. I don't understand that law. I've dealt with it, thought about it, but it's been a while ago. But there are different rules. But when you're on the res, you follow res rules. And if you're off the res, you follow the non-res rules. It's as simple as that. So the question is, if that kid had a knife that wasn't allowed in the school he was in, he's culpable, or his parents or whomever.
Yeah,
and I didn't hear the whole conversation. So if I'm off base, just trash it and we can move on.
Yeah, no, I'm actually reading up.
In a second, I'll play the story.
10-year-old Henry Nowak had his whole life ahead of him when he went for a night out with his friends in Southampton. Walking home at around 11 p.m., Henry was in good spirits as he exchanged messages on Snapchat. Then he encountered 23-year-old Vikram Digwa, caught on camera saying, "I am a bad man." Digwa whipped out an 8-inch Shastar knife. Digwa then viciously attacked Henry, aggressively pursuing him as he desperately tried to flee, leaving a literal trail. Police were then called to the scene. Now, if you haven't seen this story already, try to guess what the police did when they arrived. Go on, have a go. Crazy man carrying an 8-inch blade. Victim bleeding out. What's the first thing the police did? Well, obviously, they arrested Henry for being racist. Yeah. That's what they did. Police were called to the scene but arrested Mr. Nowak after Digwa claimed he had been racially abused. Presumably, the police believed Digwa's lie that Henry hadn't been stabbed, despite him literally leaking. They put Henry in handcuffs and he passed out and died a short time later. He literally drowned in his own after having his lung punctured by the knife. Vikram Digwa raises the defense of self-defense. He persisted that Henry perpetrated a drunken racist attack, except Henry wasn't drunk. He drunk less than the legal drink-drive limit, and the incident was captured on Henry's phone, which was later found in Digwa's pocket. It shows no evidence of Henry saying anything racist, as if that was an excuse to stab him 4 times anyway. And a later conversation between Digwa and his brother revealed that Digwa admitted to stabbing him but made no mention of any racism. But wait, because believe it or not, it gets even more ridiculous. Under UK law, obviously, it's illegal to be carrying around an 8-inch knife in public, unless your own Sikh man. In the UK, Sikhs are legally permitted to carry a kirpan knife in public as it is protected under religious exemption laws. Under this exemption, the blade can be up to 9 inches in length. Yeah. Really. Women aren't even allowed to carry pepper spray. But people from certain other communities can literally walk the streets with giant daggers hanging from their necks. If I buy more than 6 kitchen knives from Amazon, they'll inform the police. Meanwhile, Digwa and his mates get a religious exemption to tool up with deadly weapons, so long as they wear a kirpan. They even made a special exemption to the 2019 offensive weapons ban, allowing them to do so, which at the time the Indian Tribune newspaper bragged about. What was that about diversity being our greatest strength?
Diversity is a strength.
By the way, I absolutely know for sure they're going to bury this one in the... So please leave a like and comment to spread awareness.
So it was in the UK.
Yeah, well,
But
the
yeah.
UK has kinds of problems.
Yeah, but that's just crazy. So it's like,
I to be honest, so what? That's a UK problem. There are no lessons to be learned outside of the UK, in my opinion. Their laws are their problem. Would have never happened in the United States. We don't make religious exemptions like that.
Yeah, not when it comes to weapons. Nope.
yeah, over here.
That's why I don't think there's no comparison. There is no lesson for the United States of America. It wouldn't happen.
Shoot that.
Now, the incident could happen, but not for the same reasons. There would not be a religious exemption like that.
Yeah.
What lesson could we possibly learn?
Agreed. Crazy story though.
A religion that encompasses all things liberals hate. Oh, I don't think that can
By
be
the
done.
way, Sikh, the Khalistani are extremist Sikhs.
Yeah.
Thank God
yeah.
I saw Sikh in that. That video had one thing. It reminded me it was Sikhs that are, the Khalistani movement. Extremist
Yeah,
Sikhs.
yeah.
So,
I posted a link a wiki in the chat just so everybody catch up because I had to read it. It was unfamiliar.
mhm. Well, I have a friend who is, I think he was born here, but he's of Indian extraction. So he keeps up with that. He thinks Canada's on the road to hell. Yeah. Because of the Khalistani movement. And I think Britain's going to get there first. So, but that's a whole separate show.
It's unfortunate.
Well, ladies and germs, I got to get going. It is
I'm about to get
5 o'clock in the morning for me.
It's 5. It's
Well,
6 here.
Josh, I so appreciate finally getting to talk to you in detail. I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, you'll catch me around. I'll try to catch up with you. It'd just be difficult. There's a 12-hour time difference for me, so
I totally understand. So, we'll catch up when we catch up.
yeah, we're around. This is me in chat. This is how you'll know it's me. Just pay attention to the German name.
Oh, well, we've talked on
There you
Discord. I know the
go.
Doug Ehrlich
Yeah.
versus Josh. I know. So.
Yeah,
Plus,
there.
your voice is distinctive.
Oh yeah. I keep getting accused of being Imperius's twin. Technically,
No, you don't. You don't.
No.
The voices are different.
Really?
He's more childish, or whatever. And I like Imperius. Okay.
I'm okay with Imperius so long as he's not pissing in my cornflakes, and I can't stand when he comes into my sector and starts turning shit up. Right? Like I'm dealing with business and he's fucking it up. Right? I really have a problem with this.
Interesting.
Can we
Well,
not?
Does he go on Hamp's show? And stuff like
Can we
that?
change the conversation?
Oh, apologize. Just what?
Does he go on Hamp or Venus?
Can we change the conversation?
Yeah. We gotta stay away from the name that shall not be named.
Oh, my bad. Does he go there though? Because I don't.
No,
I don't watch Hamp. Venus, I subscribe to her show, so I do. I occasionally, depending on the topic, I enjoy listening. So I've never seen him there.
I had
probably
to
get
globally
chased away.
Yeah, no. Well, no. He was there for about 2 months, and I was the one that ended up having to globally ban him.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it took a lot.
Wow.
All right, guys.
Anyways, I got
Latino?
to dip. Y'all take it easy.
You too, Josh. Latino, as always, thoroughly enjoyed it. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here, and you too, Josh.
Yes, sir. And by the way, I'll probably go live in a bit, but it'll be a short one. See y'all later.
I'll tune in.
Sure.
That was Stanley and Josh, people. It's a great conversation. Really liked it. Really enjoyed it. Nothing negative. Nothing but love and positivity. It was great. It was awesome. And let me see if I can find something funny before we get up out of here. Yeah, right here. Yeah, this is perfect. Give me 1 second.
That has better food than England. I dare you. Okay.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic, Dominica, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, too, Puerto Rico, Colombia.
Name me a country that has better food than England. I dare you. Okay. Name me a country that has better food than England. I dare you. Name me a country that has better food than England. I dare you. Okay.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic, Dominica, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, too, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela.
Out on a limb. I'm gonna go on later, around 9. Hopefully Jules is on here, and in 8 ways, if you want to come up this time around, we could talk about what you wanted to talk about, and also I wanted to hit something that Moxie said earlier in the chat about sleeper cells, because that's fascinating and that's an interesting conversation to have. So I don't know, I might go on later on tonight, and maybe those 2 things would be the topic. So just throwing that out there tonight, if you're willing, or if you're not willing tonight, then you got to let me know what day to have that stream going, what day works best for you, so we could do that hopefully sometime in the near future.
Honduras, Guyana, and still Guatemala, Bolivia, then Argentina, and Ecuador, Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, Bermuda, Bahamas, the Vegas, San Juan, Paraguay, Uruguay, Suriname, French Guiana, Barbados, and Guam.
Yeah, basically you get the point. Every country in the world has better food than England. Sorry, Vanta. It's just a fact. It's just a fact, y'all. Like, it is what it is. Yo, but those that like to believe in conspiracy theories, I've been seeing this shit on my timeline. Let me show you guys this real quick. Friday nights. Yeah, then we'll do it on Friday, but today later on, I might do the sleeper cell thing.
Not only in the
Look at that shit. That's a mask, man.
Is that a mask? People, but the world global economy, which they're holding all hostage to, the more everybody comes to realize this is all about the IRGC. What the hell is it? At the end of the day, we're going to have to need a government in Iran that not only hands over the nuclear.
That's wild. That's crazy, bro. Crazy shit. Joe Biden too. Apparently, he had that mask thing too. The mask thing too. Nah. You don't have to cam up though. I mean, just to have the convo, bro. Come on, man. You know this is your casa. This is me, casa too, casa. You know what? I know you guys missed the tunes and the stuff and all that great shit. So I'm gonna see if I could play a tune or two before we get up out of here. Give me a sec. Let's play a couple tunes over here. Give me one sec. Hey, with me? All right, let's go. Play like 2-3 songs.
Come on. Mrs. Moxie. Yeah. Yeah. Mrs. Moxie stands tall on the screen. Chat box barking, she's calm in between. Scroll flies by with that cheap little sting. She just sips the tea, says bow to your king. Mrs. Moxie, troll king of the stream. Crown letter comments, glitter and meme. You throw shade, she turns it to a scene. Mrs. Moxie rules the YouTube streets like a dream. Caps lock warriors typing all night. She reads one line, laughs that all right. Clicks that band like a bell that rings. Next contestant, please come fight the king. Oh yeah, Mrs. Moxie, troll king of the stream. Wrong with a comment, glitter and me. You throw shade, she turns it to a scene. Mrs. Moxie rules the YouTube streets like a dream. You can spam, you can scream, you can beg to be seen, but you're fuel for the fire of a highlight reel dream. Every jab, every swing makes her louder, makes her sing. Mrs. Moxie, so king of the stream. Crown made a comment, glitter and meme. You throw shade, she turns it to a scene. Mrs. Moxie rules the YouTube streets like a dream. Mrs. Moxie, troll king of the street.
Bear with me. I'm trying to find the King Shenard song, man. Damn, where the hell is that shit? Bro, this thing just like reorganized everything for me, so it's not in the order I left it. Interesting. Why would it do that? Damn, where is it? I'm King Shinar, world's famous tap in my yard. Bro, please tell me I deleted that. I would be so pissed off. Oh, that would be so not cool, man. Oh, I don't see it. Oh, King Shinar. Oh, King Shinar, you lucky son of a bitch. Damn, did I delete that shit? No way. Oh, that's not cool. Oh, that's sauce. Oh, no way. Damn. No way. Oh, let me see. Oh, it's gone, guys. It's gone. Oh, damn it. I still got the song, but the video, man. Video was priceless. Damn it. Ugh. Let me see if it's in my gallery, man. Shit. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Damn it. Guess what? You know what? I could just remake a better video. This time I'll put some effort and some oil grease to it. Yeah, man. What the hell, dude? I was deleting a whole bunch of shit and I must have deleted by accident. Man, damn. Damn.
I'm King Chinar, world's greatest tap in my yard, scuffing these shoes on the tile, chasing that click and a smile, champagne dreams on a single screen, jump from one tiny panel to another unseen. Hear me tap, 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 tap. I keep on dancing while they scroll past me. Tap, 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 tap to the beat. If nobody wants me, I still own these feet. Tap, 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 tap. King of the floor where the echoes speak. Tap, 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 tap to the brink. If they don't crown me, I'll still be king. Numbers stuck in a frozen frame. Comments quiet, but I dance the same. Perfect time on a borrowed stage. Every heel, every toe writes my name on the page. Hear me tap, 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 tap. I keep on dancing while they scroll past me. Tap, 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 tap to the beat. If nobody wants me, I still own these feet. Tap, 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 tap. King of the floor.
Thank you all for watching.
Tap, 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 tap to the brink. If they don't crown me, I'll still be
Much
king.
love. Appreciate it.
Maybe one day they'll look up. Hey! Catch that spark in the dust I kick. But till then, it's me and this click. Me and this click. Me and this click. Hear me tap, 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 tap. I keep on dancing while they scroll past me. Tap, 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 tap to the beat. If nobody wants me, I still own these feet. Tap, 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 tap. King of the floor where the echoes speak. Tap, 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 tap to the brink. If they don't crown me, I'll still be king. Yeah. We are live. Let's talk about it with your host Jules and Latino. Let's talk about it. Pull up a chair and show people. Let's talk about it. Real life, real laughs on a reload. Let's talk about it with your host Jules and Latino. Jules got the gems. Latino, bring the spice. No cap, 2 mics, 1 vibe. Tap in, turn it up, tell a friend. Let's begin. Let's talk about it. With your host, Jules and Latino. Let's talk about it. Pull up a chair, it's your people. Let's talk about it. Real life, real laughs on the reload. Let's talk about it. With your host, Jules and Latino.
Whatever the fuck you want to say don't mean I gotta listen to it and not stop talking because you want to talk.
Let's talk about it. With your host, Jules and Latino. Talk about it. Pull up a chair, this your people. Talk about it. Real life, real laughs on the reload. Talk about it. With your host, Jules and Latino. Jules got the gems, big facts. Latino bring the spice. No cap, 2 mics, 1 vibe. Tap in, turn it up, tell a friend. Let's begin. Let's talk about it. With your host, Jules and Latino. Talk about it. Pull up a chair, this your people. Talk about it. Real life, real laughs on the reload. Talk about it. With your host, Jules and Latino. Jules and Latino. Jules and Latino.
Come on, Latino, you gotta stop supporting this shit, OG.